Test 1 2, test 1 2.
We're going to go to open session to hear public comment before closed session.
Roll call. Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Here.
Councilmember Bonner is absent for roll call, and Councilmember Robinson is absent for roll call, and Mayor Martinez will be absent the entire meeting.
Thank you, Madam
During
Clerk.
closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation. There's one case. Item C2, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor, Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations include SEIU, Local 1021, full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE, Local 21, mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. We have one speaker, Cordell Himmler.
Justice. So good afternoon, Vice Mayor Cepeda, Council. I'm gonna get right to the point. So the unions have done a wonderful job in our city. When you go back in the closed session, think about all the contributions that they have made to make Richmond an enjoyable place to work and grow. That's it.
That was our only speaker. For the record, Councilmember Bonner and Councilmember Robinson are present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If there's no other comments, then we will adjourn to closed session.
wise investment.
Richmond Promise offers scholarships worth $1,500.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Quiet, please. KCRT, we're going to get started. It is 5:04, and we'll be calling the meeting to order. If everyone can please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, if you can please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Vice Mayor Zepeda,
Here.
and for the record, Mayor Martinez will be absent for the entire meeting. Next on the agenda, statement of conflict of interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Our next item is agenda review. Any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam City Clerk. I would like to add a name to item M2. I will be adding ACE, Alliance of California for Community Empowerment. Alliance of Californians for Community Empowerment. Got to get that right, right?
So we can do your item P7 up to P after P3.
No, she has to go.
Thank you.
Yeah, but so does staff as well.
Sorry. Mr. Vice Mayor and Madam Clerk, I would like to request item P7 to be moved to the top of the agenda because the presenter is a single mom who has to take care of her child and has to go home. And this item is actually about gender and gender issues, so I hope it's respected and we can move it up to the top of the agenda because the other items, two of them are mine, I don't mind being pushed down, and the other two are by the staff. Thank you very much. She has to leave soon.
Okay. Yep, so does everybody else have to leave soon as well, but I guess we can take that now, and then it will be, you will have about 10 minutes for the presentation.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll make it fast.
So
All right.
where's that item moving to?
So we'll just move it to the below or above P1.
Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Our next item is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
There were no final decisions made. Both items were discussed, C1 and C2, but no reportable action. Thank you.
Our next item is a report from the city manager.
Thank you. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? Vice Mayor Zepeda and members of the City Council and Richmond community members. Next slide, please. Next slide. From time to time, we'll do recaps during this item, just so everyone can see sort of what took place. Would like to thank everyone that was involved and supported Small Business Week here in the city of Richmond, our economic development staff, COBIS, Main Street, and the Small Business Development Center, to name a few. And you can see some of the great activities that took place. We kicked off with an Access to Capital session hosted by COBIS, and we also on Wednesday last Wednesday had the East Bay Capital Summit, which brought together financial experts to share insights on accessing capital for growing your business. And on Thursday, we had a downtown walking tour led by Main Street that highlighted the potential of the city's core business district. And Friday's session at City Hall helped aspiring entrepreneurs learn how to start a business and become vendors with the city. The week wrapped up on Saturday with the Small Business Week Fair at the Richmond Food Court, an inspiring morning celebrating community access and connection. Again, thanks for everyone involved. Next slide. Also, here's a recap last week of the Marina Bay Farmers Market, our 1-year anniversary. There was a celebration that featured community culture and local flavor. We had fresh produce and delicious food, and this was all a great time. Was had by all. There was music and dancing and story time for kids. If you haven't been to the Marina Bay Farmers Market, we invite you to come out and join us on Sundays from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Marina Bay Farmers Market, and every Friday from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. here at the Civic Center Farmers Market. If you know someone that would like to become a vendor, please visit the Richmond Certified Farmers Market website at www.richmondfarmersmarket.org. Next slide. You'll hear more about this later, but I'd also like to remind everyone that our Richmond Promise Scholar Celebration is coming up on May 28th from 5 to 7. Please join us. Next slide. And also coming up this Sunday, June 1st, from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m., the City of Richmond welcomes you to celebrate love, inclusion, and community at the 11th Annual Richmond Rainbow Pride event. The festival will start at 10 a.m. and at the beginning will begin at 10 a.m. but the official program is from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. And it'll be right here in our Civic Center Plaza. Thank you to Richmond Rainbow Pride and City of Richmond staff for helping set up and support the event. Next slide. The Lot Downtown Richmond Food Court is open on Saturdays, June 7th from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. And there'll be, this is a grand reopening essentially. The lot is at 1401 McDonald Avenue. There's lots of great improvements that have been taking place at the lot, and it's a time for you to come out again and have delicious street food, live community music, and it will take place from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Next slide. And please prepare for Juneteenth. It's coming up on June 21st from 10 p.m. to 6 p.m. We'd like to thank the National Brotherhood Alliance and the City of Richmond staff who are assisting. The parade is going to start at the Fire Training Center, and the festival will take place at Nickel Park. It will start at 10 a.m. and conclude at 6 p.m. If you have any questions or for more information, please contact Michelle Milam at 510-620-6546. Thank you.
Our next item is under accommodations, presentations, and proclamations. Item M1 is the proclamation recognizing May 2025 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the City of Richmond and honoring AANHPI leaders.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. For these two proclamations, we've allotted 10 minutes each. So we will be done by that time there.
Hello, everyone. As an Asian, I'm honored to honor Asian Americans Month and all of them. So I'm sorry, but we are short in time. I have individual proclamations for each person or group we call here, but we have to ask them all to come here because we have a packed agenda tonight. So may I ask all the honorees, come here from the Yemeni Association, just one person, and the rest of you, if you could please step forward so we can honor you all. Thank you very much. Yes, please, please.
So recognizing May 2025 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Whereas the City of Richmond proudly recognizes May as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, a time to celebrate the rich cultural heritage, traditions, and contributions of the AANHPI communities in our city and nation. And whereas AANHPI individuals and communities have played a vital role in shaping Richmond's history, culture, and progress, contributing significantly to the economic, social, and civic development of our city. And whereas the City of Richmond is proudly to honor the following AANHPI individuals and organizations whose work and legacy have shaped Richmond's cultural, social, and civic life. Whereas, and we're going to start with Flora Inomia. A Richmond-born Japanese-American who was incarcerated during World War II, has become a tireless advocate for education and remembrance, preserving the legacy of Japanese-American nurseries and uplifting the story of resilience and justice. Thank you. And whereas Dr. Mona Afari, founder of the Center for Empowering Refugees and Immigrants, has created a transformative, trauma-informed model of care that supports over 1,200 immigrants and refugee individuals annually through healing, advocacy, and leadership development. Next, whereas Susan Kim, Executive Director of the Family Justice Center, has led critical work in supporting survivors of violence and building trauma-informed, culturally competent system of care that serves Richmond's diverse communities. And whereas Ali Saidi, a leader in the African American community, has advanced immigrant empowerment, youth education, and cultural understanding through decades of dedicated civic and community service. And whereas the Lau Family Community Development, Inc., founded in Richmond in 1980, serves more than 35,000 people annually with culturally responsive services in housing, employment, health, and reentry, helping thousands of Richmond residents achieve stability and success. Do we have anyone from the Lau family? All right. We're thinking great thoughts for them. Next, whereas the Asian Pacific Environmental Network, APEN, empowers Asian immigrant and refugee communities to advance environmental justice and climate resilience, championing community health and organizing for a sustainable future. And whereas the Yemeni American Association, Bay Area, and the broader Yemeni American community have uplifted Richmond through small business development, youth empowerment, public health programs, and civic leadership, all driven by deep-rooted community commitment. And whereas Wat Lao Radamaran Temple, founded by Lao refugees and now located in Richmond, continues to serve a spiritual and cultural anchor for Buddhists from Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, and across the East Bay, offering religious services, education, and cross-cultural understandings. And whereas Chinese railroad workers, through long overworked, played a critical role in constructing the transcontinental railroad and transforming Richmond into an industrial hub, laying the foundation for its economic growth and multicultural identity. Now, therefore, the Mayor, Eduardo Martinez, for the City of Richmond, on behalf of the Richmond City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2025 as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the City of Richmond, and extend our deepest gratitude to the individuals and organizations named above for their enduring contributions to our community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Mayor Zepeda. As you know, each group or individual got their own individualized proclamation honoring him. And this is a summary of all of them that was read to you. I'm going to give it to Flora. And if anybody else wants, I'll be happy to make a copy for you too. Of course, it's an honor to have you all here. So I just want us to acknowledge the contribution of the Asian American community with all its diversity and all the diverse dimensions of their contributions, from the refugees, from the sharing the history, having built so many different aspects. So thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for all you've done. It's an honor to have you here. Thank you so much. Of course. Thank you. Would you like to say anything? Just you.
I would like to mention two people, men of conscience, that made it possible for my family to return from the concentration camps and come back to live in Richmond. The first person I would like to mention is Francis A.B. Sr., who took care of our property all during the almost 5 years that we were gone. The second person I would like to mention is Edward Downer Jr. of the Mechanics Bank, who held our family farm's mortgage, and all during that time, he paid our taxes to Contra Costa County so that we would not lose our property. Two men of conscience that made it possible for our family to return. Thank you.
We need to make sure to honor them as well. Each of you could talk briefly, we appreciate it. I know Mona has dedicated decades of her life to refugees and immigrants.
Just my gratitude to you and to the other council members and to you for acknowledging our work. Our center, the core principle of our center is love and genuine care for the community. And we were told in the beginning that we would never survive, that this is a lost cause. But fortunately, it's about almost 20 years. That, of course, we're still struggling, but we survived. Thank you.
And we have Buck here from the prominent an organization, Community 100 of 100 Prominent Chinese, and the great history from Chinese railroad workers to Community 100.
Well, thank you, and I want to thank Richmond, the city of Richmond, for recognizing the long history of Chinese in California. It's been a difficult and sometimes challenging history, but the Chinese have been successful and done great in the Bay Area. And thank you for recognizing us.
And we are grateful that different communities bring their own culture of serving their community here. Thank you so much. Yes.
It's my great honor to be here today, and then I would like to thank you to the city of Richmond, and in the name of the Lao Temple in Richmond, we have ceremony, and then our temple open for everyone, and especially Lao community. So almost every Sunday, the young Lao generation come to perform and practice Lao traditional dance. So, and we also have the ceremony every year. So this, and I would like to thank you. That's the city of Richmond recognize our temple too. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And I think APN goes without any need for introduction. We know him well.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Bana and the City of Richmond for honoring APEN and our work here in Richmond. We have been organizing the API community here for over 30 years for environmental justice, and so it feels really great to be, celebrating all of our successes with everyone here tonight, and look forward to continuing to build with residents, with community leaders, and decision makers to, really bring forward a healthy, safe, affordable environment and place, to live for all. Thank you.
I think everybody knows Susan from the Family Justice Center, who, along with Ali Saidi from Stand Together, are building a new center. Do you want to tell us about it?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here tonight and welcoming us. And Ali and I are working on creating a new immigrant support hub in Contra Costa County, the first of its kind. We are going to be providing resources for all newcomers in our community, much like the Family Justice Center, which is a one-stop center. And the value that we are promoting is the value that we are feeling in this room today, is that of belonging. So thank you, Sohela, for creating this opportunity, and thank you to the City Council for making Richmond really welcoming, and that's what we want to do with our Safe Center. Ali?
Yes, so stay tuned in the days to come for more news about the Safe Center. We want everybody to be involved. I also wanted to thank the City of Richmond, not only for this honor, but for truly investing in diversity and care for all of our population, including meaningful resource allocations for immigrant services. Very grateful to be in partnership with you all. And to the community, I just want to say that nobody standing up here does this alone. We do it together. I want to say thank you to all of our elders especially, who have paved the way for us, and so that we can be good ancestors for those coming behind us. Thank you.
Thank you for the City of Richmond for this honor. And we are the Yemenis communities here to support you and to work together with you to make the communities better and succeed.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, very much. Appreciate it. I wonder if the mic works.
We have two speakers for this item.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of council. Hapri Sandhu with Congressman Garamendi's office. Also with me is Natalie Watanabe. On behalf of the Congressman, Asian American Hawaiian Pacific Islander Heritage Month is a time to celebrate the richest histories and diverse cultures and significant contribution of the AANHPI communities of the United States. These communities have long played a vital role in building the nation, working on railroads, in agriculture, technology, education, medicine, and more. While building upon the foundation laid by many ethnic communities before them, these stories are also marked by resilience in the face of adversity, including exclusionary immigration laws, discrimination, and limited potential for political voices. Despite these challenges, AANHPI communities have persevered and continue to shape the American society, benefiting from the contribution of the broader civil rights and labor movement that pushed our country towards a greater equity and inclusion. As an Asian American and a Sikh American, we too celebrate the landmark figure in this ongoing journey of Vandalip Singh Sahn, who became the first Asian American and Sikh American elected to U.S. Congress in 1957. His election represented the breakthrough of AANHPI political engagement during a time when many communities still face systematic barriers. The civil rights and the labor movements of the mid-20th century helped create pathways for AANHPI individuals to demand justice, improve working conditions, and access opportunities previously denied to them. Today, AANHPI leaders, innovators, and community members continue to advance these efforts, building on the sacrifices and progress of those who came before them to shape a more inclusive and dynamic America. Some of these leaders and organizations, places of worship, are being recognized here today, and Congressman John Garamendi congratulates them and has provided congressional accommodation for them. So on behalf of Congressman, thank you for your work and leadership in the community, and thank you for City of Richmond. And we have accommodation from the Congressman as well. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and take a picture. Likewise, thank you.
Thank you. What happens? Thank you so much.
Cordell Hindler.
Want me to start now? Okay.
You may know that people from Middle East and North Africa have not been counted for until now, that there have been activism to say that we are not other, we are not white, we are from Middle East, North Africa. One of those communities is the Yemenis community that have contributed to the city of Richmond a lot. From community leading, from training the next generation, having 11 soccer teams and many other things. Unfortunately, there's not enough time to count all they do, but I would like to ask them to come here so we can hand certificates of recognition to them. Could I ask them to please step here for a minute so we can acknowledge them? Thank you. Yes, please. Thank you.
So we got Mohammed Al-Kaksi.
Mohammed Al-Kausi. Do you want to hand it to them? That's you. Thank you. Ibrahim Al-Morisi, Dr. Ibrahim Al-Morisi. Thank you. Nasir Ahmed. Thank you. Saddam Saleh. Thank you. Ahmed Hugias. Sorry, my apology. Mohammed Al-Shmali. Al-Ashmali. Not here? Thank you. Mohammed Al-Badani. Thank you. Khalid Al-Ammari. Thank you. Naqi Al-Ammari. Thank you. Abdul Saleh Isa. Thank you. Thank you. Saleh Al-Bakri. Okay. Thank you. Taifullah Mo. Thank you. Abdul Fattah Dabwan. Thank you. Omar Al-Khabiri. Thank you. That's all. I just wanted to thank everyone. Let's take a group picture together. And my sincere apology that we don't have time to spend more, but I hope we can organize a cultural celebration for the community soon.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Make it quick, make it quick.
Thank you so much, everyone. All right. Ms. Clerk, if you can please call the next public comment.
Go ahead, go ahead. Introduce yourself.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I keep forgetting to do that. You know, it's been so long since I've done this.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, good evening, Vice Mayor Cepeda, Council. I am Cordell Handler, and I am a Richmond resident. So, I do want to thank Vice Mayor Cepeda and Councilmember Urbana for this proclamation, because when I've heard some of the stories that I've heard, it is incredible. I do know about APEN, and I'm like, they've done extraordinary work for our city. So, just want to commend these guests, and that's all there is.
Was that it for
Our next item is item M2, a proclamation recognizing May 2025 as Asthma Awareness Month in the city of Richmond to bring attention to this public health crisis, acknowledge the contributors of Richmond-based environmental justice organizations, and affirm the city's commitment to reducing dependence on fossil fuel while investing in clean energy, health equity, and community resilience. And this item was amended during agenda review to add ACE Alliance of California for Community Empowerment as one of the recipients.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Vice Mayor and colleagues. This evening, I am honored to present a proclamation recognizing May 2025 as Asthma Awareness Month here in the city of Richmond. This is more than a national observation. It's a local reality for many of us. Richmond faces some of the highest asthma rates in the Bay Area, especially in neighborhoods historically burdened by industry, freeway corridors, and high density of tobacco retailers. As a mom of 4, 3 of which are impacted by this respiratory disease, this proclamation is not only about awareness, it's about respect. Respect for those gray ribbon warriors out there who live with asthma daily, and respect for those fighting to ensure our residents can breathe freely and live fully. I'll come down before you to present the proclamations to the organizations, and you all can say a few words. Thank you. Yes. This is, yes. Again, thank you all for taking time out to come this evening. The City of Richmond proclamation recognizes May 2025 as Asthma Awareness Month. And I'll just read one brief column. Whereas community-rooted organizations such as Alliance for Californians for Community Empowerment, ACE, Communities for a Better Environment, CBE, Asian Pacific Environmental Network, APEN, Richmond Our Power Coalition, Urban Tilth, West County Toxics Coalition, Richmond Progressive Alliance, RPA, and the Richmond Shoreline Alliance are all on the front lines of advocacy, education, and environmental work to reduce asthma triggers and demand clean, breathable air for all. So thank you all, and if I can have representatives from the following organizations to please come forward to receive your proclamations. Members from ACE, CBE, APEN, Richmond Our Power Coalition, Urban Tilth, West County Toxics Coalition, Richmond Progressive Alliance, and the Richmond Shoreline Alliance, if you're here. This is for Ace. Thank you.
They all have a name on it?
No,
Oh, they all the same.
just Ace because we have that. Yes. Thank you so much. So much. Thank you. Thank you so much. And again, these are the organizations and many others, so we can't put everyone at one time, but we have organizations that are on the front lines every single day fighting for clean air and a just transition. And we want to take this opportunity to highlight asthma awareness and for you all to share a few words.
Thank you for this recognition, and I appreciate it because we together in this fight.
Yes, my name is Patricia and I represent ACE. I'm an organizer and we really appreciate this recognition because we are really working to have clean air and reduce the asthma in Richmond. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for honoring us. And also for acknowledging asthma in this community. And like you were saying, and in the proclamation, asthma affects people all over the country, but in Richmond, it's actually like the 97th percentile of, like we were saying. So that's why we do our work to move forward to a just transition, to hold our polluters accountable, and to start really building out a future that, where our kids actually can breathe good air. So thank you.
On behalf of Urban Tilth, we are very honored for this recognition because we are constantly out there fighting for clean air as a frontline community in North Richmond. We see that our youth are constantly fighting with respiratory health issues. In North Richmond, you get to see youth get 2 times higher of a chance to get asthma. So we're constantly fighting for that. And we're going to continue doing our work.
Thank you so much. Can we give a hand clap for our honorees? And thank you all for everything that you do.
We have 2 speakers, Cordell Hindler and Mark Wasberg.
Need justice. So good evening again, Vice Mayor Cepeda, Council. I am Cordell Henler, and I want to thank Councilmember Brown for bringing this proclamation forward. So as someone who has dealing with health, respiratory issues, it's like, I want to smell the clean air too, but it's like, but I don't want to see chemicals, but I want to see clean air. So I want to thank ACE for doing what they do best. It's like, they are amazing. So like they said, they work hard, and I'm gonna make sure that they continue to work hard for everybody in this room. So that's all I have to say.
Mark Wasberg.
Chevron doesn't cause asthma. Smoking doesn't cause asthma. It's all a bunch of lies for the radical people coming up here and spreading their garbage. That's all it is. You blame Chevron for asthma. I want to see medical reports. If you people concerned about asthma and Chevron, why don't you go out and file a lawsuit? Why don't you go to the ER room? Why don't you get your medical reports and prove that Chevron's polluting Richmond on asthma? Asthma is, you're born with asthma. Now, I don't know where you get this stupid idea that you're gonna have clean air for the rest of your life. It's never gonna happen. You people are living in la-la land. You think you're gonna go around and have fresh air anywhere around the world. It ain't gonna happen. You know, you sitting there blaming Chevron for this. I said, you close Chevron right now, you lose 50% of your tax base. And where that money going to come from? You think all these stupid green jobs that the RPA is trying to start with this $500 million? It's a joke. You're going to be crying and crying and crying, coming and protesting till hell freezes over, and you're not going to solve nothing. Just a bunch of stupid radicals by ACE, the RPA, and all these coalitions that the RPA, the city council, has created. You're still buying Chevron gas. How many people buying Chevron gas here, huh? All you people on ACE and the coalition? All of you. It's just a bunch of lies. For the last 20 years, you've been fighting to get Chevron and all this asthma crap, and you've been saying coal death's been causing asthma too. It's just all just a bunch of lies, and the people are so stupid to believe this stuff.
Our next item on the agenda is open forum, and this is an opportunity to give public comment on items that remain on the consent calendar and items that are not on the agenda. Tonight, we have 8 in-person speakers. If there's anyone joining us online that would like to address the council during open forum, please raise your hand at this time. As I call your name, please line up behind the speaker's podium. Cordell Hendler, Brandon Harris, James Anderson, Doris Mason, Carlos Ramirez, Mark Wasberg, Sharka Volenikova, and Les Woods. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Please keep your comments respectful.
I got it. I'll keep it respectful. So, good evening, Vice Mayor Cepeda, Council. I am Cordell Hendler, and I have some copies to share with the council. Why diversity matters? Because if you look at number 6, sexual orientation, we're trying to embrace the community. It doesn't matter if you're gay, straight, or bi. We are all people, and we deserve to be treated with respect. So I do want to thank Vice Mayor Cepeda for bringing this proclamation forward, because it's all about we're trying to embrace the people. We can't share. It doesn't matter who we love. It's all about bringing the love into the workplace. So I am tired of seeing all these propaganda. We're here to stay. So I don't care what people say. We are going to get it together. So thank you, Vice Mayor Cepeda. And then the second, number 7, is age diversity. We're trying to bring in some millennials into the workplace. Why? Because they can bring a whole lot of knowledge. Because if you look at some of the data that I share with you all from 2023, it shows that that ages between 27 through 35, they don't have a work-life balance outside of work. So we need to create that. So this is embarrassing. We want to embrace the millennials. So I guarantee you, things is going to start changing around here. We need to bring some talent into the workplace. So I guarantee you, and I'm gonna keep coming back here every time until I see some millennials in the workplace. That's it.
Brandon Harris, followed by James Anderson.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Brandon Harris. I work for Pogo Park, and I'm a Richmond resident. I'm requesting that the city allocate $3 million to complete the Harbor 8 Park for the safety of the Richmond residents. Safety is a top priority for both the city of Richmond and its residents. Pogo Park's positive impact on safety speaks for itself, but the residents speak as well. In a longitudinal study conducted by UC Berkeley, the Pogo Park approach to neighborhood improvement, including community building, engagement and leadership, site beautification and maintenance, park staffing, providing free culturally relevant programming and resources for students and families, showed a significant increase in feelings of safety and connection amongst residents in a 5-mile radius, as well as a significant decrease in crime. The Pogo Park projects like Elm Play Lot, the Yellow Brick Road, which is a safety corridor dreamt up by young people in our community, and the new Harbor 8 Park all contribute significantly to the safety of Richmond residents. Please fund our safety. Commit the $3 million necessary to complete the construction of Harbor 8 Park. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is James Anderson, followed by Doris Mason.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is James Anderson. I'm a resident of the Iron Triangle. I have been an employee of Pogo Park since 2016. I have lived in the Iron Triangle all my life. This park has transformed my life personally. Because of my employment with Pogo Park, I have upheld and maintained a household of 6, and I began as a park leader, but through job training I received at Pogo Park, I quickly learned other skills in the field of construction, like welding, working with concrete, laying pavers, and all other skills that I have picked up in my career for great opportunities. In addition, when I work closely with the young people in our neighborhood at Pogo Park, I had the opportunity to give back. I taught them useful landscaping skills, like how to mow lawns and use garden tools, using the weed eater, so they would have more job opportunities. Since 2007, Pogo Park has employed Richmond residents, specifically from my Iron Triangle neighborhood. It have provided jobs with living wages, job training, career pathways for teenagers and adults, critical income for elders in our community. Funding the completion of Harbor 8 is an investment not only in a beautiful space, but the financial livelihood of Richmond residents who staff it. Please help Pogo Park close the gap so we can continue to create and maintain jobs with living wages. I urge you to allocate $3 million to complete Harbor 8 Park, run by Richmond residents. Thank you.
Doris Mason, followed by Carlos Ramirez.
Good evening, Vice Mayor, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Doris Mason, and I urge you to allocate $3 million to support Pogo Park to finish the construction of the new Harbor 8 Park. I've been in this community for 35 years. I started under the mentorship of Miss Lily Mae Jones. I've worked at Pierce for 15 years, and presently I serve as Vice President of the Iron Triangle Neighborhood Council. And I have worked with YES, Youth Service Bureau, and many other nonprofit bases in the city of Richmond. As a member of the Senior Committee, I am also the president of a senior circle group, which help bring our seniors out of isolation and into socialization to improve their quality of life. The park is a connector. It connects our seniors to family and the community, and working with children and each other. Harbor 8 Park will create a hub for senior services in this community. The new Harbor 8 Park is also so close to opening the gates to the community, but with the support from the city, Harbor 8 will finish construction very soon. The Harbor 8 Park will benefit the entire Richmond community and have the greatest impact in the Iron Triangle neighborhood. And an SB 535 classified disadvantaged community. Pogo Park has also completed 80% of Harbor 8, from planning, designing, building, and community engagement, and fundraising, over $22 million. Pogo Park is ready to finish the Harbor 8 Park and to open it to the community, the entire community. Please fund the $3 million necessary to open this fantastic community park today. Thank you for your time.
Carlos Ramirez, followed by Mark Wasberg.
Hello, everybody. I don't know why, but everybody says look like a Super Mario, isn't it? I don't know why. Maybe the mustache. Hey, no, you know what? I feel like Super Mario because we are brothers, and I am Super Mario Brothers. I am on TV. Yeah, I am on TV. Wait. Mom, turn the TV on. I am on TV. Yes. Oh, yes, I am. Look at me. Mom, look handsome? No, huh? Hey, no, you know what? Well, I am on Serious Richmond. Yeah. The same thing that we came on 2000, remember? Exactly. Hey, remember? I do the little park On L and 8th Street, yes, I remember that one. Remember when you take over there to play with the kids? But it was bad at that time. It was ugly. It was scared. Remember? We tried to stay, most of the time in there, but everything changed. Guess what? Right now, it's different. Oh, it's like a star on the sky. It's something beautiful. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Remember all the stuff, when we came, that's the only place that we was close to our house. And now is something beautiful. But we need support. We need to finish this project. And my brothers, they're going to help me, isn't it? Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah. They say that. I see a lot of smiles. That means, yes, I'm going to have Pogo Park support. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And tonight, you are going to go bed with your hand in your heart and the other in your mind, and you're going to take the right decision to help Pogo Park. That's the only way to help a lot of kids. Thank you. Aha.
Mark Wasberg. I don't know.
The grand jury is investigating the Richmond City Council for defunding the police. It's all been on the internet. That's real smart, huh? I said, you're paying $6 million in overtime to the Richmond PD. For that $6 million, you could be hiring new cops. It don't make no sense paying all that money when you could hire new cops, right? It goes to show how stupid this whole thing is. You're getting $500 million from Chevron, and you don't want to give not one penny to the Richmond PD. You took $3 million from the fire department to give to Provo Park, which is not going to do any good. Why should we have to suffer when you're giving the money to somebody else? It don't make sense, does it? The money belongs here in Richmond. And there's going to be more investigations by the grand jury. There just might be some type of indictments because the city council took the sides of the BLM, Antifa, and all these other radical groups that was burning down America. Just take a look outside on the street. You see the BLM lettering everywhere. This is your city council supporting this garbage. You think you people going to have to suffer for their throwing the money away? Stupid. Don't even make no sense, does it, huh? Rather, you just throw the money away to somebody else. I hope they indict you people, because what you're doing is actually wrong. The money stays here in Richmond. I mean, this is the most stupid. See, next year we have a chance to put a major dent in the RPA by getting these two garbage out, and I hope you people vote them out. Because just you wait. You people are going to suffer for diverting the money to somebody else.
Your time has expired. Sharka Volanikova, and our last in-person speaker will be Liz Woods.
Thank you. Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members. What a beautiful ceremony at the beginning of the evening.
Come closer.
Thank you. My name is Sharka Volanikova, and I'm the Parks Program Director for Trust for Public Land for the Bay Area. And I am here tonight in support of Harbor 8 Park and to urge you to allocate the $3 million that are needed to finish the construction of the park. Trust for Public Land is a national nonprofit with a mission to connect everyone to the outdoors. We consider access to open space a human right, a matter of public health, and a part of crucial infrastructure of any city. And we strive to make park accessible to everyone within a 10-minute walk from where they live, regardless of their zip code or the circumstances of their life. We also work with Pogo Park in a collaborative partnership in a project to close park equity gap in Richmond. We work with Pogo Park and a number of other nonprofit organizations. And In support of Harbor 8 Park, I'd like to say that when finished, the park will provide high-quality outdoor space for the community, will connect over 11,000 people in the neighborhood with an open space, and this includes 3,000 children. And it will serve the underinvested neighborhoods of the Iron Triangle, Santa Fe, and Coronado. The amenities that it will provide will be invaluable and will create active recreation, play spaces, connection to the neighborhood and to the land, and as well as educational opportunities. As you know, Pogo Park also employs local residents, and it will provide job opportunities.
Your time has
Thank you.
expired, ma'am. Our last in-person speaker is Liz Woods.
Hello, everyone. I was here last week, and I spoke on about the trash situation across from 2400 Nevin. I'm still out there weed eating. I spent 3 days across from Richmond Works area. I did that. They need 2 trash cans there. They need one in the middle by the concrete wall, and they need one by the sidewalk, okay? I have pictures. If you go, I started GoFundMe, because I'm trying to start this business called LWWL, Love Where We Live. And if we can get people in the community, I'm looking for like 5 or 6 people, that they can work with me. I purchased 2 weed eaters, a blower, a rake, a cart, and I'm doing this by myself, okay? I'll be 66 years old soon, and but I work hard, you know, and I enjoy what I'm doing, and I want to do this for my community, the Black community. I want my community to look nice, and I want other people to respect it and keep it clean just like I want it done. And another thing, I don't know who came up with the decision to put that mural or whatever on 2400 Nevin. They need to take that down, because that doesn't show who we are. You got a head that looks like the size of an orange and a body that looks like an elephant, and then one arm look like Popeye and the other arm look like olive oil. We don't want that on that building. What are you telling us? That's what you think of us? I didn't grow up on Section 8 and subsidized housing, but you think everybody that's in that building are drug addicts, criminals, and drug dealers. Well, I'm not. I have a business, right? And I love where I live. And I want other people to respect where we live at. And some things need to change, because if they don't, I'm going to be coming here for a seat up there, taking somebody's seat.
That was our last in-person speaker, and we have one speaker online.
Okay, I have a user with the name SOS. You'll have 2 minutes to, oh, well, their hand went down. Okay, so no, oh, okay, never mind, their hand went up. If you'll unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes to speak. If you could please state your name.
My name is Daniel Barth, and I'm the Executive Director of Safe Organized Spaces Richmond, and I'm speaking on behalf of Harbor 8 Park. As everyone so well spoke about this, it's so important that we invest in our local park. I'm thinking about what I've seen over the years in Richmond as we try to struggle and improve. I watched as Santa Fe neighborhood had its problems with an open-air drug market that was there 20 years ago, and straight up to this moment when we're seeing that we need to be working on our neighborhoods from McDonald Avenue all the way up to North and over to El Sobrante. We know that we have parks that need improvement. We know Lucas Park needs it, and we know that Borman Park needs it, and we need a park in El Sobrante, and we know that we've got some progress to do up in North. Thanks to organizations like Pogo Park and Urban Tilth, we actually bringing in dollars from outside. And those dollars are an investment in Richmond that are so valuable. We see the work that that organization does, and we partner with them in whole heart and soul, knowing that the work that we do uplifts our community and changes the way that we view our neighborhoods, changes the way that we act in our neighborhoods. During COVID, we needed parks. We see more people in parks now because of COVID. We know that we need this park, and we know that the investment that gets put into it, $22 million that got put into it so far, and now we need 6 more so that we can finish the job, is an investment in our future. I sent you guys a letter just to show you, in case you haven't been to the community center. It's outstandingly gorgeous, and it's purely functional. We're going to be able to use that as a neighborhood anchor, as a community resource for decades to come. It's such a wise investment to put a little bit of dollars, a lot of dollars, but very important to finish the job that got started, an investment in Richmond. And I stand behind Pogo Park. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And there are no more speakers.
Our next item is approval of the consent calendar, and none of the items have been removed. So this will approve all items under consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. City Council members, we have a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I move to approve the consent calendar.
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please take a roll.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item.
Okay, we're moving to study and action session. First item is item P7. It's to receive a presentation from the Coalition Task Force to End Gender-Based Violence on the final recommendations from a report completed in January of 2024, Phase 1, and an update of the work the Coalition Task Force to End Gender-Based Violence is working towards advancing the recommendations, including implementing a multilingual and multicultural public awareness campaign. Phase 2, issue a request for proposal and identity and funding source for staffing support and the implementation of the public awareness campaign and other costs related to support the recommendations that anticipates concluding at the end of January of 2026. We have any speakers? Okay.
All right. This is Councilmember
We have two
Bonner's
speakers for this item, sorry.
We have two speakers? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to do, we'll do a presentation first and then we'll do the speakers.
Yes, thank you. So it's wonderful to have this presentation tonight and have the task force to end gender-based violence in the city of Richmond, including domestic violence, human trafficking, other sorts of assault that disproportionately impacts women and marginalized groups. More than 40 groups and organizations have been working on it. You're going to hear more about it, and I'm glad that the city is taking an active action to collaborate with the city manager and city administration to address the issue. Let's hear what the group has come up with. Thank you very much for being here and presenting. I really appreciate it. Please, the floor is yours.
Hello, beautiful people. My name is Naya Bingaziani. I am a part of the Collective Healing and Transformation.
Your microphone's not on. Turn your microphone on.
What about now?
There we go.
Oh, the mic is on. Okay, hello, beautiful people. My name is Naya Bingaziani. I am a part of the Collective Healing and Transformation Project, also known as the CHAT Project out of Richmond. I am also the lead facilitator, and I am on the planning team of the coalition, Together We Rise.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Russell. I'm a resident of Richmond and a survivor and a member of the coalition.
Hi, I'm Noemi Franco. I'm currently a master's student at UC Berkeley and a Richmond resident, and also part of the coalition and the planning team.
Next slide, please. Our goals today are to share an update on our work since November 26, 2024 presentation, when the Council passed Resolution 138-24. We will provide a final report of task force recommendations on policies and practices to end gender-based violence. And we will share about the launch of Phase 2 and the Together We Rise Richmond GBV Coalition. We are grateful for our partnership with the City of Richmond and would love to continue partnering with the city. We're requesting the appropriation of $100,000 in funding for fiscal year 2025-2026 to support the coalition's work. Next slide, please. Here are some of the organizations that we are working with, and we appreciate their support. Next slide, please. These are our founding partners. Council members Sohaila Bana, City of Richmond, Trina Jackson Lincoln, City Council Liaison and Project Coordinator, City of Richmond, Susan Kim, Executive Director, Family Justice Center, Jen Marshall, former West Center Director, Family Justice Center. Miriam Wong, Executive Director and founder, the Latina Center. Catherine Reif, Director of Policy and Communications, the Latina Center. Police Chief Bisa French, City of Richmond. And Elaf Isuf, Office of Assembly Member Buffy Wicks.
Next slide, please. So we just wanted to take a moment to just acknowledge our wins. One of them that I want to highlight is in January, we met as a task force and we finalized the recommendations that we were working on to just advance policies and practices to support us in ending gender-based violence in Richmond, California. So that is a win. Clap it up for the win, yes. And then we also have launched our coalition, Together We Rise, where we have been meeting twice a month to launch an awareness campaign around gender-based violence so we can let folks know that this is not just a woman problem, this is not just a couple problem, but this is an everybody problem. Violence impacts families and individuals, and we want to just make it aware to folks. We want to launch different resources and support people in really understanding how this impacts our community. So those are some of our wins that we wanted to highlight. And then next slide, please. These are our final recommendations. So if you want to scan the QR code and read about them, we invite you to do that. Next slide. So the purpose of the task force was to create these recommendations on policies and actions to end gender-based violence in Richmond that center the voices, lived experience, and leadership of survivors and community. And as we named, we did that. And now next slide. We are going into our coalition. So the purpose of this coalition is a long-term collaborative effort to end gender-based violence in Richmond. As members of the coalition, our three key objectives will be to develop the coalition structure, which we have already started doing, to implement a multilingual gender-based violence awareness campaign in Richmond, and advance the recommendations on policies and practices. Something that was so important to our members was that we can't just create these recommendations and then they go on a shelf. No, we have to find ways to connect with different organizations, really do some landscape mapping to see who's already doing this work, and further push this work forward so we make sure that the recommendations are actually being implemented, which is the work that we're doing in phase 2. Next slide, please. This is our timeline. It's a lot of words, so I will not read all of it. However, we just wanted to let you know that we are moving things forward. We actually just met this morning with the coalition. We are planning a full-day retreat to get in a room and create a strategic action plan to implement this awareness campaign and also to do other work in advancing the policies and practices that we came up with in phase 1 of the task force. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Naya. So with that said, we want to come here and humbly request your support for phase 2 of our community-driven campaign and operations. We've worked hard to build a strong and diverse budget, and for phase 1, we were able to secure just under $48,000, and for phase 2, we've already secured a little over $51,000 in funding from trusted partners such as UC Berkeley through their Social Impact and Innovation Grant, and the City of Richmond for their 2024 fiscal year cycle. This $51,000 includes $30,000 estimated from in-kind support from community-based organizations and community members, so this is non-monetary contributions that we were able to get from the community. And our total proposed budget for phase 2 is a little bit over $200,000, and tonight we're respectfully asking for $100,000 from the City of Richmond for this fiscal year cycle to support the implementation and furthering of our recommendations. This funding will allow us to sustain the momentum and deliver on the priorities that we developed through phase 1 in partnership with the community. And we're also in the process of applying for further grants to help us with our mission and vision. Next slide, please. So this funding request is rooted in very specific needs, as noted here in the budget. So for the campaign and projects area, our coalition is launching a multimedia education awareness campaign, as was mentioned earlier, in order to reach underserved communities. The funding will cover video and photo development, print and social media outreach, ambassador stipends for community engagement, interpretation, translation, and childcare, in order to ensure that we can center accessibility at every step of the way. And in column called COR2, you can see how much money we're planning to allocate for every specific action item. We're also building out a multilingual coalition website and resource hub to make information public and actionable in order to have a place where people from different community members can go and look at what resources are available to them. Next slide, please. So beyond the materials for the campaign, we plan to host 6 community events in order to raise awareness and build the momentum behind the coalition's recommendation. And we're also offering or planning to offer stipends to community-based organizations that adopt and house these recommendations to help us bridge the gap between advocacy and action. This approach makes the implementation tangible and equitable. And again, here we can see in COR2 how much of the funding, if we were to get it from you all, we would implement for each action item. Next slide, please. The other major piece of our budget supports coalition operations, which includes bi-monthly meetings, interpretation services, printing, and end-of-year community celebrations in order to honor and highlight the work that we've been able to do with community members and show the community members that have been involved that we are grateful for all the time and support that they have been able to give us thus far. We're also funding coordination stipends for partner organizations and survivors with lived experiences so that no one is expected to volunteer their labor or their time unpaid, to really show survivors that we honor their stories and their lived experiences and give them something in return for what they are giving us for our coalition and our project. Our fiscal sponsor will manage and disperse the funds with transparency and accountability. Next slide, please. All in all, we've intentionally built this coalition and the budget with equity, transparency, and community voices at the center. And the $100,000 that we're requesting from the city is not just a number, but it would represent the voices and Richmond's investment in people-powered solutions. We understand that there are procurement processes and RFP processes, and this request and funding will be allocated to support this work to end gender-based violence in Richmond, California. And specifically, our coalition is one of the first of its kind to try and do this work here. So it makes us really well equipped to further these recommendations and move forward what we have planned already, since we have spent a lot of time on this issue already. Thank you again for your time and consideration, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you. All right, before questions, we're going to go to public comment.
Okay. We have 2 public speakers, Cordell Hindler and Mark Wasberg. 2 minutes each.
Okay. So good evening again, Vice Mayor Cepeda, Council. Cordell Hindler again, Richmond resident. So thank you again, Councilmember Bonner and the presenters for this presentation. So I think it's all been covered. So they asked, and so now all the council has to do is deliver the $100,000, and so they can continue their work. So with additional staffing. So I just leave it at that.
Thank you. Wasberg.
What type of genders are you talking about? You come up here and say genders. Are you talking about women being beat up, men being beat up? Or you talk about violence altogether? You need to tell the people what type of genders are you talking about. According to this woke garbage, there's 25 different genders. You need to start with the Richmond Police Department when the police chief threatened to kill her daughter. Petey was killed in cold blood. I was attacked at the city council meeting by that corrupt cop, Tim Simmons. You need to start there. City council out there promoting hate and violence when it was promoting Hamas and standing next to the Palestinian flag, supporting terrorism and hate. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's good what you people are trying to do by stopping the violence, but you think you're going to stop all the violence here in Richmond? You're living in la la land, lady. Because I was out there when all this stuff was coming down in 2004, all the way up to 2006. When you talk about 372 homicides, blacks killing blacks. Only 1 white person was murdered, 7 Latinos. I was there. I seen it. I mean, you got a big job ahead of you, but you need to look around. I mean, I don't know how you're going to stop the violence by getting only $100,000 or $250,000. There's always going to be hate and violence in this world. It's never going to stop. As soon as that baby's born, what does the doctor do? Slaps his ass. He doesn't say, wake up, little baby. Come on, wake up. He give him a good whack on his ass and the baby starts crying. That's the first sign of a violent world. But like I say, I tip my hat to you people trying to do what you got to do.
Time has expired.
Any other speakers?
We don't have any other speakers online.
Perfect. Stopping violence starts with one, us, right? All right, with that, I'm going to go and take it to our colleagues, see if they have any questions. So far, I have Councilmember Wilson.
So thank you for the presentation. I do want to say that I recognize the individuals and the organizations that you put on your excellent PowerPoint, and I believe in the mission. I recognize the good work you're doing, the volume of work you're doing. I share your goals, and I think it's appropriate to put city money towards it. That said, I have about 75 questions. A lot of them are kind of maybe more be city manager questions about how. I have a lot of questions about how to sort of structure this appropriately for the city to address the problem and the issue of curbing domestic violence. My first question is, and I might need the city attorney here for this one, is just a point about how it was agendized. The presentation is a request for an appropriation of $100,000. But the agenda item doesn't mention it having a financial impact, and then also doesn't, like, the action item is really vague and doesn't mention anything about appropriating money towards it. And I hate to be like, I hate to be I don't want to be overly a stickler if I'm splitting hairs, someone can tell me, but I think it is important, like, if we're going to be appropriating money, that somebody who sees the agenda reports can know that that's what the item is doing.
Yes, so specifically, since it's budget season, I requested and had concurrence that the item, the way that it's framed on the recommended action in the staff report, so it says that receive a presentation, and then there's some additional language, and issue a request for proposal, because that would be the appropriate step. I think generally when the city council provides policy direction, especially we're in a state audit, instead of saying the amount is X or Y, that we put out an RFP and then the respondents indicate within the RFP for the services that are being requested, what's the appropriate financial allocation, versus sort of putting the cart before the horse and saying, oh yes, this is the amount of money. So I just want to flag that the intention of staff is to follow the appropriate procurement processes. And then the agenda item Shannon can speak to.
So as agendized, you're receiving your presentation, and the second piece is to direct staff. It should be direct staff to issue an RFP, identifying a funding source and implementing a public awareness campaign. So it wouldn't be allocating a specific amount of money at this time.
So the presentation was a little bit off, because they were asking for 100, but we're not giving any money. The request would be, if we move forward with it, is to have, one is to issue an RFP, and also for staff to identify where that money would come from potentially.
Where it would come from in the city.
Yeah, where the 100,000 will come from, which bucket from.
So we can issue an RFP without having the money for the RFP determined?
For professional services, all contracts come back to the city council for approval. So unless there is an appropriations, also it's budget season, right? And so because of that, this may be something that would be discussed on June 3rd.
Okay.
So that is why we suggested noting an RFP, right, would be in terms of the steps versus saying, oh, here's an appropriations, because we're not sure what all of the requests are from the council for next fiscal year.
Okay, so I'm still struggling a little bit, but I think maybe through the rest of the conversation it'll help. The other thing I sort of wanted to flag is I wasn't on city council when you gave your last presentation, but I was actually in the audience, so I have sort of some context for the work that you're doing. And when I heard this presentation the first time, I thought, and then I since figured out I was incorrect, that this task force was like a city task force. Like the city sometimes creates task forces like the reimagining Richmond around public safety and stuff. But so this isn't a city, it is a task force, but it's not like a city-sponsored, city-run task force.
Right, the city council did not appoint the members of the task force.
Correct. And so I was just hoping someone could sort of like walk me through what it is. Like,
Yeah, I don't think that wouldn't be something that would be appropriate for me to do since it's not a city task
so
force.
maybe one of the presenters.
Maybe I can explain.
Yeah.
It's a coalition of many, and maybe you can answer to many organizations, mostly nonprofit organization at the city and county level, plus some survivors and individuals that got together and continue the work.
Can I also say something? So when I think about the city, I think about more than city council. I think about community-based organizations, community members, survivors, all these folks who are impacted by what we're talking about. So this task force was actually created by many leaders in the community who spearhead these different organizations and who do this work. And they brought all these different folks together to create this task force to say that not the only knowledge does not come from city officials, but it also comes from the people. So when I think about that, no, it is not a city task force where folks have been appointed by city council. However, these are folks who have the credentials, who have the experience to put these things together and say that this is what our community needs, this is what our people needs. Most of us have been impacted by violence. My mom was in 3 back-to-back domestic violence relationships. So I believe that we all have the knowledge and experience to be able to give to this matter and to request this money from the city.
Yeah, and just to be clear, because I think maybe I didn't make my point very clearly, it's not that I think that it doesn't have the I mean, like, I recognize the names and the organizations. I know that definitely there is the knowledge and the ability to move a program on this, but it's more sort of how the financial relationship between the city. I'm not familiar with the city funding a coalition, a task force that is not a city task force. The city does do requests for proposals and hires contractors, but it's usually work that is then, that the city has sort of designated as like, we need to pave, we need to put up signs very quickly, and so we need to hire a company to put up the signs. It's very, and then the work is directed by city staff. And if I'm understanding this correctly, this work wouldn't be directed by the city staff. It would be directed by the members of the coalition, which my limited understanding of this is that if we do an RFP, our staff is supposed to be in charge of the project.
Well, I think, I don't have all the answers,
Yeah, no,
so I'm gonna just
me
name that right
neither.
now. I think it's some other folks, but I know we've had different meetings, and because we were appointed $6,000 at the last meeting, and from my understanding, we were also appointed a city liaison.
Right.
So there is somebody from city council, or not city council, but the city, who is present in our meetings, who is able to be that liaison for us, but they are not running the project.
Right.
So we are the ones running the project, and I think our point about bringing the fiscal sponsor was to say that they will be in charge of our accounting, and any funds that we request or spend, it will go through a nonprofit or an organization who has the infrastructure to do that. Now, I don't know if I answered your question fully, but maybe it's like more of a city internal conversation rather than me knowing
And
the
that's
answer.
my question. And again, I want to kick it over. I appreciate your candor and your knowledge on this, but to kick it over to the city manager again, is that like, is this something that the city has done in the past? Is it something that's okay for the city to do?
I don't recall the city doing this in the past. That doesn't mean it hasn't been done, but I don't recall.
Okay. I'll let others ask questions, but thank you.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Next is Councilman Robinson.
So first off, I want to say thank you for stepping forward to take on this body of work. It's really important. It's one of the numbers that jumped out at me when I read the grand jury findings, saying that gender-based violence, specifically sexual assault, was on the rise in the city of Richmond, which is just disturbing. And I feel like we definitely need a coordinated response from all the organizations that you guys represent and individuals, because if anyone knows me, you know I strongly believe in organizational work. I feel like it helps to move the needle. But I also feel like we needed, I remember in the last meeting, there was some specific points made by RPD in terms of some of their needs that, you know, in terms of the human trafficking specifically, that folks were volunteering to be a part of that task force, and that there weren't positions or people who were dedicated to that work. And I guess I have questions, not so much about what you're proposing, but about like the full, what is a full and proper response to this to make sure that we're moving the needle? You know, what you're proposing in terms of organizational response seems good, strong, clear, but what else are we doing? And how are we working in collaboration? I see that Chief French is a member of the task force, at least a founding member. But I do also wonder if there is a recommendation that we should be considering that has to do with making sure that the police officers who are involved with the human trafficking part are not using, like, not volunteering, but it's actually a part of their position responsibilities. I'm not sure if you're the right person to ask about this, but
I don't
just
know.
trying to see the whole picture.
Maybe I got the answers to that. No, but I will say that if you take a look, I don't know if you've looked at our recommendations, but there are some different things connected to RPD around like just training and capacity building around gender-based violence. However, what I will say is that the awareness campaign is not the only thing that we're proposing, and we do have a lot of partners who we're collaborating with. And something that I feel like we have been very keen on, and I know Sohela, when she was coming to our meetings in Task Force 1, she named this, is just being intentional about all of the different avenues to move this work forward. So just because we're doing a community-based approach, it does not mean that we're not working with the police, because that is an area where folks call, but there's also a reality that people call stands. Sometimes people call Family Justice Center. So we're being intentional about connecting with these different folks so that we make sure that this is a wide response and it's not just a narrow response. So if that kind of answers your question, and we have some more specific recommendations. I don't have the language off my mind, but if you look at our recommendations in the systems transformation section, you'll see that we've made some intentional recommendations for the police department and other systems.
Yeah. So I guess I'm sitting here and I'm wondering a couple of things. One, as you may or may not know, there are a lot of different asks happening now in terms of the budget for this year. It's hard to consider them one at a time. Like, we kind of need to consider all of them together to understand how we're gonna place the money, and to make sure we have everything.
Yeah.
I feel like what I would love to ask, what I would personally like, is if we could take this item and include it in the budget session with the recommendation, so that it is taken in consideration with all of the other things that we need to do.
Yes.
And then we also, you know, it seems to me that I'm not sure if the RFP that's being requested is also taking into consideration the other recommendations that you have. Because if there are other recommendations to address gender-based violence in general, is this RFP specifically about getting this particular coalition money, or is it about addressing the problem in all of the recommendations to address the problem? And so I guess I'm asking if we can, maybe city manager, include this in the kind of budget options as one of the things to consider in our budgeting.
Certainly, if that's the direction of the council.
Right. And then also get support for looking deeply at your recommendations to make sure that any proposed RFP is addressing the problem holistically. And, you know, I don't know, maybe there's more of a need there than just the $100,000. Maybe this is, if we're really going to move this needle in terms of you know, this particular area of violence that seems to be increasing in the city, maybe
Right.
there's other recommendations that we need to consider. So this is my ask, is if we could consider the funding part as a part of the budget cycle, and also get support, I'm not sure from city staff or from, I'm not sure who from, but to look at all of the recommendations to make sure that any proposed RFP is addressing the issue as a whole. That's my,
Councilmember Robinson, can we hold that as maybe a potential motion?
it's my potential motion.
Perfect. We have a couple more questions, and before I go to Councilmember Jimenez and Bana, I want to read the agenda item from November 26, 2024, just so that everyone knows where we started from. Okay. So it was to receive a presentation back then, which we did, and then appropriate $6,000 from the general fund balance for staffing and support, and request the city manager designate a staff person to serve as the official liaison to the Richmond Task Force to eliminate gender-based violence, to attend all task force meetings and provide technical assistance, advice, and support to the body, and to provide a follow-up report in approximately 6 months, which you're right about there, to seek the council's support for specific recommendations, work plans, and actions to end gender-based violence in Richmond. That was the item that we approved back in 2024.
Mr. Vice Mayor, before we move on, other members of the coalition would like to talk. Can we ask Melody to move to the mic?
Hold on. Yeah, so then,
Is that possible?
then we go to, there's questions that they might be able to answer?
Answering,
Yeah.
Councilmember Robinson's question partially, if possible, please.
So did you have
You can
I think
stand
you were done
over
with your
there.
questions? Do you have any other questions?
I'm going to.
As your microphone.
I'm probably going to make that motion,
As a motion.
when the time is here, so that we can have a concerted and thorough approach if we're going to move towards allocation. It's included in our budget cycle, so we're taking everything together.
Perfect. Thank you. Then hold that thought there. We'll go over to Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you so much for the work. I'm glad to have all of you here with these recommendations. Your work has been amazing. I have some particularly kind of like technicalities, because I think like it seems to me that like, because it hasn't done before, like the way that like, for instance, and the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force was created outside with community members who were interested in addressing accountability issues in the police department. And to be able to have recommendations, they advocated, and I remember at that time, 2 council members proposed the creation of the task force. And that means that they were bound by many regulations, like PRAs, where all the members were part of like getting PRAs. And so this body is not like that. It doesn't have that. And right now is requesting some money, and like I am just trying to kind of like put some parallels to trying to see how we move forward, because there are some technicalities that I don't understand, that the city attorney has told me, no, we cannot do this, we had to do it this way. So the members of the Reimagining Task Force created a budget, created some specific programs that were embedded in the city, and now the city is taking on, for instance, the Community Crisis Response Program, right? And now we put the money, and it's something that is managed by the city with a lot of accountability about how that money is going to be spent. So one of the things that is this task force that is outside the city is asking is for money, and is asking for a request for proposal to look into a fiscal sponsor that is going to take 10% of that money. And I don't know, like, it seems to me that, like, where is the money going for? How is the accountability and the transparency of how this money is going to do, what it's going to do? And also, sometimes when we do RFP, we do two things, or the city is the one taking on that responsibility and say this is the RFP and write the limits and the kind of like in the procurement process, like the requirements. And they said, let's go and find somebody that meets these requirements. So it seems to me that what you are requesting is that the coalition do something and bring it to the city. So that is confusing to me in one part. So if we are going to issue an RFP, how that will work? Who is going to write that RFP? And how we are going to be able to be accountable with the money that is public money to make sure that the goals of this RFP is going to be achieved?
I think that's a really good question.
And what is the answer?
That's a really good question, and that's why it's important. It's very helpful for you all to have the conversation this evening, because I think those are the nuances that staff have been trying to understand with the respective council member. And so, you know, when these sorts of things come up that are new, you know, staff try to be innovative. We try to figure out ways for solutions, but it also creates challenges.
Yeah, so I think like these are questions that we need to figure out, because like, for instance, when we put the $1 million for the to support undocumented immigrants, the community was requesting, oh, can we have an advisory board? And we say no, because it was not clear. We want, like the city wanted to be clear about who they are contracting with. So I think like all these questions we need to figure out. So for me, it's difficult to understand. Like when I was reading this, the reality was, it was really difficult and convoluted for me to understand who is this. It's also other, like for transparency, other people who are not involved. I know that these are the great organizations that are doing this, but it's kind of like asking money for themselves to do that work. Or who, like, you know, like we need to have that transparency of like, if there is more money and who is going to do the work, how we are going to do the work, who is the responsibility. I think like we need to sort that out a lot, and I don't see that there is answers to these questions that are like that. For us, we are in a state audit, and we need to really follow procurement process to make sure that we don't get kind of like sidelined and then penalized. And it's not that we don't want to support it, it's more about how we do it. And I agree with Councilmember Robinson that it will be great to have these in the budget process. So we see what are other needs, because we have Pogo Park asking us for money, you asking us for money, the Richmond Promise is going to be presenting, and sometimes we have that pressure. People think that because we have some more additional funds, that is like, so I think like if we put it together and we have, and I will finish in 2 seconds, put it together and the city start to see what are the priorities, we will certainly know how this is going to happen. And I will request that when we have this discussion in the budget, that like city has to come up with the legality of how this is going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jimenez. Over to Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. Very good questions are raised. Melody, as a member of the coalition, I would like you to introduce yourself and share your view on the issues raised here, please.
Hi, my name is Melody Saint-Saëns, and I am the division manager of the Contra Costa Alliance Gender Abuse with the Employment and Human Services Department. I'm coming here today to provide you with information in my role as facilitating a public-private partnership at the county level to end and prevent interpersonal violence. I am a member of this amazing coalition, And I wanted to supplement the answers to Councilmember Robinson's questions, particularly around people who work on human trafficking. We actually, the Alliance to End Abuse leads the Contra Costa Human Trafficking Coalition, and we also have representatives of the District Attorney's Office, which co-leads the Contra Costa Human Trafficking Task Force. So I want to reassure you that human trafficking has been taken into account and is also part of that definition of gender-based violence that we are looking at. I do have experience with the RFP process at the county level. I don't know if that would be helpful if y'all want to have a discussion with the city liaison, perhaps of the coalition. In addition to requests for proposals, I know at the county level, there are also perhaps requests for information, requests for qualifications, simpler processes. And then the other option, and I don't know because I'm not a city attorney, although I was a public interest attorney for a long time, is whether or not you can do a single source or a sole source.
Thank you. Could you elaborate on public-private partnership? Do you think it's a model we can follow in the city or not?
I think this coalition itself is an example of the public-private partnership. You have representatives of all the main service providers, or nearly all of the main service providers who work on interpersonal violence prevention and intervention. And you also have representatives of various county agencies that serve as a bridge between the city and the county, and so that there's a cohesive response and a cohesive strategy also at the county level. But it's really important that the solutions come from the community itself, and that Richmond communities have specific needs that require specific solutions that need to come from the community.
Thank you. So my goal when I facilitated this gathering was to bring all the active partners together, all the stakeholders, to address the issue, the problem. We have a major problem in the city of Richmond, and it's been increasing. We need to address it. How do we do it? The city and county organizations, survivors, they all came together. Then we realized, how do we ask the city to help us? We got together and we thought, okay, we need to make a connection with the city administration. That's why in the last meeting, as you read, Mr. Vice Mayor, we invited a representative from the city administration as a liaison to attend the meetings and help us facilitate this request. And I'm very sorry to hear the city manager to say that's a good question and that's all she can offer. Honestly, I was expecting more. It is a good question, but for the past 6 months, the goal was to bring all these together. How this coalition of so many people who have spent so much time, these people are mothers, they've left their young children at home to come here and work on this issue because it matters. It matters to people's lives, quality of life, not just women, their children, their family, grandmother, everyone. And it has just ricochet effect on all aspects of life. It's important for all of us. Our expectation has been for the city administration to work very closely to articulate and find a solution to address it. Maybe I'm expecting too much, I'm sorry, but we are at this point that the city manager just says it's a good question. So I really don't know what to say. I'm very grateful and thankful for the presentation, and I just want to emphasize that we do have a commitment to address the problem. We need to find a solution. We don't know what the way is. Maybe we are the first ones. And honestly, at some point, we decided to ask the city to have an office for that. But then I said, no, the budget is short. There is no way the city council would say, open an office for gender-based violence. So let's find a compromise solution with all these wonderful resources. One of the minor things I stopped attending because I realized I'm not at that level. But was just simply a map for victims to find the resources they need in English and Spanish. Just handy, they can look on an app and see what they have. A hotline, a warm line, basic minimum resources for the victims. We owe it to them. How? I don't know, but let's discuss. Thank you.
I just need to clarify that I'm disappointed in your comments right now because city staff are working really hard on a variety of different programs, projects, policies, directives across the city. And the issue is that when we have conversations and we ask folks to follow the procurement policies, there seems to be a disconnect that we can always make an assumption. And all city staff is asking all the council members to do is to follow the appropriate procurement processes. So that means if you put an item on the city council agenda and you tell us to go work with X organization, we can't just say we're going to do an appropriation to them. That doesn't follow the appropriate procurement processes. So I'm trying to be polite and thoughtful and respectful in how I'm answering the questions this evening, but it puts staff in a bind when we have the council directing and trying to direct us to funnel funds to a specific organization without doing the appropriate procurement policies. So I thought I was doing a favor by trying to revise the staff report a little bit and say, okay, the next step is an RFP or RFQ, because that's how we could have competitive procurement. Yes, we value the work of the community-based organizations in our health and all policies work and a variety of different initiatives adopted by the cities. We take cues from community-based organizations and we work in partnership with them. But the issue is the process. And that's what we have to figure out how to do better and how to do differently. Just because someone is at the table, that doesn't mean we immediately know what the next step should be for the process. And since if the city council wants us to consider this, we can certainly come back on June 3rd and we can have more refined information. But we're now in a series of meetings where we had a meeting last Tuesday, we have a meeting this Tuesday, and we have another meeting the following Tuesday. So we have 3 meetings in a row, and we have 7 agenda items on this evening for study session. So quite frankly, it's overwhelming for staff. It's extremely overwhelming. And so I would be happy to bring back information in the conversation on June 3rd and then subsequently on June 17th. But there was not adequate time to prepare the level of information that was needed to have a proper discussion this evening.
Thank you, City Manager.
Thank you.
Next, Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. I think half of everything that I wanted to know was answered by the city manager. Thank you. But also, like, for me, this issue is a non-negotiable, something that we should address. We learned in that grand jury report the increase in sexual assault, so the need for the work is definitely there. I was a little bit, I'm sorry, thank you for the presentation. It was well put together, the budgeting and for what you all are needing the funding for definitely crossed over. I'm listening to the recommendation Vice Mayor read off, and you all followed the recommendation and it was passed for approval, and you all are back and ready to advance the work. And I'm thinking, what was the intention when you all came back? Like, what were the next steps? So, I mean, you all are back, and you're very clear on your stance and where you're trying to take and advance the work. And it seems like it's coming like differently from the dais. So I'm not certain if it's something that we should discuss during the budgeting process or if it's something that needs to be refined in the procurement process. I'm unsure of that, but I wish we had better answers for you all to value your time and also to have a clear understanding as to once you all reach this phase 2, what would be the next steps. I wish that there was some like built-in next steps so you all will be clear. I don't want you to be discouraged when you leave tonight. Continue, keep your head up, and we'll figure it out, I guess, on our end to be able to convey it more clearly so it doesn't seem so confusing. Thank you.
Councilmember Bana has another question.
Thank you. Just one minor question for the city manager. If it's possible to separate all these items into two components. Number one, provide support for the coalition to continue its work for one more year, aside from the RFP, and put the rest of the items into RFP. Is that doable?
She's not able to. This is, you mean for tonight?
Yes.
That's not agenda. It's just depending on whatever.
Well, instead of going for the whole, I don't know.
So staff support is not agendized. We would have to go based on what's agendized and then whatever the ultimate motion makes it. The city manager will not be able to direct us on what to do.
But it's related, isn't it, city attorney?
I'm actually unclear of what you're asking. Can you repeat what you're asking?
So among the things that the coalition is asked is budget for them to continue their work.
But,
you know.
Is there a specific amount? That's not part of the.
Yeah, so the issue, Councilmember Bana, respectfully, is what is in the agenda report and what the community-based organization stakeholders presented, there's not an alignment. That's what, at least from my perspective, right, from a public policy perspective, right, and from a city procurement perspective, that's what I see as the primary issue. We have a recommended action in a staff report that doesn't completely align with the presentation, so it's like we're talking about apples and oranges.
That's why I'm disappointed that the collaboration between the city
No,
administration liaison and the coalition hasn't. But let's just stop it there.
No, actually,
let's just
no.
stop it
No,
there.
I
Let's come
can't.
up with a solution.
No, with all due respect, right, you placed the item on the agenda. I tried to give you some language for the item. But if you're the author of the item, right, before it goes on the agenda, with all due respect, that should have been your first question to staff is the item ready? And I would have said no. Or if you said, what are the recommendations from the council liaison? I would have provided that context.
I'm not going to argue
Right,
tonight.
so but you're making it seem like no one is being malicious. I believe in the body of work that everyone is working on, and I don't want to feel like we as staff are being pitted against our community groups because we value them, we respect you, and we want to work in collaboration with them. I'm saying that there was a process, public policy issue, and I'm trying to figure out how to rectify it right now. So my suggestion would be that we can take it up at the next meeting, and that will give us time to talk to the city staff that have been working on this, to talk to the community stakeholders, and to try to put something in a PowerPoint slide. It probably won't be in the staff report for the meeting on the 3rd to provide some additional context on what might be appropriate next steps. And then the council also needs to decide, right? These were really good points that were raised. If this is not going to be a task force that has Brown Act requirements, that is different for us to say, oh, here's funding to do something for a task force that doesn't have Brown Act requirements. That hasn't been our past practice. The past practice is that's a Brown Act body. So that's something that we probably need to talk about. Do the folks want it to have a Brown Act body? Or do they not? Or do they just, right? So those are all the questions.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good questions there as well. I want to move us forward. We're out of time for debate until we get a motion. So I want to entertain a motion, and then we can continue debating if we need to, based on the motion that gets put on the floor. So do we have a motion for this item?
I would like to put a
We don't have a
motion
motion.
that we accept the presentation and we direct steps to add this recommendation to the budget with how we can do, with a specific recommendation about how we can continue to do this body of work for the city.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Then we can continue debating based on the motion. Madam Clerk, will you mind reading the motion back to us?
Okay. Let's see. Okay, you want to bring the recommendation to the budget hearing, right?
Accept the presentations.
Okay, accept the recommendations and bring.
Direct steps to add these in the budget recommendations and
On how to continue?
and also directions on how to continue this body of work.
Okay, all right, so that is a motion on the floor. We will be able to debate based on the item on the floor. Councilmember Robinson, your hand was up.
I felt like this isn't the first time that we've gotten to a place where I think very well-intentioned council members want to move an item that they believe in strongly, that all of us believe in strongly, but it includes the direct allocation of public funds to a specific entity. And I think that, as I'm understanding it, City Manager Curl, I believe that's the issue, is that appropriation to a specific entity without a competitive process, whether that be a competitive grant process or a competitive RFP, RFQ process, is the thing that runs, that becomes in violation of our procurement processes. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And so I think that's the thing that we need to wrestle with. And I just wanted to kind of name it. I have seen people who are very well-meaning violate this rule because they believe in the work of an organization, and they believe that we have an issue that's facing us that is, so important that we can just violate the rule. But it does get the city in trouble with our auditors. And I guess what I'd like to do is figure out how to do both, how to move the work forward in a way that is also in alignment with our proper procurement processes. And I believe we don't have to choose. We don't have to choose between whether or not we do good work that's community-based work and other things, and whether or not we follow the proper procurement. I think we can do both. We just need to get a good recommendation from people who know on how to do this properly. So that's my comment. And I just would encourage all of us who have this, really pretty profound power to, make recommendations, try to get other votes to put money towards things that we believe in, things that the city and community members are asking for, that we keep in mind that we want to stay, we want to have good governance that's in alignment with our policies, as we pursue these good efforts. That's it.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Wilson.
I agree with what Councilmember Robinson just said, and the second issue that I said it at the beginning, but I want to make sure it sort of stays on the table from at least, because in addition to the procurement process, it's even once we have a contract with somebody, it's the oversight issue I think also remains, is that as far as I know, every other every other contractor hired by the city through our RFP process is managed by our staff and ultimately by our city council. And the request here is that it would be managed by a community group. And again, I want you to be successful in your work, but it's a good governance question that I'm not sure that that's really how we're supposed to be handling public money, is handling sort of that management and accountability piece. I'm hoping there's a solution, but I don't know what it is.
Thank you. Seeing no other debate, we are going to go ahead and take the roll. And I'm sorry, there's no more public speaking from that there, so now it's all on this side. Sorry, yes. So sorry, we're going to go ahead and go to the vote on the motion that's on the floor.
Okay, Councilmember Brown?
I think I understand the motion. The motion is to
bring it back
bring
during
this
budget
for
session.
Yes, thank you.
Councilmember Bana?
Yes, and thank you, everyone.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
The motion passes with Mayor Martinez absent.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you. Okay. Next item.
Our next item is item P1. And item P1 is to receive a report from the Richmond Promise.
All right, good evening, Vice Mayor Zepeda and members of the Richmond City Council. My name is Christopher Whitmore, and I'm the Executive Director of Richmond Promise. I know we have very limited time. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to be here. And as we get set up on the laptop, I would like to introduce the two very important people on either side of me.
Good evening. Good evening, Vice Mayor Zepeda and City Council members. My name is Andrea Ponce Mata, and I'm proud to serve as the Development Coordinator at Richmond Promise. As a former Richmond Promise scholar and a proud graduate of UC Berkeley, I am thrilled to work for the program that made it possible for me to become the first person in my family to graduate from college. Having attended K-12 schools right here in Richmond, I have a deep and personal connection to this community.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Zepeda and City Council members. My name is Salwa Alcaheli, and I'm a first-generation college graduate from San Francisco State University, class of 2023, and a Richmond Promise alum. And I am currently an executive assistant at Richmond Promise. Thank you.
Thank you both. So I had a presentation, of course, and I'll still run through that. But in order to be mindful of time here, I'm actually going to ask KCRT to play a newly released Richmond Promise video that will communicate what I wanted to share in the bulk of my presentation in a much more concise and, frankly, a much more powerful way. So KCRT, if you're able to, please play the video.
Richmond Promise prepares students to become tomorrow's Bay Area leaders. Our scholarships, coaching, mentoring are more than just services. They're a promise.
Regardless of their background, regardless of their family income or their family's education history, that every young person here in this community has an opportunity to set their own educational and career goals with the confidence that they will be able to accomplish those goals with the community's support and with the community's investment.
Richmond Promise offers scholarships worth $1,500 annually to pursue college or career training.
Over the last 8 years, Richmond Promise has supported nearly 4,000 young people. We've seen our students attend more than 220 colleges and universities, and we've paid out nearly $11 million in scholarships. First thing that students tell me is how much our scholarship has supported them. Help students and their families feel a little bit of relief year after year when it comes to affording tuition.
We also provide workshops for college applications, financial aid applications, college preparedness classes, and coaching and peer mentoring. It all adds up to students who are more likely to attend and graduate from college and succeed in life.
I always knew I wanted to go to college, but it was like, how? Money helped a lot. That money really came in handy. Actually made it feel possible to go to college and to do that college journey. The community that we come from is often like overlooked, but I think I showcase that through my class discussions to show that these experiences and these lived experiences that I've gone through are important to who I am as a person and has shaped me to be who I am and why I'm at USC in the first place. Through college, I found out that I am a really creative, a multi-hyphenate creative. Wherever I end up going, whether that's New York, LA, London, Richmond will always be a part of me and a story that I will always tell.
I learned that they were ultimately there to support us in every way possible. My classes are very fast-paced, workload is extremely heavy, and there's a lot of things to do, and there's not enough of hours in the day. So you really have to figure out how to work around your class schedule, your work schedule, what time to eat, when you're gonna sleep. And the scholarship really just gives students faith into not having to worry so much about the financial aspect. I feel like that worries a lot of students because we've never seen that big of a number. Without them,
I wouldn't be in the position that I'm in today because of how confident I am in these spaces.
College is possible. The future is bright. Join us in making a promise to Richmond for generations to come.
The leaders that are coming back to our communities and the impact that they're having here in our city on a daily basis, and that all together really creates a future city that we can all be proud of by investing in these young people. Thank you very much to KCRT. Thank you for viewing that. And I'll just jump into my presentation as KCRT can bring us to the slide deck. Put the slide deck on the screen. And as you saw in that video, over the past 9, almost 10 years, Richmond Promise has made higher education more accessible for Richmond youth, like Nora pictured and quoted here, and like Sawa and Andrea with us here in person. And the human experience of that impact has been Richmond Promise creating a supportive environment for students, meeting students where they're at on their own individual educational journeys, and overall helping to make higher education more manageable. And at the heart of that impact is and always has been the City of Richmond and the Richmond City Council. So as council members are well aware, Richmond Promise launched in 2016, and we are so grateful that the City of Richmond not only created our organization, but has served as our anchor funder over the past 9 years, sending a clear message to residents across our city that Richmond prioritizes higher education access for all. And with that in mind, Richmond Promise aims to ensure that all students in Richmond excel to and through higher education, reach their career goals, and become leaders in the Richmond community, again, like Andrea and like Sawa and the students who you saw in that video. And we do that work across 4 pillars of support and impact, including college awareness and access programming, the Richmond Promise Scholarship, Scholar Success Programming, and career services. We'll go very quickly through these. With our college awareness and access programming, we have full-time staff members and student employees who go into middle school and high school classrooms. And at a very basic level, we're helping students understand what post-secondary education is in the first place, what various pathways exist within post-secondary education, and how students can prepare for their educational futures. Miguel Molina behind me, our Director of Programs and Partnerships, leads that work and has an incredible impact in the school sites, as you see on the screen. We then move into our Richmond Promise Scholarship, which, as you just heard, is $1,500 per year for up to 6 years of a student's undergraduate education. You can see our eligibility requirements on the screen, and while you're taking a very quick look at those, I'll share that the Richmond Promise Scholarship can be used at any not-for-profit, regionally accredited, 2-year college, 4-year college or university, or career technical education program in the United States. Additionally, our scholarship is considered non-competitive, meaning there's no limit to the number of students who we can accept in a given year. So 500 students apply, all 500 students are eligible. We are accepting 500 students, and we are turning nobody away. And lastly, there's no GPA requirement for high school students applying for our scholarship. So our philosophy is that if an institution of higher education is willing to accept you, Richmond Promise is willing to support you. I'll give you a quick look at the students who we have indeed supported over these past 10 years. You can see that we've awarded a scholarship to more than 4,200 scholars in our community, and we are serving 1,300 scholars on average per year. Very quick look at our top colleges by concentration of scholars, and they're reiterating that our scholars have attended more than 220 colleges and universities around the country. So when our scholars go off to Contra Costa College or to UC Berkeley or to Howard University, we don't just leave them on their own to figure out higher education themselves. Instead, we introduce our 3rd pillar of support, being Scholar Success Services, and through the various programs, partnerships, and initiatives that you see on the screen, we help ensure that students are not only accepted into higher education, but that they matriculate into their first year and continue thriving and persisting to the point of earning their degrees and certifications and beginning their careers, which leads us to our fourth pillar of support being career services. We've heard from students over the years that despite pursuing and earning degrees and certifications, they do not feel adequately prepared for career opportunities. And so in response, we have recently launched a new career accelerator program called RP Leads, designed to better prepare our scholars for career track employment. And I'll just briefly mention here before moving on that we have two great internship partnerships. One with the City of Richmond's YouthWorks program, connecting our scholars with internships right here with the City of Richmond and helping our scholars understand and learn about what great careers exist working here with the city. And the other is with Health Career Connection, connecting our scholars with public health related internships, again, many of which are right here in the Richmond community, serving Richmond residents. This is just a very quick look, council members, at where some of our alumni work. We are very proud that several of our alumni have come back to work at Richmond Promise and push this work forward for future generations of learners. And we're also proud that our alumni have come back to work for the City of Richmond. And just a very quick note that the work that we've done over the past 10 years has not only created a meaningful impact here in the Richmond community, but the City of Richmond and Richmond Promise together have also established a meaningful impact at a national level as pioneers and leaders of the National College Promise movement. And so that was a very quick overview of our impact from a human and program perspective. And I'm going to just take a quick dive into our finances and our organizational management to continue building upon our impact story. You can see here on the left-hand side of your screen, these are our expenses since 2016. And you can see those expenses total $21.7 million with $12.5 million or 57.9% of our total expenses being scholarships paid out to students. We're very proud of that. You can see our revenue since 2016 amounts to more than $7.7 million. And I'll point out a couple quick things about the number that you see there. First, it of course does not include ECIA seed funding from the City of Richmond. Second, that $7.7 million number does not include in-house fundraising revenue from 2024, which was a strong fundraising year for us. And third, that total revenue covers 84.6% of all non-scholarship expenses. And that's significant for us because we've been diligent as an organization to ensure that we are fundraising in order to offset our non-scholarship expenses, which means that as much of the City of Richmond's investment as possible has been going directly to student scholarships and not to the other costs associated with running our organization. And so as proud as we are of our financial management and our fundraising efforts, we've learned some hard truths over the last 10 years about what it takes to run a College Promise program, and particularly a scholarship operation of our scale. First being that administering a community-wide scholarship is incredibly expensive and difficult to sustain without an anchor funder. And building upon that point, we've learned through a lot of trial and error that foundations and corporations overwhelmingly favor program and general operating funding over scholarship funding. So the bulk of that $7.7 million that we've been able to raise over the last 10 years has actually been for programmatic and general operating purposes and not for scholarship funding, where frankly, Richmond Promise critically needs support over the next several years in order to sustain our organization for future generations of learners and for future families seeking our support. So with that in mind, I'm going to begin to wrap up my presentation, and I'm going to do so with our organizational sustainability. Richmond Promise is committed to maintaining a thriving Promise program for Richmond students and families for generations to come. And in order for us to do that, we have set a goal for ourselves to raise $4 to $5 million per year in order to continue our operations. And within that, we are seeking support from an anchor funder in order to continue our scholarship funding for students. Also worth noting here, we have a goal to raise our scholarship from $1,500 per year to approximately $2,000 per year to make up for the lost value that our scholarship has had over the last several years. And the last thing I'll mention on this slide is that we are continuing, of course, as we work towards sustainability, to continue to pursue individual, foundation, and local business funding in order to maintain a diverse support base for our organization. And we believe as we work towards the next couple of years of sustainability, that there are continued opportunities for the City of Richmond and Richmond Promise to work together towards our common goals. And this table here gives you a sense of just how critical public funding has been for the College Promise movement nationwide. Of the 336 College Promise programs in the United States with specified funding, you can see that 150 of those, or 44.6% of those College Promise programs, are almost exclusively funded by municipal or state dollars. And here in the state of California, of the 92 College Promise programs in our state, 64% are publicly funded. And as we move into the next several years with this current presidential administration, and even beyond the time that this administration is in office, it will be of consistent importance for local communities to continue stepping up to support College Promise programs. And you can see just some of the reasons why threats to cut Pell Grant funding, cuts to local school districts, fear of seeking resources due to immigration status, and federal student loan policies are all continuing to threaten students' progress in educational equity, and it's continuing to threaten students' progress when it comes to earning their degrees and certifications to support their lives and the lives of their families and their lives of communities. So we see a great opportunity to continue working together, aligning our goals, and to ensure that future generations of learners here in the city of Richmond continue to have a Promise program that can help support them to and through higher education, just as thousands of our students have received such support. And lastly, as I conclude, I just want to make a couple quick acknowledgments. First, I would like to acknowledge our incredible staff who have literally changed the lives of so many young people here in our community. I don't say this lightly, but our staff members are looked at as heroes in the eyes of our scholars and in the eyes of their family members. And we've got a handful of our staff members behind me that I want to thank for their work that they do every day. Next, I want to thank our dedicated board members for the ways in which they step up to help our organization accomplish our goals. I want to particularly acknowledge City Manager Shasta Curl, who has been on our board for several years and has been a fantastic representative of the City of Richmond, and of course a fantastic advocate for our scholars. And lastly, and as I conclude, I want to thank you, the City of Richmond and the Richmond City Council, again, for not only creating our organization, but for providing hope to thousands of young people here in our community that despite the fact that no one in their family had been in college before, and despite the fact that their family did not know how they would be able to afford higher education, they have been given the hope that they can find a way to achieve and accomplish their educational and career goals with the help and with the support of their community. And so I want to thank you so much for your leadership. And with that, we will conclude and take any questions that you have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Do we have any public comments?
We have one speaker, Cordell Hendler.
So good evening again, Vice Mayor Cepeda, Council. Cordell Hendler, for the record, is a Richmond resident. So thank you, Christopher, for this presentation. All I can say was, wow, this presentation is wonderful. So I will be attending the celebration tomorrow evening. So hopefully you all come out and support these young people, because after listening to this presentation, I said, now this is remarkable. this is very remarkable work. So I commend Shasta Curl for being on the board and the Richmond Promise staff. So that's all I have to say.
There are no more speakers.
No speakers, thank you. Colleagues, do we have any comments? Goodness, here. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Amazing. And for the video, it covers so much. I'm a proponent for higher education, and it seems like every single barrier that one may encounter trying to navigate higher ed, it seems as if you guys knocked that down and created stepping stones for the young people. So I truly appreciate that. I had an opportunity to speak with you, Mr. Whitmore, to learn more about the program, and I was just taken aback because had I had some of those resources at hand and readily available, I wouldn't have hit so many roadblocks, but I'm able to provide Richmond Promise now as a resource to young people that I encounter. I did have one question. You sort of covered it. You mentioned that it was a loss of value to the scholarships. The question was there anything that continued to resurface that prompt the increase from the 1,500 to the 2K?
Thank you for that question. Yes, so our scholarship over the bulk of the last decade has remained fixed at $1,500 per year. And as cost of living, as the cost of attending higher education has increased, we have lost value in our scholarship because we have not made proper adjustments to make up for those increases. The approximate $2,000 increase comes, or not increase, the approximate $2,000 scholarship amount comes into play because when taking into account the consumer price index, the cost of living index, and the cost of attending higher education, that adjustment would roughly be about $500 more that students would need in order to get us back to the original value of our scholarship, say, 7-8 years ago.
Yeah.
And so that's why we've set that approximate increase, that new amount to $2,000.
Okay, thank you. That was my only question because I could boast about you all's program all night, but I might bore people. But thank you so much for everything that you do and the fact that everyone qualifies. Come on, continue the work. I love it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Councilmember Robinson.
I'm going to echo that. I'm a big proponent of higher education where when it's the right thing for young people. I feel like they should have all the support in the world to make it happen. I know how stressful it was for me to try to make it through college with so many financial unexpected. I did have a full scholarship, but the full scholarship, you think it doesn't actually pay for every single thing. Like books, other things make it extremely stressful to keep going. So this is the kind of thing that helps to relieve that stress so that you can deal with yourself in higher education, which is a whole other thing. So I do have some questions about, I'm sure you might have gotten scared from that previous presentation to say some things more directly, but I know that the funding that started the program is winding down and coming to an end. Is that ending this year or next year? When does the ECIA kind of seed funding that has funded most of these scholarships end?
Thank you for that question. So we have received our last seed funding contribution from the City of Richmond, and with the remaining funding that we have a runway of around 5 to 6 years before our organization would close, and I say that wanting to acknowledge that we would, of course, have an opportunity to significantly adjust our operation in order to extend our life, but in doing so, we would in some ways make our organization less equitable than what it's intended to be, and we don't want to end up in that point. We want to continue having a community-wide organization that all students who want to seek higher education opportunities can be eligible for. And we want to retain an anchor funder in order to make that happen. But if we are unable to secure an anchor funder, again, our runway currently is about 5 to 6 years. And so we want to come here now and have this conversation with our original anchor funder, because we want to start evaluating and finding our ways forward before we hit perhaps 2028 or 2029, and we don't have these opportunities lined up to sustain our organization.
And another question kind of along that lines, you mentioned that the anchor funder you're looking for would provide $4 to $5 million a year. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
So thank you for that question. We as an organization have a goal of raising $4 to $5 million per year in general. An anchor funder for us, we would love to receive about half of that support. And we particularly want to receive support for our scholarship funding, which again is the most difficult component of funding to raise and sustain as a College Promise organization. So, we don't want to just go to an anchor funder and say, "Can you give us all of the funding that we need?" We want to diversify. We have been investing in ourselves to be able to go out and fundraise more and be able to boost our portfolio in that way. But again, seeking an anchor funder who can help us with that scholarship funding in particular would be very meaningful and very substantial in us sustaining as an organization.
And that ask, just to make sure that I have it right, is $2 to $2.5 million per year.
Correct. Yes.
And I don't understand exactly how the Richmond Promise exists. Is it an independent nonprofit? Like what is it?
We are a 501c3 nonprofit organization. We were created by the city of Richmond, and the city then established us as a 501c3.
Mm-hmm. And so for the past 10 years, the way that the funding has worked is that this independent 501c3 has been given money from the ECIA grant to run the scholarship program kind of for the city of Richmond. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. So when the ECIA agreement was approved by the council, the $90 million community investment agreement, it earmarked $35 million specifically. And then myself, former city manager Gabino Arredondo, and other staff, we helped set it up. And then we had bylaws created and so forth. And so then it became a separate standalone nonprofit. And then the ECIA agreement sort of overarching is administered by Deputy City Manager White. And then I, for this particular, because of the bylaws and the way, because the council had stated that this is what it wanted to do with the $35 million, it also required and provided a seat for the city manager as a member of the board on the nonprofit. And so that's how it's been set up and how it was approved by the council. And as well, the council had a lot of input into the programmatic design. There was a series of study sessions, and the city council provided policy direction that helped shape the initial administration. But since that time, it's had a full nonprofit board of its own, and I'm personally very appreciative of everyone who volunteers and has volunteered over the years to serve on the board, and it's really been a pleasure. They're a very first-rate organization, but I thought for full transparency that it was important to disclose. It also does in the staff report that I'm a member of the board, just for clarity and transparency.
Yeah. One final question. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. It really helps to paint the picture. One final question is, with the ECIA sunsetting, what will the relationship of Chevron be to the Richmond Promise going forward? And what is that relationship in terms of their participation? I see they have a seat on the board, but also what is their participation in terms of funding?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Robinson. Yes, so Chevron does have a seat on our board, and that was a component of our bylaws that Richmond Promise was essentially handed. And beyond that, there really is not a relationship between Chevron and Richmond Promise. Chevron has not been a funder of Richmond Promise. We have received employee contributions from Chevron employees. These are individuals who, similar to City of Richmond staff, have decided they want to donate a portion of their paycheck to Richmond Promise. And in those instances, Chevron has provided an employee match based on those individual donations. But beyond that, Chevron has not contributed to our organization. And again, beyond our presence of a Chevron staff member on our board, there has not been a relationship between the two entities. You had another question or another portion of your question that I might have missed? Maybe I didn't.
I just wondered if they played a role in other things besides, thank you for clarifying the
Yeah.
financial question. That was what I thought I'd heard, but I wasn't sure if that was correct. And then I didn't know if they played a role in, the kind of structure of the organization, the management of the organization, the programmatic content.
Yeah, there's no programmatic relationship between Chevron and the City of Richmond Promise. Sorry, their board member has one vote on our board like everyone else, and that's really the extent of our relationship with Chevron.
Thank you. And thank you for all your work. It's
Thank you.
really, for kids who grew up in Richmond like me, I feel like I wish we had this when I was trying to go to college initially. It would have really been helpful. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you for the presentation. I agree with my colleagues in the council that it's a wonderful program, and one of my favorite things about it is the fact that everyone qualifies, that it's not a competitive thing. I think philosophically, I think that's a beautiful thing, which is too rare these days. And so I'm not going to pepper you with questions about your structure because you're coming here just to present an overview of the organization, not with specific funding requests. But I'll eventually need to, and I appreciate the mini history of it, but I'll eventually need to understand a little bit better the creation. And if we do continue in a public-private partnership, want to make sure that all the procurement rules and oversight and things are handled appropriately. But we don't need to figure that out tonight because there's no action item in that way. But one thing I want you to consider as a hypothetical or a question for you is if this program, including the staff, were invited to come into the city and become city staff, maybe in the Department of Training and Education, some might be the logical place for it. How would that impact your program, your ability to do the work, to do fundraising? Do you see that? Do you think being part of city staff, because I've heard of other programs that started out as nonprofits. I think ONS started out as a nonprofit, we learned today, and then came in as part of city. It's now part of the city staff. So would that present any barriers or opportunities for you? Like, what do you think? You don't have to make a decision about it today. I'm just your impression of it.
Thank you for that question. I'll just generally say that I believe if we were to become a city department, we would not then be fundraising externally in other ways. Certainly, perhaps not with the kind of corporate funding that we currently do, or going out and seeking individual donations. And so, without a lot more knowledge beyond that, I would think that if we were to become a city department, we would seek a more holistic amount of funding in order to sustain our work, as opposed to perhaps half of what we are seeking overall in order to sustain our organization. Hopefully that answers your question just based on the information I have presently.
Yeah, all right. Councilmember Bana.
Thank you for an excellent presentation. Very nice and uplifting video. 2 quick questions. What percentage of the budget goes to the expenses of the organization? What percentage goes to grants?
Yeah, and you're talking annually, correct? Not overall. Are you asking about annual from an annual budget?
Staff expenses in general, a rough estimate.
Yeah, without giving you, well, I can say that we have a budget of $4 million per year. $2 million of that is scholarships. Half of that is scholarships. $1 million of that goes towards our program expenses, which again are direct support for scholars, the work that we talked about doing in school sites, the work that we do on college campuses fit within that program expense budget. And then the remaining, $4 million goes towards all other aspects of our organization. So, half of our operating budget per year is directly paid out in scholarships for students. And then 3/4 of our budget per year is a combination of scholarships and direct program support for students. So the bulk of our funding per year is going directly to students' benefit.
Okay, I didn't get actually what percentage goes to operation, what percentage to grants, but if you don't have it, it's okay.
Well, if I can turn to our Chief Operating Officer, Anjani Bonet, if you want to provide a percent breakdown.
If you
We can
find
also,
it, don't worry about it.
for interest of time, also happy to follow up after the meeting and provide that
I thought
information.
you might have a rough figure. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we can talk offline. Also, do you assist students with applying for grants outside of what you provide to them? Applying for grants or applying on their behalf?
That's correct, yes. So we host events, including Cast for College workshops, in which we help students understand how they can afford higher education through scholarships that extend beyond the Richmond Promise scholarship. Additionally, on our website, we've maintained for several years a large list of scholarship opportunities for students, and we regularly encourage those students to utilize other scholarships beyond just the Richmond Promise scholarship, and through other engagement opportunities like Richmond Promise office hours, which our staff host, we also recommend scholarships for students, and we include scholarship information in things like scholar newsletters as well. So, we want our students to get as much money as possible. We want to make higher education as affordable for students as possible, and that includes informing them of resources beyond just what we offer.
Thank you very much. As someone who applied for a $500 grant when I was in community college, I worked on it for a whole week, and I didn't get it. And it left such a deep, bitter memory. I know how important it is.
Absolutely.
That is small amount of money for the whole semester. Anyway, thank you very much for everything you're doing. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from colleagues? Nope. All right, I want to thank you for your time as well. Looking forward to seeing you again.
Thank you.
Have
Thank
a
you very
great
much.
evening. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is item P2, is to introduce an ordinance for first reading to designate fire hazard severity zones within the city of Richmond as recommended by the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, CAL FIRE, Office of the State Fire Marshal.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Cepeda and members of the council. For the record, Aaron Osorio, Fire Chief, Richmond Fire, accompany me tonight.
Dante Wiley, Fire Marshal, City of Richmond Fire Department.
So I'll try to get through this presentation as quickly as possible because in some aspects this is a formality, but it's also something that you're going to really want to understand for members of the community if they ask you questions. So what we're here for tonight in this item is to present what's going to be the first reading of the adoption of the local responsibility area fire hazard severity zone maps. These are of the proposed 2025 updated maps. So I'll give a brief history on what this actually is, what the topic is about. So what are these severity zones that we're here to discuss? Well, per the government code, the State Fire Marshal's Office is mandated to identify different zones based on a consistent statewide criteria that rate the severity of the fire hazard in those zones and what the expected fire behavior or would be in those zones. The most updated version of this code also mandated the addition of not just the very high zone, but they had to add the high and the moderate. And so that's what initiated this current version of the 2025 maps, is the addition of those 2 new zones and a reevaluation of all the zones based on new criteria. The original maps were actually mandated or came about through AB 337 in 1992. That's the original action that required maps to be created, and that was after the Oakland Hills fire. So really quick, there's going to be some terminology I want to make sure everybody understands. You're going to have these maps. The entire state of California was divided into zones. And then within those zones, you have what's called SRA and what's called LRA. The only real difference there is that who's responsible for wildfire prevention and protection in those areas. For us tonight, we will be going over the LRA, or the local responsibility maps, and you as the governing body of the local jurisdiction are the ones that have to adopt these maps. A brief history on kind of how we got here with these zones, because all of these, you'll find that all of these zones, all of these actions that we're being required to take and adopt were all initiated by historical fire behavior in California. Like I said, the original maps in the state were created in 1985, or due to the Panorama fire in San Bernardino. After the Oakland Hills fire in '92, the state was now mandated to identify these zones in the local responsibility area. Between 2007 and 2009, those initial maps were created, and local jurisdictions had to adopt those first maps. Although there was some science behind how those maps were created, it was not to the level of the current process that the maps in 2025 were created. Between 2017 and 18, we all remember experiencing the fires in the North Bay, the Tubbs Fire in Napa and Sonoma counties, and the Camp Fire in Paradise. Over 24,000 structures were lost, over 100 fatalities. And what came out of that was AB 642 and SB 63, which required the State Fire Marshal to reevaluate those maps, add zones besides just the high zone, because there are other zones in descending order of risk and hazard, and then publish those maps, and then the process through AB 211 for local jurisdictions to adopt those new maps, which is really where we're at here today. So how are these zones determined? Really, it was a very scientific process. Like I said, it was the entire state was evaluated. Multiple data inputs were put into modeling. Field test modeling was done. Modeling on how embers spread through wind current, the density of fuel, of vegetation. So the main factors, though, were going to be the last 30 years of significant fire history in an area, the type of vegetation, the predicted flame lengths, the likelihood of embers blowing into an urban area, the proximity to wildland or open space, and then terrain and weather specifically in each area as it relates to extreme fire weather. Like I said, these were the updates to the information that was input into the modeling. And the important thing about that was, as the climate has changed, as fire severity has increased, the old model didn't include some of the most historic fires in California. And that really changed a lot of the modeling, because we had seen fire behavior in the last 10 to 15 years that had never been experienced before. So it was crucial to include these new this historical fire data into this modeling. The other big change in this version of the maps that was important to notice is the use of very specific weather. In the past, generalized weather patterns were used for modeling. In this set of maps, very specific weather data as it relates to extreme fire behavior, low humidity, high winds, high temperatures, within a certain, I believe it was a 2-kilometer radius of certain points, was evaluated and entered into the modeling. And then lastly, the most significant change in modeling was the firebrand production, or the embers that come off of different types of fuels that burn. Most of what you see as far as structures lost in fires is not because of direct flame impingement, but typically is because embers get into voids in homes and in structures and ignite flammable materials next to a building, and that's where the bulk of the fire loss starts, with structures, and from that point it goes from house to house. So these two new inputs really changed the way the models came out. They broke it up into urban and wildland settings. I'll just touch on the urban zones. Zones that had at least islands of 20 acres or greater of vegetation within an urban setting. Their proximity to homes, proximity to open space was another consideration. And like I said, the ember production, wind speed, topography, all these things were inputted into the modeling. We get to more specific within the city of Richmond. This is going to be the breakdown of the new zones. What you'll see in this chart is we now have the 3 zones. The different zones, and I'll cover later, have different requirements. But what you are aware of that we currently do, the inspections, that's just for the very high zone. That's not changing under this new map. So you look at very high in that category, we have 1,661 parcels that would be subject to the same inspection we currently do under the current zones. And so that's actually a reduction, because right now we inspect approximately 2,900 parcels every summer. Excuse me. The other thing about this, because there's multiple zones, we have a number of parcels, 684 parcels, that have more than one zone within their parcel. So maybe your backyard is very high, but your structure or your home falls into the high. So for those occurrences, we will be defaulting to the highest zone within your parcel. This is the current map was adopted in 2009. Everything to the east side of the city came from the state map, from the state fire marshal, in that initial rollout of maps between 2007 and 2009. What you'll see on the west side of the town, which is Point Richmond, the Chevron footprint, parts of North Richmond and Point Pinole, were added through an adoption of a city ordinance in '95 to the zones. So they were included in the 2009 adoption. Those zones were added at the fire administration at the time at their recommendation. It was a best estimate based on previous fire behavior, proximity to wildland, open space, things of that nature. And it was in response in '95. You got to realize that was 3 years after the Oakland Hills fire. So it was out of an abundance of caution, these areas were added. But there was no real scientific data that supported adding these two western areas of the city into the maps. But we have continued this way up until today. This version of the map here is the 2025 map. This is just the state-identified zones that fall within the city of Richmond jurisdiction. So you'll notice that it actually shrunk in a lot of areas, and I'll go over that in the next slides. But you added zones, and especially in District 4, you'll now have multiple zones out there, and then they added at a moderate level Point Pinole Regional Park. That doesn't necessarily have a lot of impact on us because all of that property is actually East Bay Regional Park's property. And it's not subject to defensible space inspections because it's in the moderate zone, it's not in the very high zone. Notable addition in the zone to very high is going to be this small neighborhood in East Richmond Heights. They were never on the previous map as a zone. You'll see all three zones are here in this graphic. So you're going to have off of Ralston, Sonoma, Esmond, up in that area right there. So there's a few parcels up there that will be now subject to defensible space rules and inspections or zone 1 and 2 requirements. There was 3 significant downgrades in the zones. So on the left side there is a sliver of City of Richmond property or a parcel within the city limits that runs across Hillcrest, almost to San Pablo Avenue, and up to the park near Bonita Court. That all used to be very high and now has been reduced to only half of it staying very high and then staggering down to high and moderate. Also, the neighborhood directly behind De Anza High School, at the end of Santa Rita Road and Morante Court. That area was also downgraded. That entire area used to be very high and is now only a portion of it is high. And the largest change is going to be in District 4 in the May Valley, Carriage Hills area. The actual footprint of the zones didn't change a lot, but the severity of the zones did. So the very high or the red was scaled back, but everything that was red still falls under one of the lower zones in this area. You also notice that Carriage Hills in the center of the development was downgraded into moderate. So, but the rest of that is it will stay the way it was, largely due to the topography and its proximity to open space. The $1 million question is, what does it mean for each zone? What's the requirements? So this chart is an easy way to break it down. On the right side, that's the LRA requirements for local jurisdictions. Right now, the rules in the very high zone, the most significant one that impacts most members of the community, is our annual defensible space inspections. We require zone 1 and 2 defensible space. That's 30 to 100 feet from your home, varying levels of vegetation management I'll go over later. All of these other items are related more to new construction. So 7A requirements would be the type of materials that could be used in a high severity zone. These are non-flammable construction requirements. The fire safe regulations are going to be similar. They're going to be construction requirements. They're also going to be handling things like water supply, road widths for emergency access, things of that nature. So the other items are more for new developments. Because of the way we are kind of locked in with development, we're less likely to encounter some of those issues. There's also disclosures. If you're going to sell your home in these areas, you must, it's an AB 38 inspection, and you must pass a defensible space inspection conducted by the fire department in order to be signed off to proceed with the sale of your home in the very high zone, which we anticipate is going to be one of our best ways to get certain types of compliance that we might not otherwise get if you weren't selling your home. For the lower zones, really just requires us to adopt these maps. In the high, you still have the 7A requirements and the hazard disclosure, but there is no defensible space requirements, and then nothing in the moderate other than adopting these maps. I've already touched briefly on the requirements, but building code, from California Building Code, Chapter 7A, it's for building standards for new construction in the wildland and urban interface areas. It's going to talk about things like certain types of windows, certain types of siding, certain types of roofing, those types of requirements. The fire safe regulations, like I said, bring up or pertain to things such as road width, water supply, hydrants, signage, things of that nature. This is our current defensible space standards that we enforce or inspect to. Like I told you, it's zone 1 and 2. So basically 0 to 30 feet out is going to be one requirement. 30 to 100 feet out will be a second requirement of different techniques for preparedness. The most notable things about Zone 1 is your grass has to be 4 inches or less, removing all the dead vegetation, tree limbing, things of that nature, chimney, spark arresters, things like that. Zone 2 starts to get into the arrangement of fuels, cutting ladder fuels, the arrangement horizontally and vertically of trees and shrubs. What we anticipate is in 2025, the state will mandate Zone 0. It's already been, an executive order has been put out for the SRA to come up with a plan. The assumption is that's going to apply to all very high, but there is going to be some unique challenges in the urban setting in enforcing Zone 0, largely because of the proximity of how the houses are to each other. Some of these requirements would be very difficult to meet, and if you can meet them, they could be very costly to the homeowner and how they get there. So currently this is a best practice, Zone 0, but it's not a requirement. It's not mandated by law or by the code to enforce Zone 0 in the city of Richmond. Briefly, the timeline, the state releases the maps. They had a 30-day timeline for us to post the maps for public viewing and comment. Within 120 days of receiving the maps, the governing body had to adopt these maps, which is where we're at now. And then after the adoption happens, we have 30 days to submit the final packet, which includes the resolution, the ordinance, and all public comment to the Board of Forestry. So for us, this timeline started February 24th. That's when we received the maps from the state. It was a phased out release, depending where you were in the state. We posted the maps, we created a website and posted the maps and public comments portal on March 21st. Tonight we're doing a presentation and the first reading of this. The goal is to come back for a second reading and adoption on June 3rd, and that will allow us to submit our packets July 1 to the Board of Forestry. There was a lot of community outreach that went on to try to educate folks about these maps. I highlighted some of the main items we did here. We created that website, like I said, that allowed folks to look at the maps and put comments in. The maps are advertised through the city manager's weekly report, through the city manager's newsletter. Digital flyers went out in Spanish and English on all platforms that the fire department has on April 4th and 7th. On April 18th, informational postcards with QR codes and the website were mailed to every single parcel in any zone. So it was nearly 3,000 flyers.
4,800, Chief.
So everybody was informed that had a parcel that was impacted of this portal they can go to look at. The website had all the information that we had about the maps for the community. There was nothing that we got that they didn't have the ability to view. The other thing that we didn't actually add on here, there was 3 community meetings. There was a presentation to the Point Richmond Neighborhood Council. There was a presentation to the RNCC. There was another presentation to the May Valley.
West Contra Costa Fire Safe Council.
Okay, it was a Fire Safe Council. And then there was, we presented information about it at the open house. So there was 4 community outreach, actual meetings specific to this topic where community members could ask questions. So just as a reminder, recommended action tonight is that we're introducing this as a first reading of an ordinance. And the goal is to come back June 3rd for the final adoption and the second reading so we can complete our packet and submit it to the state.
Chief, thank you for that presentation. Madam Clerk, do we have any public speakers? I think Cordell left.
No, he did.
He's there. Can't see him, he's behind the...
There are no public speakers.
Cordell, what happened? All right. Then with that, we'll go to council members'
comments? Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you so much for the presentation and all the work. I have 3 questions, I think. One is, did you present this to the Richmond Neighborhood Council? Richmond Heights?
No, not specifically to that group. I do know there was members that attended some of the other meetings, but as a body, no, we did not.
It will be good to present there because a lot of like the new part that is added, especially in that, is that area on Richmond Heights, and like Jim Hanson is the president, so it will be good if you agendize a meeting with them because it's the new area.
Okay,
Thank
we'll
you.
reach out.
Second question, what happens if a city doesn't adopt this?
You have the wrath of the state of California come down on the city. Well, it's in the code. It was supported by legislation, so nobody's tested that yet. The state just says, you're not thinking of not adopting, are you? But ultimately, it could be enforced. Other requirements by the state, if a city doesn't meet them, the state will send their own representatives to complete the required action and then bill at market rate the city for the same work the city could have done. So in this situation, potentially you could have a task force of state fire inspectors come down, do what we would normally do, and then bill us for all the man hours that they spent doing the inspections.
So basically, we don't have an option here.
There's no choice.
You are just like,
It would not.
okay.
I would recommend on not doing it.
And then the last question is, in the new areas that were not before, what are the implications of the homeowners in these areas?
So like I said, it's just going to be in East Richmond Heights, and in the very high, I don't even think it's 20 parcels. I think it's less than that. I'd have to pull up the GIS material. For them, currently, under the current rules, it's the zone 1 and 2 defensible space. So keep your lawn mowed. If your grass is dead, trim dead vegetation away. Trim your lower limbs. Make sure there's a spark arrestor on your chimney if you have a fireplace that you use. Move your wood piles away from your home. Basic general landscaping cleanliness is a real requirement right now because the rules haven't changed.
Okay, just new. We are adding new.
The new rules, under the new rules, I think it's going to be interesting to see what the state, if they go just a blanket zone 0 requirement, it could be difficult for a lot of residents to comply. Your fencing can't be within 5 feet of your home. So now you would have to change your fencing to wrought iron fencing. If you don't have 5 feet between your property line and your home, now your entire fence needs to be changed to wrought iron, right? So there's so many nuances into what zone 0 could be and what the requirement can be. It's really hard to project right now without knowing what the state rule is yet. They haven't made their final decision, how we're supposed to apply those requirements in an urban setting. They're very easy to apply in the rural setting because you usually have acreage between parcels. So you could do, excuse me, you can do these measures logically. But when you have 8 feet between homes and a fence that splits that in half, you'd have to pay thousands of dollars to get your fence replaced. You'd have to change your windows. You have to remove all of your pottery from underneath a window. Nothing flammable within 5 feet. So there's potentially a lot of impacts that could happen if zone 0 is mandated by the state.
Well, I hope that if they mandate it, they also have a budget item to support homeowners to do these changes, because otherwise it will be really difficult to comply when people don't have the means to do it. So
yeah, I think CAL FIRE has been trying to do the CAL FIRE grants for folks that live in the wildland area that fall under the SRA.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Councilmember Bana.
Thank you for the presentation, even though it's just a formality. Quick question. You said that the properties in very high fire hazard severity zone, when they're being sold, there's a point of sale ordinance that they need to comply with some regulations? How does it work?
It's AB.
Yes, so there was an Assembly bill passed, Assembly Bill 38. So every property that is within the very high fire severity zone has to complete a AB 38 inspection, which is overseen by a member of the fire department. For us, we have a specific fire inspector, as you know very well, Fire Inspector Noah Brownlow, who's our Woolley fire inspector. He goes out and he completes these inspections as of right now.
So my question is, suppose there's a transaction going on, it's an escrow, does the title company inform the fire marshal?
Yes.
How's the process triggered?
As of right now, what happens is the realtors will reach out to the Fire Prevention Services Division, and then we'll go ahead and assign those to Inspector Brownlow.
Okay, we need to talk a little more offline, and I just wanted to thank Fire Chief Osorio for being a part of the Wildfire Safety Ad Hoc Committee, and we hope to bring, more suggestions to the City Council with regards to Zone 0 safety and other issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Brown.
Thank you so much for the presentation and always being so mindful about the verbiage and acronyms, not assuming that we all know what they mean, but I'm happy because as I'm listening to the presentation, I'm able to identify and oh, I know. So I'm just excited to be a part of the ad hoc committee, have learned so much and able to share information from a point of information to the residents of Richmond being informed. I just had one quick question regarding the public comment section and the outreach that you all did. Was there any, a common or recurring theme that came up for residents?
The most common theme was issues with the website. So we had mailers that went out on the 18th of April that had a little QR code on the back. And so typically when you have a QR code, you access it using your smartphone or your iPhone. And because of the amount of JPEGs within the images on the website, the pixelation was a problem. So the majority of the comments I shouldn't say the majority, but the comments that we received that could be perceived as negative were because of issues with the website on some type of mobile device.
Okay. And did we address that to make it more accessible for folks who are kind of technological?
In the community meetings, once we identified that,
okay,
we strongly encouraged individuals to go back onto a computer. There were just too many tools to effectively use them on a mobile device. There was GIS files, there was mapping, software interfaces, there was tools to see before and after, there was videos. It was just a lot of information to try to access on a mobile device. So we tried to counter that through our public comments or public meetings and reminding folks, please try to go this route if you want to view it. Because there really was nothing wrong with it. It just wasn't the ideal platform or the method to access it.
Some of us are a little technologically declining these days. Everything is new. A new thing happens every day. But thank you so much. That was it.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions? Seeing none. All right, I'll ask a couple here. Thank you as well for the presentation. Point Richmond is that area is now being moved. I know the answers, but I want to make sure we put it out there, but also for my colleagues to kind of learn from why some areas were moved and removed. You kind of explained it already there, but they were removed. The area by Hilltop, both in District 2, is predominantly in East Bay Regional Parks District area, right? Point Pinot. And that was moved from red to yellow. So it was downgraded.
The original, that was never identified in previous maps by the state as a risk, as a hazard area. This is the first time Point Pinot Park has been on the state map. But I'll let the fire marshal speak to your other half of your question.
Thank you.
The 2009 maps were actually never formally adopted by the city. To what reason, I don't know. I don't know why I wasn't here at the time. But as far as Point Richmond, what I'll say is the plan moving forward is to create, I'm not going to say a special district because that has different connotations, but a wildfire preparedness zone or area within Point Richmond that will encapsulate Point Richmond and also Point Malati, because we understand that there are challenges regarding infrastructure in those areas, and we want to make sure that the citizens in those areas will be able to be protected in case of a wildfire event, but also anything that gets built in that area will be up to code as far as 7A standard, and also because it's going to be a special zone, we'll be able to enforce our defensible space standards.
If I could add to that too, Vice Mayor, there is, we could not add that as a very high zone in Point Richmond or anywhere else in the city without substantial scientific evidence to back up our request. And given the lengths that the state went to identify these areas, there's no way we were going to meet that burden of proof. So the only thing we could increase it to is high or moderate, which came along with no real requirements. So it didn't really serve a purpose. The other thing that we were concerned with is that old area in Point Richmond, it was snapped on lines of convenience. It was basically our response map that was overlaid. And there was homes in there that had nothing to do with the wildland area that were being subjected to defensible space inspections. I mean, they had homes in North Richmond, and the city's portion of North Richmond that fell under that zone. That made no sense. And we wanted to be mindful as a fire department that we stayed in the driver's seat about what the requirements would be and not leave it to the whim of the state to say you have to do these requirements even though we as a city chose to include them. So by updating this ordinance, it allows us to maintain reasonable measures for preparedness and prevention without being tied to the state rules, which might go to zone 0. So, and then have a much more focused area that will be part of this, which would most likely be the parcels that are directly adjacent to the East Bay Regional Parks property in the Point, excuse me, the Point, and areas that are right adjacent to the Chevron property. And Chevron would also be encompassed into this area, this map that we're going to define, because we actually have a vegetation management plan and inspection that we do with Chevron every year that they're well on their way to completing for this year, but we want to capture all of those areas in our own city ordinance.
Thank you. Now, the new map, again, has East Bay Parks and at the Hilltop area, and we have, even though it's within the city of Richmond, I believe we have no jurisdiction over them. Can you explain to us what would happen in that instance there?
Are you referring to Point Pinole?
Yeah, sorry, Point Pinole. I see it in my head. I'm pointing in my head.
Yeah, Point Pinole.
Thanks for reading my mind.
Because they are a special district, there's different rules that apply. We can't force them to do the same measures we could force a private property owner to do that isn't a special district. What we do have jurisdiction over is any structure within their park. Say they had an office or a station, we are allowed to enforce defensible space directly adjacent to those properties or those structures, but we are not allowed to mandate or dictate the type of vegetation management techniques they apply to the wildland or open space of their park district.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And if this council wanted to add any additional areas, what would be the process to do so?
We probably have to talk offline and come up with a boundary and what your expectation was in that area. If it was, as far as the state goes, it's defined already. The state defines what the requirements are. So I would want to confirm, are you trying to have us add it to the state map, or are you trying to have it add it to the updated ordinance we're going to come back to you with?
I have no particular areas that I want to add.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying in case anybody wants to add, because last time we spoke, it was a much longer, bigger process, and they wouldn't make it for this particular deadline, just because there were some comments out there, or some people saying, well, I want to be added back. and then letting them know it's actually better that you don't. You can still do the defensible area, treat your home as it is, but you don't have that regulations coming down on you or your neighbors because it will become much more expensive. The windows you're going to have to replace. You were mentioning earlier the fences, removing some very old trees. These are huge trees around different areas that are costly, $10,000 to $15,000 per tree. Once we start talking about this, and they decide, okay, don't put me back in. But just kind of want to put it out there that it's a big process, and it's actually might be better that we don't. And maybe we can do a special district or like something if we wanted to do something different. So
When we come back to update the ordinance, we'll come in with a proposed boundary for this special fire zone, city fire zone, and can either be adopted by the council as is, as presented, or if you like any changes, we can always go back to the map and adjust those boundaries and come back with a revised one. I think that's probably the best time to do that, where we can kind of have a give and take where you want to move the lines to.
perfect. Thank you. No further questions. I do see Councilmember Bana has another question. Okay.
Thank you. Just quick comment, Mr. Vice Mayor, that I disagree with you that not being in a zone is beneficial because you don't spend money. You may, first of all, it just raises public awareness if you're in the zone. Second, you may qualify for some grants or other resources. And third, which I would like to turn it into a question to our fire chiefs, is that insurances, for clarification, have their own maps, as far as I understand. If you could talk about that.
Correct. These are hazard maps, not risk maps. Insurance companies use risk maps. Currently, these are not the type of maps that the insurance industry uses. But I will qualify that with there's nothing preventing them from using these moving forward. There is no law or rule that says that they don't have access to them. They will be public record. And as the insurance industry is under more scrutiny on how it does business in the state of California, they will be asked to justify their actions more than they are now. And there's nothing saying that these don't become one of the many tools they might use in the future, but currently these are not part of the insurance industry's risk assessment of your property.
Thank you. Yeah, insurance companies have their own maps, their own regulations and everything. And we should strongly support, actually, government regulations for public safety. And just for the sake of public information, the East Bay Fire Safe Alliance, which comprises different fire safes in West Contra Costa, Berkeley, Alameda, thinks that these maps are too conservative, have not considered many factors and elements, and should be way more than what they show. But that's a different topic. Just wanted to put it out there. Thank you very much.
All right, we have Councilman Robinson.
Actually, I have my questions answered just in the last
Just a second. Perfect. All right. Turn myself off. This item is to receive or introduce an ordinance. Do we need a motion? Right, so I'll entertain a motion to accept.
I move to accept, what's the language?
Is it the introduction of the ordinance? Is that
Introduction
what
of
it'll be?
this ordinance? Yeah.
Perfect. All right, thank you.
I
Do we have a
second.
second? All right, do we have a motion and a second? Do we have any other?
And who made the second? Sorry. Okay.
Councilmember Brennan? Do we have any other debate or questions? Seeing none, closing debate. Madam Clerk, if you can please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bana?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
Motion passes with Mayor Martinez absent.
Thank you.
Next item is item P3. And that item is to receive the draft written report regarding advanced life support, first responders feasibility study, and direct staff to pursue next steps for implementing the recommended service models as outlined by the Matrix Consulting Group.
Not sure if KCRT is going to come out and update the laptop. Oh, I see it on there. All right, I'll just have them guide me through it. Okay. We're good. Thanks. I'll just have you scroll through it. Okay.
This is P3.
Yes. Thank you. Good evening again. I'm gonna be tired of talking about it in the night. Thank you for your attention tonight, Vice Mayor Zepeda, members of the council, Aaron Osorio, Fire Chief, City of Richmond Fire Department, and accompanying me tonight is going to be HR Director Sharon Taylor. Together, we're going to present the draft summary of the ALS report and potentially next steps, if you so wish to make the next steps. Sorry, let me move this one here. So before I get started, I do want to link this presentation to some synergistic policies that we have in the city here that I think this proposed program really aligns with two main initiatives that the council has passed previously. So one of them is the health and all policies. Previous council, 2014, established this health and all policies. It was supposed to provide a framework into policy development and incorporate health-centered public policy development. And in particularly, it applies to intervention area number 6, which talks about the quality and accessible health and home services. The other policy or the goals that this aligns with is going to be in the council's strategic goals, area 4 and 5, so specifically improving public safety. 4.3, add and improve emergency response and preparedness. And 5.1, which is ensuring that there is the right staffing level and experience to meet the service goals of the city department. So as an introduction, I just want to kind of lay out some foundation on this program or on this report. This is a very complex topic that has been visited and revisited by the fire department and by the city council a number of different times throughout my tenure with the fire department. But I realize it's a complex topic. There might be the need to come back and have additional presentations or be able to answer questions from the council in other forums later on. I would like to touch on the fact that this is not the first time we're presenting on an ALS program or a paramedic program. In 2005 was the first time we looked at it. There was just a lot of budget constraints and it was not feasible at the time. At that point, the city was coming out of budget cuts and layoffs, and it was not the time to take on a program of this size and expense. In 2007, after we reintroduced and reimplemented auto aid with Calm Fire, since we were running with them jointly for emergency response, and they were paramedic and we weren't, we did look at a program then also, still had some budget constraints that prevented us from moving forward. And then in 2021, when the first round of Measure X request was submitted through the Contra Costa Executive Chiefs, interim Fire Chief Brian Kelly at the time, along with myself, attended the Measure X meeting where we requested $3 million, I believe it was, as seed money to start a paramedic program. The consensus from county chiefs and from members of the Board of Supervisors was that we needed to have something like this, a feasibility study that laid out a pathway and how we were going to get to our goal, which is a paramedic program. And they didn't feel comfortable authorizing the money to come to the city of Richmond without having those things in place. So here we are today. And so with regards to this study here, the Matrix company was, or Matrix Consulting Group was the consultant that was hired to do this study. You remember in 2022, the city directed Matrix Consulting to conduct a city emergency services data and analysis report. That was published in March of 2023 and presented to the council. That report provided a very in-depth analysis of the emergency services system within the city. It was not specific to just fire, it was police, fire, and dispatch. And the findings were presented by them to the council in September of 23. In August of 23, we were asked about submitting a request into Measure X again. And at that time, one of the things we asked for, given our lack of success the first time we went to Measure X, was to ask for money for a feasibility study so we could meet the requirement that they were asking for us to have, which laid out a plan on how we could implement paramedic service. At that meeting, when it was presented to the Board of Supervisors, Chief Burchard from COM Fire was actually in attendance. There was some offline discussion where Chief Burchard and COM Fire actually offered to pay for the study out of the fire district budget because there is implications into the ambulance contract and the alliance between COM Fire and AMR. So they had a vested interest in helping us along the pathway to become an ALS fire department. In February of 26, the Board of Supervisors approved that action. They authorized up to $75,000 to be paid to the Richmond Fire Department to conduct a feasibility study. In May of that year, we amended the contract and authorized Matrix Consulting to conduct and begin that study. And it was supposed to be a study on advanced life support and paramedic first responder feasibility. And it was to look at whether or not this was something that was feasible for the city of Richmond, if it was even needed, and some possible service models that we could utilize to implement a program. And the fire department received a draft, the final, but it's a draft version of the report on April 14th of this year. I think it's important to point out to the council, although this is a very complex program that would take years to implement, this would be the most significant increase in services from the fire department in the last 40 years. There's probably two other landmark times in the fire department, Richmond Fire Department, that are equal. One would be when we became an organized, paid fire department in the early 1900s. In the 80s, when we became EMTs, and if this happens, this would be the third most significant service improvement that the fire department has ever done. And it would have wide-reaching benefits to every segment of the community because we respond to over 15,000 calls of service every year. So this would be something that no matter what district you're in, where you live in the city, you will benefit from having a paramedic service when you call 911. So I just want to summarize the recommended action for this item tonight is to receive this draft report and presentation. And what we're looking for is to get direction from you as a council. Do you want a program? Do you feel this is something you want in the city? Do you feel this is something that is feasible? And do you have any input? If so, do you have any input on the preference on the service model that is deployed? Because there will be a couple of options when it comes to that. Councilmember Brown, you're like, I'm going to do some definitions again so you don't get lost. A lot of acronyms in the EMS world and the emergency medical world when it comes to public safety. So you're going to hear me talk about BLS, that's basic life support. That's what we are now. We are staffed. Every sworn member of the fire department is an EMT. I'll go over later what that means versus ALS, which is advanced life support. That's paramedics. And EMS is going to be the system as a whole, our emergency medical system that we work within. And then a lot of this is going to be governed through the Contra Costa County EMS Agency, which is a division of the health department for the county. They regulate our scope of practice and everything that we do as it relates to emergency medical response within the county falls under their authority. So it's all going to come down to scope of practice. We're currently BLS or EMTs. Our scope of practice is the fundamentals of emergency medical care in the field. So obviously CPR, defibrillation, basic airway management, blood sugar testing, basic trauma treatments, basic medical treatments, and only a handful of drugs or medicines that we can administer. So oxygen, Narcan, oral glucose, epinephrine, and oral aspirin. That's the scope of the medicinal interventions we can do currently. If you compare that to ALS, you do everything in the BLS scope, plus you start adding on cardiac monitoring, cardiac pacing, manual defibrillation, advanced airways, IV treatments, advanced trauma treatments, pain management. There are about an additional 20 medications that can be administered by a medic in the field, and they can be administered in various routes, whether it's an IV, an intramuscular, or oral. So there's many different treatments that get added to our capabilities when we fall into the ALS world. I think it's very important to point out what the climate is like in the county and our neighbors, our neighboring jurisdictions. You'll see that we are the only BLS agency left in the county. And this one included Albany only because it was a neighboring jurisdiction. But every other jurisdiction in the county has either engine-based paramedics, or a few of them, like San Ramon and Moraga, Orinda, actually have transport paramedics or ambulances. But although we are BLS, you'll see that we are the third busiest organization of fire department in the county. So like I said, we're currently at the EMT level or BLS level. Our current paramedic services are provided to us through our transport agency, which is it's referred to as the Alliance. It's a CON-FIRE AMR joint alliance where they have been awarded the contract for paramedic and transport services within Contra Costa County. So as it stands right now, if someone calls 911 for a medical emergency, the fire department responds. We are there typically within 4 to 6 minutes. The standard for the paramedics to get there is contractually, they are allowed 8 to 9 minute response. And with the demands on the system and the shortage of paramedics, those response times have actually gone up since post-COVID. A lot of contributing factors to that. One is the staffing at hospitals, so ambulances can't offload, which means the ambulance is stuck at the hospital with patients and not available to respond in the system. There's also been a shortage of paramedics, so they're struggling to staff up enough units. So there has been some impacts on getting ALS care to the scene in Richmond over the last few years. Why does ALS matter? So, the ALS scope of practice, like I showed before, offers a lot more options, treatment options for the patients. When you get to the EMS world, there's 3 main categories that they use to score or rate EMS care. These are the 3 main categories, so cardiac, trauma, and stroke. Those are the types of incidents that can be, outcomes can be tracked.
Sorry, I don't know that the slides are tracking the same. KCRT, I believe the chief is on slide 11, and we're now watching slide 12. There we go. Thank you.
No, we can go to 12. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you're correct. And so if you look at those 3 categories of care, all 3 of those categories of care are directly impacted by getting ALS on scene sooner. And so really what it equates out to is survival rate. When it gets to these different categories, for cardiac, you're looking at whether or not they have a 30-day survival. For traumas and stroke, you're looking at their outcomes at the end of their care. Really what we're looking for too, excuse me, is consistency within the EMS system. And that's another reason that it's important why ALS matters. Through AutoAid, there's a very robust AutoAid system in West Contra Costa County. We don't really, when it comes to emergency response, look at borders. We try to send the closest emergency equipment to the incident. And so you could be a Richmond resident that lives near Richmond High and call fire engine 70, but we're responding, and you may get a paramedic on your emergency call, but you might live on 35th and Clinton, and 66 is going to come to your call, and they're going to only be able to provide BLS care. So there is a little bit of inconsistency even within our own residents in the community, depending where you live in the city. This would fix that. This would be no matter what shows up, who shows up, what patches on the door or on the uniform, the same scope of practice is available to everybody in the city. The graph speaks to the cardiac aspect I talked about. What this graph is looking to demonstrate is your 30-day survival when it comes to a CPR incident. The bottom line graph represents your response time for ALS or an ambulance, and your left side of your graph is going to be your survivability rate. Across whether it's bystander CPR or non-bystander CPR, the time to get ALS on scene directly correlates to survivability, 30-day survivability, and in most cases is a 2- to 3-fold improvement in survivability by getting ALS on scene sooner. So we get to the service models, and these were discussed in the matrix report as 3 options, so I'll go over these 3 options. In the report, they refer to one of them is called a QRV, or a quick response model. In California, especially in the Bay Area, they're more commonly referred to as squads. That's what's depicted there as a light rescue vehicle, non-transport, 2 paramedics on the squad. The squad is equipped with various equipment, basically everything an ambulance has without the ability to put a patient in the vehicle. Squads are typically also used to assist in other types of incidents that the fire department responds to, not just medical incidents. They'd be responding to vehicle accidents, technical rescues, things of that nature. So they would be cross-trained could be cross-trained into some of those other skill sets, or at least giving treatment in those unique environments. Like I said, it would be staffed with 2 single-role paramedics. Single role means these are not firefighter paramedics. These are paramedics that would be hired just to be paramedics, and would not ever cross over onto a fire apparatus as far as a fire engine or fire truck, because they would not be trained in those skills. If we're going to do this type of model, we would need to hire about 18 to 20 paramedics. And like I said, this is a non-transport model, so I just want to make sure everybody understands what that means, that there is no ambulance service. We're not looking at any ambulance service. This is going to be on-scene paramedic care or ALS care. The second model option or delivery option would be an engine-based model. El Cerrito, Radio Hercules, Confire, this is the model they use. You have a fire engine or fire truck that's staffed with fire personnel. One or all are trained as firefighter paramedics, which means they do firefighting duties and paramedic duties. And you would need about 30, initially for us to roll this out, we would need to have 30 firefighter paramedics hired to be able to roll out this model. And the last model would be a hybrid model.
Chief, give me 1 second, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, for those in the public, if you guys can please lower your voice a little bit because we can hear it out all the way out here. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Continue.
So the hybrid model is going to be basically a combination of both. And part of this is to allow for a faster implementation. So you would want to start out with 3 to 4 squads initially. It could be staffed with single role paramedics. And then we'd phase into a firefighter paramedic program. And then as we had qualified firefighter paramedics, we would start upstaffing engines to become ALS fire engines and start to increase the size of the program. And then we would need to look at whether or not we would like to keep the squad program in some form or fashion permanently, or we want to completely phase out the squad model and go to an engine-based paramedic program. And I can talk later, I will talk later on why we might want to consider that. It's not as cut and dry as you might think. The other thing about justifying this program is I just want to make sure everybody's aware of just the call volume that we experience in the fire department. This study, because of the time frame when it was initiated, covered from 2020 to 2023 call volume figures. These shows the busiest fire stations in the city. This was researched because if we were going to pick and choose stations that would have this program first, you ideally would want to implement those squads or first companies in the busiest stations in the city. But it's not going to be just the busiest stations. We also have to be strategic and make sure they are deployed throughout the city so that they could cover multiple districts at once. So let's say a squad that is stationed at Hilltop would need to be able to respond to Hilltop and May Valley potentially. One that would be housed at 67 on Cutting would probably need to cover potentially the Point or parts of North Richmond. So just like we strategically place our fire stations and apparatus, we'd have to do the same with this program until we had, excuse me, till we had enough resources in the pool to not have to pick and choose where they go. The 2024 call volume, I think is important to point out too. Like I said, we responded to 15,150 incidents for the year. That was a 4.75% increase over the previous year. We have experienced a 3 to 4% increase in call volume every year post-pandemic. And out of those calls, over 8,800 of those were EMS-related calls, where some form of a medical treatment was administered on scene. For the fire department, we predict this trend to continue. There's more housing being brought in, more developments. It's simple math. The more houses, the more population, the more demand on this 911 system. It's only going to go up. And so I just want to make sure, thank you, make sure when we're looking at is this justified, we're looking at where we're going to be as an organization, as a fire department in the future. We're going to get busier and have more demand on our system. So for these different models, there's obviously going to be different staffing requirements if we were going to pursue this. The study identified that we have 10 individuals right now, sworn individuals, that are licensed paramedics. Although that seems like a decent number, we have to put that in the context of they weren't hired as paramedics. And so if they want to be fire medics for the Richmond Fire Department, that would be something that they would have to volunteer to want to do. It's not a condition of their current employment. And not all of them are in ranks necessary that would be useful to be a medic moving forward. One of these individuals, a chief officer. A chief officer is not hands-on at an incident when it comes to patient care. They run the incident command, things of that nature. And as we promote individuals into higher ranks, you're less likely to have as much patient contact than you are at the lower ranks. So we may not have 10 individuals who could become paramedic right off the bat. I do think there is some portion of this number that would be interested in becoming paramedics, going back to being paramedics for the city. There would also be some retraining that they would have to go through and accreditation and things like that. If we were going to choose an engine-based model like I said before, we would need to have 30 paramedic firefighters. Our firefighter rank currently is 30 firefighters, 30 FTEs. We would have to have 30 more firefighters at least to get this program going if you wanted it engine-based. And that's taking, also you have to think about how much time it is to onboard those folks. Our academy that's currently 4 months, because we're gonna have to have an EMS component, would now most likely go up to 5 or 6 months, or we'd have to consider mixing it with laterals, which poses its own challenges, other challenges, but could lessen that time, but still you have to have a longer training period and onboarding period. If we went with the squad model, about 18 to 24 single role paramedics. We could have a 1 to 2 month EMS only academy that familiarizes them with the equipment and procedures and policies, but doesn't have to train them to the firefighting level that our other firefighters are at. I'm going to let HR Director speak on the next 2 slides.
Thank you. Sharon Taylor, Human Resources Director. Chief asked me to join the presentation to go over some of the issues that Human Resources would need to address if you choose to implement the ALS system. Firstly, we would need to create new job descriptions for all of the positions that we are adding into the fire department. One would be single role paramedic, firefighter paramedic. We would need a supervisor or director and an analyst. In addition, we would have to update all of the job descriptions that are currently within the operations division, determine pay and benefits, and look into a pay incentive for our current employees who do have their paramedic license but are not currently operating as paramedics. In addition, we have labor considerations. We have to meet and confer with all of the impacted bargaining units. That would include Local 188, RFMA, SEIU, and executive management. There's impact bargaining. We would have to see how the addition of ALS would impact current operations, for example, in our communications center. And then we would have to determine what unit these positions would be in, the paramedic, the supervisor, the analyst. We would need to discuss working conditions, and with the aid of our chief negotiators, also update the MOUs to include language that would provide coverage for these new classifications.
So I'm going to circle back. I'm going to circle back to the, we might want to consider keeping the squad model if we were to choose that, and this is going to be why. You know, the fire department it's been a continual effort to try to maintain a diverse workforce in our organization. And we're also, it has been a conscious effort to provide opportunities to Richmond residents and West County residents who have a passion for serving the community as a firefighter in the fire department. And if we move forward with this program, we need to be cautious that about the impacts we have on those efforts. Traditionally, the firefighter paramedic candidate pool is less diverse than the firefighter pool. And many organizations, it has created a struggle on how to try to maintain a diverse workforce while still trying to meet the certification and educational requirements to have a paramedic program. And so for one of the considerations that I was bringing up was about the single paramedic and the squad program. You open up your candidate pool to a larger group of folks if it's not firefighter paramedic. If you are a paramedic that loves to be a paramedic, doesn't want to be a firefighter, you could come work for an organization like us. There's not a lot of opportunity for paramedics single role paramedics in fire departments. Most of them have to work for private ambulance companies to do that. So we could attract a much larger pool of candidates if we chose to have a squad program where individuals could focus just on EMS and not have to worry about being a firefighter. We also have the consideration about our current employees. And we want to provide opportunities to our current employees who are interested in this program. And we really have to look at it as two different pathways. We have the individuals who, like I said before, are licensed paramedics, but maybe have not practiced as a paramedic in the field for 10 years. You may have we have some who went through paramedic school and actually never worked in the field because we offered them a job before they could actually work in the field. So they don't have any field experience even though they have the education. All of them would have to go through some form of remedial training, accreditation through the county EMS agency. There's a whole list of items they would have to go through. The other pathway is going to be the individuals that are part of the organization already who aren't paramedics, but they have a desire to go to medical school. It's something they've always wanted to do. And we have to have a pathway for them to develop them and take advantage of their firefighting expertise and now just add the EMS training. And that would require us to send them to a college paramedic program. ComFire just did one. It's a good model to look at and to follow because it's right in our backyard. Contra Costa College actually was the organization that they did it with. Contra Costa College has a great program. It's relatively new, but they were able to tailor a program for their ComFire employees. I believe it was 12 of them that went through that class where they made a specific schedule. 16 months, 2 days a week. It was almost 1,300 hours of training. And the tuition per student for ComFire was $7,500 per student. That obviously changes whether you choose to go to a private ambulance academy or you utilize a community college academy. Huge swing in prices there, but that's a consideration if we're looking at a program, is the professional development of my current employees and their desire to be part of this program, but how do we accommodate that? I just want to make sure you're clear on the requirements. These are state requirements that are validated and verified that they're being met by the county EMS agency. All of this is laid out in Title 22 of the CCR. That's what dictates all the rules that we must follow as EMTs and paramedics. And so that Contra Costa model or any college paramedic program you would send them to has to meet these requirements. Right, so 454 hours of didactic, 160 hours of hospital clinicals, 480 hours of field internship, plus 40 ALS contacts, and then you still have to successfully pass the national registry. So you could go through all that, and you still might not pass that national registry exam the first time. And so if we were to take an employee, they have to do all of this, potentially while also doing their current assignment. Or they're pulled offline to do this, to focus, which creates overtime. So there's a lot of things to weigh and consider when it comes to having a model like this. The EMS system, like I said, it has many levels of oversight, and we play a role in this at our local level, but it starts with the California Emergency Medical Services Authority that really sets out the main rules that everybody has to abide by. And then Contra Costa County has their level of oversight, and they develop field treatment guidelines and policies. And then within our own fire department, we're mandated to have oversight. And for us, it's going to be what we have as our EMS director. In this program, we would have to incorporate an EMS supervisor or call them EMS director, but they would end up having medical oversight of our program. Next slide, actually, go to 26. I think it's important to point out what we have, the oversight we have to have within our own organization. We currently have this for the EMT program, but it would have to be to a much larger extent if we became a paramedic program. We have our EMS director. This is mandated through our service contract with the county. We have to have a continuous quality improvement program. We would have to have our diversion or narcotic program that would make sure everything's accounted for per our DEA requirements. The continuing education program for paramedics, that's going to be 48 hours every 2 years, along with other certifications. The director would also be handling equipment and supply purchasing. They would be the point of contact for the county EMS agency, and have just complete control over the EMS program within the fire department. This position, moving forward, as under ALS program, could be sworn or it could be a civilian person. Some agencies choose a nurse or an experienced paramedic to fill that role. So how much is it going to cost? So this is the projections from the Matrix study. Overall, there was a $7.8 million projected cost over 67 months by the Matrix company. I'll make sure you're clear, 67 months, not 6 to 7 months. I had to enunciate a little better last time. But you know, this is a long-term goal that we would have to, if we want to go down this pathway, it's not going to be quick. It's going to take 5 to 6 years with if there's no major unforeseen obstacles we have to contend with. I'll actually go to the next slide, kind of breaks it down. The Matrix company broke it down by the category. I think what was easier for us when it comes to actually trying to figure out a program is every fiscal year, how much are we looking at we need, and what's the benchmarks we're trying to hit each of these fiscal years. So this was just a draft projection. Obviously, this is subject to change depending on a lot of different factors. And we had to look at also, what is it feasible for us, especially as a fire department with limited admin support, what is it feasible for us to get done in a fiscal year? Because we did find that the consultant had a lot of different items each year or each time period, but I knew that was not taking into consideration the capacity of the fire department and our normal operating work we have to do to keep the organization moving every day, and then this in addition to that. So that's where we came up with this breakdown here. I think it's easier to, later on, I have implementation timeline. I think it's easier to visualize that because you look at the benchmarks you're trying to hit each fiscal year versus the dollar amount with this slide here. Funding strategies. We are a Measure H provider for the county, which means that we do receive money to help offset some of our EMS expenses, such as training, supplies, and equipment. We currently are at $229,000 a year. This by no means covers everything, and we don't know what this number would go up to if we became paramedic. Based on where it says annual shortfall, that's based on Matrix estimated that once fully implemented, the program ongoing cost would be about $610,000 a year. So the shortfall is the 229 off of the 610 leaves roughly 400,000 as a shortfall. These are the agencies that participate in the Measure H funding. Some of these, well, all of these are paramedic, but they are supposed to be based on your population. I'm not sure if that's still being calculated that way. These are one of the things that I'll have to be, if we want to move forward with this program, I'll have to meet and negotiate with the county EMS agency on how they would adjust our Measure H funds, if they would at all. But this would be something that would definitely qualify to get money for, because Measure H is specifically set aside for EMS work within the county. Other organizations in the Bay Area and the state have come up with other funding strategies. None of them cover the complete cost of a program. All of these are measures to help offset the costs. So you have things such as an EMS tax, where you would have to pass a tax, and this is something that's utilized in Napa, city of Napa. There was a paramedic tax that was passed. Anybody who utilizes the services, who is not a resident of the city of Napa, who pays that tax, receives a bill for the full amount of the services because they didn't pay into the tax, but they received services. So that's one option. First responder fee, you have places like San Jose just implemented that, or a version of that. Vallejo, I believe Santa Rosa, there's a few other organizations that have tried these, where you charge just for EMS responses. There's billing of insurance companies. Most insurance companies, your insurance will cover first responder care. But one thing we have to consider is the population that is insured through Medicare or Medi-Cal, because there is no reimbursement for non-transport EMS services through those two types of insurance. So we would not be able to recoup costs for any patients that was their form of insurance. As you can see, this is very complex to try to look at billing and recouping costs, which is why the study and a lot of organizations that bill actually have a third-party contractor that handles all the billing and everything related to recouping funds. So the Matrix Consulting recommended a 67-month phased-in plan. After reviewing it and looking at it with command staff, just the time frame and how it was split up really wasn't well suited for how we operate in the city of Richmond. A lot of these things happen on an annual fiscal year cycle, and it's much easier to plan and set goals and objectives for the fiscal year, each fiscal year, and to work towards. And so we felt that basing our implementation calendar on that fiscal year was much more appropriate. Initially, we were looking at a 5-year plan. Could potentially start next fiscal year and have to take us through the 29-30 fiscal year. But I just need to reiterate how complex of a program this is, and we have to look at that final year. It's kind of a moving target because we don't know what we'll encounter from the time we start down this path. We don't know how long certain steps will take. They may take longer than we anticipate. We don't know financially what's going to happen moving forward. So we have to remain very flexible with that timeline. It's not a hard timeline. It's really, though, it's a long program to put into place. And I just want to make sure that that's clear, that this isn't a quick thing that we can get done in a year. But the impact it will leave on the community moving forward is going to be for the remainder of the fire department. This is the draft implementation timeline. So if you see, I split it up into fiscal years. So that first year, really, we're looking at having to negotiate a new agreement with the county on our scope of service and our Measure H funds. We'd have to begin all of the labor and HR and personnel considerations. We would have to begin a recruitment also for our EMS director and admin support, because that person is going to have a big role in developing the program moving forward. And then we'd also, depending on the model, if you were to choose the squad model, that first year we need to start looking at speccing apparatus and equipment, only because right now lead time to get fire apparatus is about 18 months. So we'd actually have to get that started sooner than later. You know, you can go through, you can see all the different steps. This is very high level. I'm really oversimplifying it in this graphic, mainly because I don't have enough room. But I just tried to hit the high points of each year and leave us some wiggle room in the 30-31 fiscal year, because more than likely than not, this will take a little longer than even I'm trying to project. Just to kind of wrap it up, you know, my recommendation, if we were going to do this program, would be the hybrid model. I think Santa Rosa has a program like this right now. I think it's has a lot of benefits. They have squads, they have engine-based medics, combination of both. It really increased the system over there in the city of Santa Rosa, and it could do the same here. I think it also addresses some of the concerns that we have over implementation timeframe, some of our concerns over recruitment, without sacrificing that increased level of service we're trying to achieve for the community. So the next steps would be to hopefully get direction from the council and input on the desired service model, and then move forward, meeting with the Contra Costa EMS agency, start the labor discussions, the job specs, and then come back with a more detailed implementation plan later this year. I know it's a lot of information, but if you have any questions, I'll do my best to answer them all.
If I may, Vice Mayor, I would like to thank Chief Osorio for his leadership on this item. He's been working very collaboratively with staff and the consultant, and he's just really done a phenomenal job, and just want to thank him for leaning into all these opportunities as our new fire chief, and just want to say he's doing great. Thank you.
Thanks. And then Fire Chief Osorio, before we go to public comment, just slight little correction there at the beginning of your presentation. You said we have done 2 big service improvements, and we are possibly going to our 3rd. I think bringing you on board as the chief was the 3rd already. So
thank you, I appreciate that.
Welcome. All right, with that.
We do not have any in-person speakers. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council, please raise your hand at this time. Okay, and we do not have any speakers.
All right, they're all asleep. All right, let's not make too much noise then. Let's keep them sleeping. Colleagues, questions? I see Bana. Here. Okay, perfect. Councilmember Bana.
Thank you, very good information. Some very quick questions. I'm not going to take much time. So is Measure X going to contribute to this?
I can't answer that right now. We just met as the executive chiefs group, and this is one of the items. I shared it with them. I shared it with what I'm going to be proposing and presenting tonight to the council. They are aware that this was one of the initial asks we did ask for. I think there's going to be support from my peers at the county chiefs level to ask for it again, but it's only a recommendation from the executive chiefs. Ultimately, the Board of Supervisors would have to approve it, so I don't know. I don't know where that goes. There's potential, but I don't think we can bank on that money just yet.
Thank you. And I assume you've talked to other fire departments regarding each model, just paramedics or paramedic and firefighters, about pros and cons and everything, right?
Yeah, I tried to capture that in my presentation. There's a lot of different models out there. Predominantly, most agencies are an engine-based paramedic program. It's becoming more common now to have single-role paramedics. Berkeley just did it. Moraga just did it. San Ramon just did it. All of these agencies are within, I think, the last year and a half or so. They do have some unique differences. All of them are transport agencies. But you also have a lot of agencies in Southern California that have a squad model. So like LA County, LA City, San Bernardino, a lot of those agencies down there have always had a squad model, and that's along with an engine-based model. They run both.
Thank you. You mentioned 8 to 9 minutes there. What was it about exactly?
You have...
From the time from the time I call, they come and take me to the hospital, or they administer?
8 to 9 minutes. I'm sorry, I just said 8 to 9 million. 8 to 9 minutes. So there's response standards that are established for different aspects of the emergency medical system. So fire departments and fire-based EMS has a shorter time standard because there are more fire apparatus in the county. So we strive for 4-minute response times. We passed tonight under the consent calendar, our response standard, that's going to be the maximum, a 6-minute response. But we're mandated to meet the majority of our calls, 90% of our calls in those response times. The ambulances, which provide ALS currently, because there's less of them, contractually don't have to meet that same time standard. I believe the ambulance standard in the county is either 8 or 9 minutes right now.
Got it.
Where they have to meet 90% of their responses within that time. So you could potentially have, a 5-minute or less time frame from when we're on scene, and we can be doing patient treatment and care before the ambulance gets on scene and can start that ALS care.
As someone who has made those calls and received life-saving services, I really appreciate it. I also have a question about slide 12. KCRT team, if you could bring slide 12 up. There is data about CPR bystander or lack of them. I assume that's CERT training, right?
No, CPR is not part of the CERT curriculum.
It's not.
No, because it's disaster medical, which is triage, and when you're in a triage scenario, you don't do CPR. So CPR is not actually part of the national CERT curriculum. We do basic first aid and triage and basic treatment as part of the CERT program.
So do we have any program to, train residents with CPR? It must be simple. It's like a day or a half a day program. How long does it take? I'm asking. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a set number of hours that they have to do, and part of our plan for continuing education for CERT members is CPR, but it's not part of your traditional CERT program.
Because it changes the rate of life-saving by a factor of 4 or 5, which is huge if there is a bystander CPR. So do you need additional budget for adding CPR to CERT training?
No, we don't.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Don't panic, city manager.
I was trying to say,
I'm done.
we
I
have
know.
to stay on track, not on the
No
item.
added dollar
Okay.
amount. Don't worry.
Okay. Next, Councilmember Robinson.
So thank you so much for all of this work. It's an enormous amount of work just to tell us about what we want to do. I first wanted to say that I feel like I'm very in favor of moving in this direction, and I wanted to say kind of why. And then I have a question, and that is because, we've seen over the last decade or more and more hospitals that are closing, longer and longer distances that people have to travel to get to emergency services, and to have the ability to provide more a quicker response for medical emergencies and not do it seems to be irresponsible. And I feel like it is a key thing that we need to do in the city, especially considering our population and considering the current environment when it comes to hospital access, emergency care access. Also, in this time where we're not quite sure where other emergency medical services, things that might come from FEMA or other kind of disaster response, it would be, I think, behoove us to make sure that we are as prepared as we can be in case something happens. So I feel like now is a great time to put such a plan in action, and knowing that it will take a long time to get to the finish line. I do have one question. I see clearly your recommendation around the hybrid model. It seems to make sense to me. I really appreciate the forward thinking about maintaining a diverse workforce and having opportunities for people to kind of local and current members of the firefighters to consider this option. I didn't quite understand what the benefit of an engine-based model is. It seems like a lot of apparatus for delivering medical care. Can you explain that to me?
Engine-based is is really good model for an agency that's had a paramedic program that's well established. Because really the goal would be that everyone you hire through the door is paramedic, and you've groomed them and trained them and brought them up through the ranks, and it'd be just like we are now with EMTs, no different. When I came on, there were still a few stragglers who didn't have EMT that were, retiring out. But you go through 30 years of requiring it as a minimum requirement for hiring. Now your entire workforce has that education and training and certification. So for those agencies, engine-based paramedics make sense. I don't have to buy extra apparatus. It becomes just part of what we normally do, like hazmat and rescue and everything else. Where it gets tricky is an organization like us that's trying to start a program. The candidate pool right now for firefighter paramedics is really shallow. There's not a lot of candidates out there. Berkeley went to go hire paramedics, and they couldn't get. They got 60 applicants for their single role paramedic. So to hire paramedics, firefighter paramedics right now is very difficult. To think we're going to hire 30. Plus, we have to look at our capacity. For us to run a fire academy with 15 people, that would equal the largest academy we've ever done. We typically run 7 to 12. So to get 30 people through our fire academy, that could take a long time just to get them on. And then the first ones I hire, perishable skills are decreasing because they can't work as medics yet, so I get all 30 paramedics. So now I have to worry about retraining and new training. It becomes quite a large juggling act to have to do, versus having to start with a smaller group that has a very focused skill set and education and certification. We can get them rolling. Ideally, some of them want to become fire medics and get trained, and we can hire them as firefighter paramedics down the road, and we kind of have a feeder program into our fire medic side. Or they could stay single role paramedics. There's a lot more female candidates who are interested in a career in EMS, but are not as interested in a fire medic career. That would open up that aspect of the candidate pool if we had single role paramedics. And so we have, it just gives us a little more options. But most agencies choose engine-based because they have the staffing already there.
Right. So it's not that they're going out and buying engines to
No.
to supply these new teams. They already have the engines, and they're getting the folks to become paramedics.
Ideally, in 15, 20 years, your goal is to have every sworn member of your fire department be a paramedic. So it doesn't matter what they're on, they can provide that level of service. It's just not feasible to think we're going to get there right now. I think if we look at it just like we did our EMT program, eventually it becomes the standard on what everybody in the organization has and the level of service and the scope of practice that they can use.
Thank you. That was actually the only question I had. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you so much for that in-depth presentation. I appreciate it. Listening to you talk about the previous attempts, it just seems like there's some sort of fail in that system to get us here to where we are today. What, in your opinion, do you feel has not landed to sort of get a program of this magnitude in motion?
I will have to just kind of qualify this with the fact that I was not a chief officer when a lot of these happened. So my perspective was from a line member of the organization. But from what I know and what I witnessed, it was something that was trying to start from within the fire department versus a policy decision from the council. And with the support and the financial support, the financial will to want to do this program, it was coming from within the fire department about something we were trying to do. And it wasn't even on the radar really of the council as a whole, maybe a few individual members of the council. And so I think the way it was pursued kind of set it up for failure right off the bat.
Yeah, because I'm looking at that one slide that you put up, and every other city seemed equipped. And Richmond was there just all lonesome with only basic levels of a service that we could offer. And I know that you mentioned having paramedics already hired on staff, but just not working in that capacity. What can we do to activate them sooner? Because I know you've talked about this being a really thorough process. Is there a way that we can activate our current paramedics sooner?
Yes. What it would take to get them as functioning accredited medics in Contra Costa County, for the most part, would not be a long process. But the factors that create issues is if I start a paramedic, so first of all, the county has a minimum level of service they're going to expect us to provide once we agree that we're going to go paramedic. That's going to be contractually agreed upon, non-negotiable, right, once we get into that contract with them. And so let's say it's that we're going to staff 3 fire engines with medics. That's minimum staffing. That's mandated. So whether that burden of filling that medic role was going to be on such a small group of folks, you have the potential to get back into the situation where we're kind of how we were before with our staffing levels so low, where you're going to be mandating paramedics to stay on duty because you don't have enough of a pool of them. So now you're going to create other problems into this program that we don't want to do. You don't want to start a program without having the appropriate level of minimum staffing to account for injuries and vacation and illness and all those types of things. We can't say that's a 1-for-1. There has to be a little bit of an overage. There has to be some wiggle room, or else we're going to stretch the staffing too thin.
Okay, so the current paramedics or current qualified paramedics that we have is not enough to meet minimum staffing requirements. Okay.
No.
Lastly is, I know you mentioned about there being some, like the picking is really slim out here when it comes to these individuals. Is there an opportunity to create some sort of pathway program with Contra Costa?
Yeah, that would definitely be one of our goals. I think that's how we maintain opportunities for Richmond residents and West County residents is we hire them as firefighters and then we sponsor them to go to school. That's also the other way that we maintain our diversity is we can continue the same practices or efforts we do now, but we have to have built into their hiring that they will. It's not optional. We have to get away from optional paramedic.
Right.
It's going to be, we're going to hire you and we're going to send you to medic school, and maintaining your paramedic licensure is going to be a condition of employment.
Okay.
And then we can kind of create our own pathway there. We also could do a pathway from our youth academy folks, right? So there's a lot of opportunity to create the pathways. None of them are fast, is all I want to say. We're talking a year and a half from this time we figure out who we want to send before they could actually probably be out and maybe be functioning on the street. That's not including recruitment time. Typically, you're talking to recruit, we're probably going to take 9 months to recruit an employee. So we could be 2.5 years into an employee before they can be a functioning medic if we send them to medic school.
Okay. Well, I think no time is like the present, because it seems like all these previous attempts have failed, and we have an opportunity, a very unique opportunity to move this forward.
Thank you. Do you have another? So let me go to Jimenez and then I'll come back. So Jimenez, Councilmember Jimenez.
Thank you so much for the presentation and all the work. This is really exciting and is something that our community needs. I just wondering, this is going to be in the budget for recommendations? Like at least kind of like the first one?
Yes, so we would incorporate the City Council's policy direction this evening into the budget that you will see on June 17th.
Okay. And then, so here the items that received the draft written, the draft report, and direct staff to pursue next steps. For implementation, I wonder, is the hybrid model that you are talking about here, right? Or are you expecting us to put that into the motion?
I would like you to at least give me some input on which we would like. I tried to present it to you in my recommendation, but if you would like for me to pursue engine-based medics, I will do whatever you want me to do. I'm just trying to present what I think is the best choice. If you would like to be the motion to be whatever my recommendation is, so you're not locked in, or it can be.
If I may, Councilmember, so Chief, you wanted to start like incrementally, right? So ultimately, we would end up at the hybrid, but you wanted to start with the squad, right?
Yeah, we would start with the squads, and as we get a medical director, there might be more input. That's why I want to make sure we give. I don't want to lock you in to having to be something, or if opportunity opens up where we can take advantage of something we didn't know we could, and we can adjust that model, service delivery model. I'm really looking for policy direction on, do we want to pursue a program and to move forward to the next steps? And then when I would come back, I can come back with a little bit more of a focused plan on probably the first 1 or 2 fiscal years and the benchmarks we're trying to get, working towards a hybrid model.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we were going to give you a clear direction of, so you can move, and there is no kind of like in between, because what I don't want is that what happened in 2005, where, yeah, there was a lot of discussion, but there was no implementation. So it seems that you don't need more than what it says here, right? So we can move the item as it is?
Well, one moment, please. I think it would be good if we also said and return with an update to council within 6 months.
Okay.
Is that?
Yeah, I can do that, and I will focus on a hybrid model, just understanding that initially it's going to be focused on the squads, and then as we start getting down that path, then we'll have to pivot a little bit to how we're going to add ALS fire engines to that.
And one other question is that also, can we say that it will include the budget allocation?
That is our plan. I don't know that it has to be part of the motion, but it will be in the budget.
So I move the item with the adding that returned to City Council in 6 months with an update.
Okay.
Second.
Hold on, because we're not done with debate with the first section yet, but we'll hold that thought. Otherwise, unless you want to close debate.
I just made the motion.
Yes. But it's out of order for now because we're not done with debate yet. So let me go forward. But hold that. Then we know you'll make the motion. We'll go over to Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you for the presentation. So I just, if I understand, I'm sort of learning what the action item is here, and that we're not necessarily committing ourselves out to 2030 or for the next 67 months for this, but I think we don't really want to start down the path unless we have a general sense that we want to go all the way to the end. And one of the things I want to be very clear on, or more clear than I am currently, is just on annual costs, sort of the cost of the development of the plan, and then sort of additional staffing costs. And so I'm looking at slide 27 and 28, but to be honest, I'm having a little trouble following them. So I get, because they don't seem to have the same information on them. So if you can maybe pick which slide seems more informative for sort of characterizing what it costs to get it going and what the additional staffing costs are per year, please.
So slide 27, I can get you, there's another couple pages that break it down into months, 1 through 24, or months 25 through 36. And the consultant broke it down into expenses during those different time periods, which was kind of, like I said, it made it hard for us to kind of plan. So these were more the categories that if they were totaled up, that's where the consultant came up with the 7.8 million over the 67-month time period.
So basically, if I'm understanding this correctly, and maybe I'm not, so just starting on page 20, on slide 27, so paramedic training cost is 3.7 million-ish. I understand that, although the overtime hours is because we have to backfill in staff while people are going to school, or is
There's that, and there is also, well, it depends on how we treat our current employees. So whether they work their normal shifts and then they're going to school on their off days, there's overtime. If we take them off and you're 100% committed as a student, then we have to backfill your position.
Okay.
But that top line would be for sending somebody to paramedic school.
Okay.
Most likely one of our current employees.
Okay, and then the second section includes that top line of training and then some other stuff that you would have to pay for in terms of transition costs, which I understand that. And then I don't actually understand this the total ongoing cost increases, salary increases only of 541,000. I mean, aren't you adding 19 people to staff? Like, that's...
Yeah, so it's, I think the way they put it in there is once you did the hiring and hit those benchmarks, now every year above those normal staffing costs, what's the reoccurring cost? So it's kind of weird that they took those out. I understand what you're saying, because if you look at comparing today to 5 years from now, totally different number.
Yeah, so if I'm understanding it correctly, like, this is 19 extra people that'll be working for the city who, under some models of this, or all
this says 19, but they were banking on the fact that all 10 current medics would say yes. There's no way. With that 19 number, that's including 10 paramedics that we currently have, which we know that's not going to be accurate. That's why I said the study has best guesses, but that's probably going to be more like a 25 number, like 25 students, not 19.
And so just slide 20, so again, I'm trying to get at, like, I think the staffing burden moving forward is going to be higher. And again, I love the idea of this. I would like to be saved more quickly, when I call 911. Like, I'm supportive of this, but I want to make sure I go in knowing what we're on the hook for in terms of
estimates are 20 additional operational positions at a minimum, plus the EMS director and the analyst. So that's two more positions, not potentially non-sworn. One of them could or may not be. So we're looking at possibly around 22 additional positions on top of our current FTEs now to get the squad model going.
Okay. And that's not reflected in slide 28, like, or?
No, slide 28 took the same 19 number from the study and split up the costs for different categories over the next few fiscal years.
Okay. So I won't try to, and I'm also so tired right now, I'll probably have trouble following anything too detailed, but just in general, maybe when you come back with a 6-month report, to also, or maybe as part of the budget conversations, to have a little bit more breakdown of, like, I know it's not going to be in this budget year, but I don't want to, like, launch you guys off and then in 2 years say, this is what it costs, and be, and act like I didn't know, which is my responsibility.
Slide 28, if you look, the first 2 fiscal years, those are things like our apparatus and recruitment and hiring of the overhead, so the director and the analyst, the over $300,000 in just supplies and drugs and all that type of equipment. And it's then you get to the 27, 28 fiscal year. That's when you see on that top line, that 2.6 million, that's your first big staffing, like paramedic staffing hit. That's that big number. And that number was an estimate that finance came up with based on the recommendation in the study was that think about 11% above current firefighter salary for a firefighter paramedic. That's how they came up with that number times the 19 individuals. That 19 was going to be to staff the squads initially. And then you look at as it's reoccurring after that. So that really is the reoccurring cost, not the 610. Or not just the 610, the 610,000 that the study showed.
Okay, that helps me. Thank you. That's all I got, yeah.
That's all. All right. Then back to Councilwoman Robinson. No? Oh, perfect. Then Councilwoman Jimenez. You want to?
Then I second it.
Did you get the motion? Perfect. Motion second by Vana.
Is the motion that is in the
She moves
in
the
the
item.
items, plus returned, staff return in 6 months with updates.
Okay, Councilmember, and this is a motion by Councilmember Jimenez, second by Councilmember Bonner. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Yes.
The motion passes with Mayor Martinez absent.
Thank you.
I guess I'm going to be busy for the next 5 years.
All right. While we get the next presentation ready, Madam Clerk, can you call the next?
Item P4 is to receive a presentation by Trans-Bay Coalition for the development of a citywide community-led bus stop bench program and direct staff to develop a community-led bus stop bench program that establishes a formal permitting process, waives all associated fees, and incorporates the design, standards, and guidelines developed by the Trans-Bay Coalition and approved by City Public Works. The program will enable local volunteers, advocacy groups, and community stakeholders to legally install and maintain benches at approved bus stop locations throughout Richmond that currently lack adequate seating. We do have speakers for this item. Anyone that would like to address the council on this item, joining us online, please raise your hand at this time.
Thank you. And we're getting the presentation here ready.
You want me to introduce the item?
Yes, Ms. Councilwoman Brown.
Woo, 5 hours later. Thank you so much to the surviving folks that are here. I appreciate your time and for hanging in there. Thank you, and I'm honored to co-present this item with Vice Mayor Cepeda. Across our city, too many neighbors are forced to wait at bus stops without a place to sit. And this group has unveiled what unity and people power means, because residents, alongside many of the volunteers with the Trans-Bay Coalition and the San Francisco Bay Area Bench Collective, have built and installed over 70 benches across the East Bay, and including 7 which are here throughout Richmond, which is really cool. And that all is without a cost to the city. So that's why tonight's proposal is so important. It will allow us to propose a formal community-led bus stop bench program, a clear city-supported pathway for volunteers to safely install benches with proper oversight, design standards, and permitting protocols. And to walk us through that, we have Mr. Carter Lavin. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much, Council Member. Thank you all so much for your time, for considering this. It's really good to be waiting while you're sitting. This council meeting probably would not be possible if you didn't have chairs. And so I'm really glad to be able to talk with folks about how we get more seating in this community. So I'm Carter Lavin. I'm with the Trans Bay Coalition. Since 2020, we've been around doing all sorts of transit and advocacy work in the 9-county area. We have about 8,000 members. You all recently passed a resolution we worked on about supporting transit funding. We are Team Pro Bus. And I'm going to go through this quickly because it's kind of late. As we talked about, standing, terrible. Sitting, a lot better. And the city of Richmond has over 300 bus stops, and a significant number of them lack benches. Here's just a quick selection of some photos from Richmond of areas of fairly well-used stops and routes in the city that could very much have a bench, but they don't. There's some more. This happens, including this one at 401 on, blanking on the name of the street. Like, this street recently got a lot of love. There's a fancy restaurant. Still no bench. And this is not just a matter of convenience, as we're talking about. This is a matter of justice. This is a matter of community care. This is physically uncomfortable to be standing for a bus, especially for those who are people who are have disabilities, for the elderly, people who run errands, who have groceries, any number of people, including the people who are currently physically able. And the more uncomfortable we make transit, the more that we push people towards car ownership, which worsens pollution, which worsens traffic, which worsens climate change, all the things. The demographic slide got a little cut off, but basically when we talk about this, AC transit riders, particularly and West Cat riders, particularly are disproportionately people of color or lower income people than drivers. So when we're talking about who are we forced to stand when they're waiting for the bus, we are talking about older people of color, older people of lower incomes, people of, in Richmond, and this is something that we can really fix. And there's some reasons why benches don't exist. One, a problem exists until we fix it. Benches don't just pop out of the ground. Someone has to say there needs to be a bench. The responsibility is of the cities. It is not the transit agencies, which sometimes that gets confusing when people are like, oh, hey, AC Transit, where's our bench? And they say, oh, where's our bench? We're providing the bus. So sometimes there's confusion on that. The other thing that you may notice is cities have a lot to do. They have a lot of money being asked for them all the time. I'm not here to ask you for any money, but you spend money on a lot of stuff. So when benches come up as a question, you're like, can a person stand? There's also a lot of bus stops. So even well-intentioned cities don't have full coverage on all their benches. And Richmond isn't alone in this problem. So in response to a senior who had consented to his photo being taken, this was posted by some folks online, where they really just talked about like, wow, there just should be a bench. Mingwei Samuel, who is the founder of San Francisco Bay Area Bench Collective, built a bench and installed it. Since then, the group has done over 80 benches throughout the East Bay, including several in Richmond. These are 2 photos in Oakland, where you can see multiple people enjoying a bench on a nice day. And these benches have been around for a while. This is used the Duderstadt bench. It's a design that's been around for over a decade. Over 200 have been in the field. They are heavily used. They're highly engineered. They're anchored into concrete, so they are not going anywhere anytime soon. Like I've seen Richmond teenagers stand on a bench and be teenagers around benches. Like these things are pretty darn stable. And when they're properly installed, which is easy to do, they're ADA compliant. It allows people to pass through. They're bolted to the ground, so they're not tipping over or anything like that. And they're very popular. This is something that has been done for years now. There's a lot of news coverage about this that is just, people like to sit. Standing, waiting for the bus is not a pleasant thing. This is a run recently that a bench was made with some city council or some city residents recently put a love note on it for one of the people. So one of the big issues, though, is it's kind of an illegal gray area. So for example, there's a lot of wonderful groups in Richmond that we've talked about. They've come up and they've presented, temples and things like that. That if we were to say, hey, we'd love to partner with you on a bench building weekend. We'd love to use your facility and have you all come up. One of the questions they're going to say is, oh, is there a permit? And we'll say, and at which point a Buddhist monastery is probably not going to say, sure. They're going to say, come back when you have a permit. And so if this were something that is fully legalized, if there were a permitting system, which what is the request today is basically directing staff to start establishing a permitting process, then all of a sudden we would unlock a lot of potential. We have the expertise of how to build these benches. These are workshops that have 30 to 50 volunteers showing up, and they're cramming into backyards and kind of backyards where people are opening the doors. But it becomes a very different scale when we get to say, High Baptist Church, can we use your parking lot? Oh, you're using that on Sunday? Okay, we'll use your parking lot on the Saturday. You know, hey, can we start recruiting more widely? Then that's how we get from doing a dozen benches in a weekend to doing 50 benches. And so this policy fix would allow for just a drastic scaling up of this operation. It costs the city no money. Fortunately, this operation has been able to self-finance. People chip in, they love it. And it's a lot of volunteer labor into all this. And so really, when this gets legalized, we're able to significantly soup the whole thing up. Yeah, as I mentioned, volunteers, things like that. So right now, it does about 10 to 12 benches in a weekend workshop if fully legalized, and we get to start using much wider capacities and other people's areas and a lot more recruits. Easily could do 50 benches in a weekend, which means in the 365 days, if there were a permitting process set up that was a fast and convenient and low-cost one, we could probably put a bench at every single bus stop in Richmond that currently doesn't have one. I could physically have one. So I got common questions, but you all probably have a lot of questions, so I'm going to kick it to you, and we'll take it from there.
Thank you so much. Before we begin with questions, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we have 3 in-person speakers. Cordell Hendler, Pat Young, and Brian Harris. Cordell Hendler.
So good evening again, Vice Mayor Cepeda, Council, Cordell Hendler, Richmond resident. So thank you, Carter, for this presentation. So I don't want to spend too much time of it because it's getting late anyway. So I do like the idea of having a bench at every bus stop, because you got a lot of folks like myself are relying on benches to sit, because especially like when we to escape from the elements. So I do like the idea of a bus bench. So I'll just leave it at that.
Brian Young. Oh, Pat Young, I'm sorry.
You just got.
Sorry. Good evening to the panel. My name is Pat Young, and I am a Richmond resident. I am in support of the bench movement, I will say. Benches around, for the bus at the bus stops. And I would only ask, let me read my script because the time is, I will be brief, and I would like to, yes. Okay, ask you to put yourself in the position of the seniors, or the public, the people that have to stand at the bus stop when they're waiting for the bus. If you imagine yourself going to the bus stop only to see your bus go down the street, that you've already missed that bus and you've got to wait for another approximately 30 minutes for a bus, it would be nice to have a seat to sit in. And I also want to say that this would be, there's no cost to the city, or not a minimal cost to the city. And so it seems like a win-win situation. I thank you for your time.
Brian Harris.
A lot of you know me. I know myself. I'm Brian Harris. I'm also with the Commission on Aging, and I'm very pleased and proud to be representing them tonight. I want to let you know here that Carter and I met at a transportation workshop about 6 to 8 months ago, in partnership here with a colleague of his, the Seamless Bay Area. And that again is a transportation medium. And in my capacity with the Commission on Aging, I'm the transportation chair. So when I saw that we were needing park benches or benches for our bus stops here in Richmond, I immediately thought here that this here might be an opportunity to bring it to the council. At that time here, we just got newly appointed here with Jamila Brown. And so I sat down and I talked with her, and I introduced Carter to her, who in turn, we brought in the Vice Mayor, Cesar Chapetta. And from today here, this is something that we need at this very moment. I'm a 22-year resident of Richmond. I don't drive. I use public transportation. I know what it's like to be waiting at a bus stop, would like to be able to sit down. I would like for you to consider this policy. It's not going to cost us a dime. It is something here to be able to provide a service for our seniors and our elderly population, including the disabled. And again, I'm Brian Harris with the Commission on Aging, and I thank you very much for your time this evening.
That was our last in-person speaker, and now we'll move to the online speaker. We have one online speaker.
Okay, we have a user with the device name MacBook Pro. If you'll unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please.
Hey, good afternoon or good evening, Vice Mayor, City Council. My name is Ardo Rentila from the Fairmead Hilltop Neighborhood Council. While I think this is a great idea, maybe might be nice to incorporate Richmond Build in putting together some of these benches. I do have some concerns with the pictures that were shown. It didn't appear that those benches were anchored, and I was just curious as to where the liability would lay if someone were to remove that bench and throw it in the street, and or if someone were to get injured. That would be my only concern, but I like the idea. And also, I think we need to look at Hilltop Mall, the area surrounding it, because AC Transit wasn't involved in the conversation about the Hilltop Horizon site-specific plan. And we need mass transit up here. And I agree. I like the bench idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And there are no more speakers.
Great, thank you. So far, we have Councilmember Urbana with a question.
I love the idea. So my first question is, why should we limit it to bus stop? Why not parks, public spaces, you know?
Great, you legalize it, we'll build it.
Okay, so let's, I'll make a motion for public spaces, including bus stops. But also the idea of anchoring it for both safety and theft prevention.
Yeah, so I don't know if I, tech people who are doing the thing, if you could bring the slide back up. KCRT is, I think, the magical people. So maybe you need a magnifying glass or something like that.
I see it's bolted to the ground.
Yeah, it's at 4 locations bolted to the ground.
Got it. And
so
I'm thinking it's not only coming free to the city, but city could make money out of putting ads on it. City manager, hint, hint.
Slide 9 has a better picture of it showing the bolt.
Yeah.
But
there, oh yeah, you can see it's bolted on each leg.
Now I see it. That's an excellent idea, and I move the item, sorry.
Before, I just want to make a comment.
Well, I can make it and then.
It was out of order, 'cause
But
you're not done with-
expand it
with
to
debate
public
yet.
spaces, including bus stops. Go ahead.
Okay. And give me 1 second. I have our city attorney with a comment.
So I don't know if also the Daniel Cheveria, the Public Works Director, can join me here, but I just wanted to raise a couple of issues so that you guys are all making an informed decision here. The first kind of, I think, clear understanding needs to be that, and I know that Kimberly Chen in my office communicated with you earlier this week on this, is that the city really needs to decide the location and the approval processes. So that's something that will be run through Public Works. I just want to make sure that's clear, correct? That you will be, you'll set up a permitting process and the location and installation will be approved by the city. The second piece is kind of around the maintenance of the benches, and kind of the ongoing maintenance obligations, and if there's some sort of maintenance agreement that will be put together kind of on a moving forward basis and how that would work. So I think it's the permitting process. Just want to make sure we've clear understanding that the city will be implementing that, and then also the maintenance of the benches, and then just any sort of indemnification that would be in place for your contractor, your organization that installs the benches. So
I think I'll see you.
3 comments, but I don't know if you've got more to say, Daniel.
Yeah. Thank you for inviting me to this conversation, Shannon. For the record, my name is Daniel Chaurria, Public Works Director. Good evening, Vice Mayor Cepeda and council members. Also for the record, at this time, I'm usually in bed. So if I'm slow right now, that's why I brought Robert, our city engineer, who's more awake than me right now. So nothing against benches. Please, let's start with that. In fact, it's a great idea. Like all the ideas that we have, so we just have great ideas. My only thing is that we don't even 1 year into the sidewalk vendor ordinance, and we're adding another one. And last meeting or 2 minutes ago, we were talking about ciclovías, and everything sounds great, but it seems that nobody understands the level of effort that all these things have to take in order to organize it. So it's every single meeting is another CIP project, basically. So tonight is this one. Yes, Public Works would have to have a standard for these benches. It has to, the liability, I'm assuming, will fall into the city. So if somebody with all their good heart installs a bench and another person trips and falls, the bench wasn't there before, and it's true. I mean, that happens. I mean, if you're driving and somebody crosses the street without looking at you because they're looking down at their cell phone, the fault is on the driver. So somebody can trip and fall, sleep as me, walk there, waiting for the bus, trip and fall, break my arm, and then the city is liable. So the other parties are, well, graffiti, maintenance, all those type of stuff. So yes, it will fall into Public Works, but the first step, I think, is to establish a process, which, takes time. And it will involve the city attorney's office for the legal aspect. I don't know, Robert, if you want to add anything else.
But that's what it says.
I think, Shannon, I'm sorry, for the record, my name's Robert Armijo. I'm the Deputy Public Works Director and City Engineer. And I think Shannon did mention that, that we should have some sort of an agreement prior to issuing any kind of permissions. It should include, I would agree with her that it would be important to include things in the agreement like indemnification, that they're going to take a certain amount of responsibility for job site safety when they're doing that. And I don't think we need to invent a new process. I think the agreement will be the vehicle that allows this to happen. With this organization, we would just issue an encroachment permit. So if that's something that council wants, then we would just issue encroachment permits, but it would be consistent with whatever agreement that the city ends up brokering. I do agree with all of Director Chavarria's comments on concerns about liability. It's something that we should be careful about. So, thank you.
Other comments? All right, give me 1 second. Yep. Do you want to say something?
Yeah, happy to talk. It's one of my favorite things to do. So the city, in terms of, let's do the complicated one first, liability. The city of Richmond currently has lots of benches already. The city of Richmond is currently liable for those benches. So as part of the question about process and indemnification, there we go. That's all part of the requests in this proposal of saying, hey, staff, let's collaborate and make a program. And so, it's one of those things where they say, okay, well, it needs to be this far away from the curb, it needs to be that, it needs to be installed by left-handed Capricorns. Like, sure, currently we could do this. There's been 80 benches. These are very highly engineered things. They're being done with a lot of safety gear and all sorts of equipment in the process because it's also being done at night. And so if it's like, oh, we get to do this in the daytime, all of a sudden it becomes a lot easier to put out cones and do all these kind of things. And so, yeah, I think as written, this process would allow for all this, and I cannot wait to work with you all because it's fun to nerd out on engineering, and I'm the least engineering of the team of people, so it's going to be really fun getting into that. And one thing also about this is the process that we're talking about is not to just allow our crew to do it. It is about creating a program so that is equitable, so that other groups in Richmond or other groups in the area that would like to seek a permit can do it. So we're not seeking any special treatment or anything like that. If APEN or RPA or any number of group says, hey, we'd like to do a bench, there should be a process for the city to say, sure, the bench has to do this, it has to do that, it has to be installed in these ways. But if you could do that and you fill out this paperwork, sure. Because right now there are no benches. Like right now there's not enough, and I'm not, maybe the city of Richmond does have a program to get the rest of it out, but until then, this is what we can do.
Thank you. City Attorney, any other comments? Nope. All right, then we'll go with Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Levin, for your time and dedication to this movement of transit-friendly options for folks who need benches, a place to sit while waiting for transportation. I like the fact that you mentioned, and I believe this was during our conversation, that it would be your team or whoever signs up for that permit would be able to remove it if the city needs to make any sort of infrastructure changes or AC Transit wants to do something different there. It's just sort of a placeholder for the time being. So I just want to emphasize that it's not anything permanent. It's something to fill the gap, the need that's present throughout our city, as well as the emphasis of working with Public Works and not trying to put more on their plate, but to have a permitting process. So every stop is now approved versus now where many organizations are already installing these benches, like they already exist. So at this time, we have an opportunity to sort of come in and approve now moving forward where future benches will live temporarily.
Yes.
So I just wanted to add that part.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Wilson, and then.
Yeah, so I'm just sort of teasing out what the enormity of this request. All joking aside, it is one of the things I think maybe people in the public don't understand is that or might not be clear because a lot of it happens in closed session, so we can't talk about the specifics of city legal cases involving our liability around public spaces. But even in just the 6 months that I've been on city council, there's been several cases where my jaw dropped open in terms of how much the city owes to individuals because something in one of our public spaces malfunctioned in a way that you never would have guessed, and you would have laughed if I said, be careful of that thing because it might hospitalize. But then we end up paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for it. And so there's something about being a city council member that has made me terrified of benches. So so that's the perspective I'm coming from. One of the questions I have is the 80 benches that have been installed throughout the East Bay. I can see this map here, so it's hitting a couple. It's in Berkeley. I see one in Albany, El Cerrito. Have you done this process of working with those cities to legalize that? In some of these cities, has that happened so far?
Sure. A couple of things. The fun part about being in this legal gray area. So one, to the liability, our understanding is that the last bus stop bench related lawsuit in the city of Richmond was a decade ago, and regarding a person who tripped over broken sidewalk and then hit their head. And so that's a sidewalk. I mean, it's a great tragedy. It is a sidewalk issue, not a bench.
Right.
in terms of liability in bus stops, the thing is, bus stops, to the point of like, bus stops have benches. And so in terms of liability and protection, it is an expected hazard in the sense of it's not a hazard, it's a convenience, but in the legal world. To the other point, so we don't want to name names, but there's at least one major East Bay city where they have said, look, as long as you do it right, we have other things to deal with besides removing it, which is great. And so we've been able to do, the people who do this have been able to do a lot. But that's wonderful, except for when it comes to getting 200 benches built in Richmond, and you're like,
Sure.
High Catholic Church, we'd like to partner with you kind of thing. So a lot of them have, in fact, this policy was drafted by a Berkeley council member's policy. They brought it up to their city staff, and I forgot what the statement was, but it was something like, we can only pass so many laws in a year, or so. There was, Berkeley and Richmond have very different situations, so that policy, we were able to bring it here. So yes, in a way, that a lot of other cities are very aware, they're looking into this, they're very interested.
But the organization is still operating sort of like you said in this legal gray area in the other cities. Like no other city council, it sounds, if I heard you correctly, has voted to say, yes, we will create a process to permit these.
Yes, this is the first time I'm at one of these things doing this big presentation. So yes, Richmond has the opportunity to be first over the line and get 100 benches and a ton of positive press and all sorts of great stuff.
And we're a good place to come for that because we're not scared to be the first on things.
Yeah, no,
like,
I know.
But so far I haven't had enough reassurance about, you know, the lifespan of the benches, things that, again, this is, like you said, like there haven't been many bench injuries in Richmond, but as we've established, there aren't many benches in Richmond, so that kind of stands to reason. Yeah. One of the things I'm worried about is that as they become more weather beaten and we don't have a program to maintain them, they're going to start to disintegrate. And I would be afraid not this year, but in 4 years, somebody's going to fall through the back of one. Is kind of what I'm envisioning. And again, if you asked me 6 months ago whether I was concerned about someone putting up a bench, but now I really am. And to the point where like we should have benches, and I almost would rather just like say let's put up something in the budget this year to build to have Public Works contract with not to insult your group, but with pre-made benches and drop 200 benches in the old-fashioned way, rather than this. And I feel awful saying that because I like community stuff but it's the liability. But anyway, so I'm starting to rant here. But can you talk to why? Can you convince me that I shouldn't be afraid about the additional liability about these benches?
Sure. So you sit in an extremely powerful position. So you are able to say, look, as part of this permitting process, every 2 years it needs to be removed. And if it doesn't get removed, Carter Lavin, the permit, it's like the person who applied for the permit is therefore, full maximum super duper legal liability kind of thing. Like you get to craft that policy. And this is something that I'm, having been here for multiple hours and you do this all the time, but the great thing about this is we're not saying here's a fully baked thing, yes, no, do it. We're saying every fear, every hope, every desire that you want to put in as it relates to benches, like that could be part of the permitting policy. And to the point that maybe a year from now I come back and I say, hey, so thank you for passing the policy. I can't find enough Sagittariuses who were born under a rising moon, but like working on that, can we expand that? And then that's a different problem and we'll deal with it then. But yeah.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, like all my questions might be answered in a conversation, in working with staff. Like today, we're not signing off on building 500, having 500 community benches built, but starting a process where we see if we can come up with something that even worrywarts like myself can look at and say, yeah, let's go for it, because we do need the benches. Like I got no argument against that.
And it's great to be cognizant of this, and as you're talking about, it's great to not come into this. It's great to come into this with clear eyes. And so I have a million answers to every sort of those types of things, which is fun. And when we want to go to our 10 a.m., happy to do that. But it is, I think, at this stage, there's enough flexibility because we don't have to fall down the rabbit hole for maintenance. But for example, of the 80 that have already been installed, I think 6 have already been reinstalled, and folks have been, like, some benches have been aggressively loved. And that just happens, and, then it's, when you know what you're doing, it's pretty easy to replace or fix or that kind of thing. In a permitting process that just says, hey, yeah, sure, do this, or check in on it every 2 months, or whatever, adopt a spot, like, that's all very easy to set up.
And I'm even thinking, like, as a way to sort of assuage my worries, and the rest of my colleagues might not have them at all, but it would be like we could maybe roll it out on a limited fashion. Like, we don't want 800 benches year one. I don't think, I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't think I want to put them in parks too. Like, I would want to have a
Yeah,
measured.
and that's, yeah, exactly. And I think the permitting process, the part of the permitting process will kind of like naturally be that kind of choke point type of thing.
So can I just jump in here? Because, I am worried. I'm very worried. And I know for a fact that at least 10 years ago, there was a litigation case that settled for over $1 million here because a gentleman tripped on a sidewalk and hit his head on a bench and was paralyzed. So I just want to caution you about the risk to the city associated with moving forward with something where we don't have a clear agreement that this organization is going to indemnify the city. And I think we can talk about I don't know, I haven't had any conversation with his legal counsel. I don't know the scope of anything. I haven't seen any agreement. So I just think we need to I would advise you all to tread lightly on this.
Just want to talk about the motion, if I may.
Hold on.
Can I ask?
Well, there's no motion yet.
Oh, I have a lawyer question.
I did make a motion.
Yeah, keep going. You're stay on the
Shannon,
floor.
like the concerns you have, though, you would also have the same concerns about like us, Public Works contracting with professionals and putting up bench. So any bench we put up is going to have a liability risk. I'm
That's
trying
right.
to ascertain, having a public process for this, does that ramp up the liability risk for us? And I'm afraid it might, which is why I have questions to work through. But just in fairness, like the example you gave was a city-installed bench.
No, we don't know if it was
Oh.
a city-installed bench.
Oh.
We didn't have it wasn't established that it was a city-installed bench,
Okay.
but it was in the public right-of-way.
Okay.
So.
But it would, but kind of the same point still stands. Is
Yeah.
Even if we had city-installed benches, somebody hits their head, we're liable.
Yeah,
So
I just
there's
think
certain risks.
we want to have a clear process in place that's approved by the city attorney's office.
Any other question? All right, Councilmember Robinson.
All right. Hello. It's 10:15. This project is one of those projects that's out from my heart. I love this kind of work. And yes, I've been in those meetings where all the horrific things happen with liability, and we worry about all the things we can do to try to protect ourselves. And if you're somebody who rides the bus, it is really difficult to stand there waiting for the bus. It's easier for young kids, but for people like me who know a lot of seniors who no longer drive and depend on the bus, to have them standing there with groceries in the rain, no place to sit when they're not able to actually stand for long periods of time, it's one of those things where we're just failing. And I think that the basic fact is that we actually need benches at our bus stops. Like, to have no benches is actually a failure. And so the question is, how do we have benches in a way that's responsible, that sets us up for the least legal liability exposure? And I am not convinced that just because a group of community members made something, that it's more liable. It's going to be more liable. I think that depends on what process you have in place to make sure it's, constructed correctly, installed correctly. All these kinds of things. I've been a part of a lot of community processes that have built playgrounds and gardens and all kinds of things. And it is possible to do these things. It happens all across the world where regular people build things. And so my concerns and questions are more about some of the things that actually Mr. Chavarria brought up with us coming up with a new project every council meeting and wondering who is going to do it. You know, and so it seems because it is mostly community members that are being proposed to build the actual benches and install the actual benches, it may seem like it's not a lot of staff, but we actually do need the same staff that we currently have to create the engineering standard, to create the permitting process, to review permits, to give permit advice, to check the installation, to all these things. And so I'm more concerned that in order to have a safe process, we actually need staff time to oversee it. And I don't know, Daniel, Ms. Chavarria, if you are seeing this thing that I'm seeing, but that, I don't know who would even do this and what additional work we would be putting on whom in order to make it happen. And, I would love to see it happen, but I also am like, yeah, at every council meeting, we do add a new lovely, awesome project that are lovely and awesome,
Well, I completely agree, but just let me clarify it again. We're not against the benches. We understand the need. We're not against more work. It's just that for whatever reason, the city of Richmond has not had these policies in place for I don't know how long. I mean, we're talking about no policy for sidewalk, no policy for blue curbs, no policy for ciclovías, no policy for sidewalk vendors, now no policy for benches. All these things we inherit, and it's like, wow, where do we start? And we would love to have all of them set up today, but we don't have that capacity yet. I mean, just see, we came here last week, and when everybody talked in Public Works, 80% of them started this year, right? I mean, they're just learning the ropes of it, who's who, what's happening here. Wow, we have this policy needs. So, so yes, the same staff that is doing these other policies. We're working on the blue curb policy, for example. You brought it up. I mean, let's just talk about the 1,300 no parking signs that we just installed in only in 15 areas of the city. And we are now working in doing the other 85% of the city to see where missing the signs and how we collect all the data. So why that didn't happen before, I don't know, but that's the reality. So why we don't have a policy in place, I don't know, but that's the reality. But there's a case already that brought up by the city attorney's office that, hey, a bench unfortunately causes a big liability for the city. So we need to protect ourselves and we need to spend time to make sure that we work closely with the city attorney's office. And I know the city attorney's office also has limitations in terms of what they can cover at the same time. So it's more like which moment we can set this one up. Right, because the blue curb policy is coming, yes, right? So, okay, why we don't immediately go after that one, right? I mean, we have the sidewalk vendor. We're going to bring up a sidewalk vendor update to the lessons learned in this year. That is not even a year that since the city council approved it.
So my question is could a good outcome of tonight be asking you and your group to include this in the list of kind of policies that we need to create and prioritize it in that list? Because as we know, we're working on blue curb, we're working on sidewalks, we're working on tree wells, we're working on all these things. So, knowing that we have all these things, and some of them are very much so related to this bench project, sidewalks, for instance, they're totally interrelated.
Correct, and we're talking about we've been working for many months in a sidewalk policy to bring to the city council. So we can, because it's the benches only, we're talking about, you said how many, 80, something like that?
80 have been installed in the East Bay so far. Richmond has about 300 bus stops,
300.
and
Correct.
my guess is about 100.
So, but that, in terms of conditions in the city, that is a fraction of all the entire network of sidewalk that the city has, that we want to present to you how we can address it.
Right.
Yeah.
So my question is, could we add this proposal to the consideration and the considerations of the sidewalk policy?
Yes, yes, I think we can.
So that it becomes a part of something you're already working on, because they would exist on the
Yeah,
sidewalk.
but we need to work with the city attorney's office to make sure that everything is protects the city.
Of course, of course. And kind of leading on to that, I had a couple of other questions. So it sounds like that might be the best way to move forward, is to include it in the existing policies already addressing sidewalks, because it would be a part of the sidewalk as well. And then on top of that, you mentioned encroachment permit. Are you saying that groups like this who would want to create a bench would have to have an encroachment permit, that they are then responsible for that bench ongoing? And
Well, that's more like a legal question, but in terms of what you want to.
I think yes.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so unless the city said, oh, we want unless the council said, oh, we want the staff to maintain it, because if not, then how do we have to make sure that there's a mechanism in place to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think to that point, these are all wonderful questions, and I think we have lots and lots of solutions to them, which is a great part about why the policy as it's written now is about saying, hey, let's start this off. Because right now, what a no vote is on this would be saying, hey, our crew, stay in the shadows and probably focus on the other cities who've said, let's do it. And so something that's yes is saying, great, like I look forward to us talking. And if you say, yeah, hey, Carter, I have 1 hour in 3 months, I'll say, great, I will talk to you in 3 months, and that will be lovely. And if you're like, well, I have 30 minutes next month, like, wonderful. Like currently, as you're saying, there's a big problem. It doesn't exist. And so if we solve it slowly, if we solve it fast, we're down. Would love to partner with you all. We partner with the OCDA and all sorts of other things.
So
But let me put in a scenario, really scenario. According to the California, what's it called, highway code? Well, the municipal code and the California highway code, I mean, I'm just blanking right now, but it's the responsibility of the maintenance, the streets and highways code, the responsibility of the sidewalk lands on the property owner fronting that sidewalk, right? So right now, you have, let's say, a church, and in front of that church, there's a bus stop. And let's say the sidewalk has some deficiencies, and we're going to install a bench. And now there's might be a tripping hazard in front of that, and the city sees it and then informs the church. And then, so now you're involving a lot of people in some potential situation. So if we don't address first how the sidewalk is going to be a policy for how the sidewalk is going to be fixed, and that's what we're working on. So because you have the property owner, in this example, the church, the city is not responsible for maintaining the sidewalk according to the Streets and Highway Code, the California Streets and Highway Code, and the municipal code. So we install a bench in an uneven surface, and yeah, the bench can have 4 feet away from the wall, a clear path, right? But it's uneven. There's some unevenness in the sidewalk. Might be a tripping hazard. So who's responsible
I
in that?
hear what you're saying, but I'm like, how is this different than AC Transit installing a bench?
Well, in AC Transit.
Excuse me, can we?
She still has the floor.
Yeah, I'm asking.
She's almost done.
Well, in this case, it's because the city right now would establish a new process, and if we rush to establish this process, we're basically we touch it, we buy it. Now is the city's under the city's policy for installation of benches. This bench was installed but hey, before you install it, this sidewalk has to be repaired. So now we go after that property owner and say, you have to fix
So
it.
it
And the
doesn't- but
property
it
owner doesn't
doesn't-
have funds to fix it, so
So
how's
we
it
had a
gonna work?
presentation recently from AC Transit, and they were talking about how they were going to, where they were going to put benches along their line. And we never had a conversation about inspecting the sidewalk before they did that, and, we were talking about locations and where it would be good to have just a bench and where it would be good to have
Well-
shelter. And we never got into who was going to be liable if somebody tripped on the sidewalk and hit their head on the AC Transit bus, bus stop bench. And I guess I'm just wondering, why is there a difference between this proposal of community members making those benches and AC Transit? Why is it okay for AC Transit to propose and install wherever they please, and we don't put them under this kind of scrutiny?
They have to, I mean, anybody, any agency, any utility company that is gonna work in public right-of-way, they have to go through the same process.
To get a encroachment permit.
Correct.
So in order for them to put those benches in, they get an encroachment permit, and then who's liable if somebody trips and hits their head on a
Well,
AC Transit bench?
that's the beauty, that's why we have more attorneys in the US. 70% of all the attorneys in the world are in the US.
Excuse me, Mr.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor, a point of order. I think the entire discussion is around the formal permitting process, which is included here. So I don't know why we're discussing this. It says exactly, direct the staff to develop a community-led bus stop bench program policy that establishes a formal permitting process.
I'm a little bit frustrated because I'm trying to follow a line of questioning so I can understand what the concerns are, and I don't know why you're interrupting me.
Because that's not the
It's
subject.
rude.
The subject is
It's rude. This is absolutely the subject.
She has that floor. It's still within the line because she's trying to establish the process if she's going to even vote to go try to get a process. If the liability is too high,
Details of the
stop.
process when there's a process.
There is no process yet. We don't, that's what we're debating, whether we even want to move forward with establishing, but also
I'm gonna bring this to
potentially
an
taking the
end because
liability.
it's late. So, city attorney, from my perspective, and maybe I'm completely ignorant, there seems to be a similar amount of liability, whether or not it's AC Transit who installs the bus stop or a community group that installs the bus stop.
It depends on the indemnification provision and the terms of an agreement that I assume we have with AC Transit or with this coalition group. Or in addition to we don't have
Can
a
we
separate
ask for a
agreement.
similar amount of whatever that word is?
Well, I don't, it is late. I wasn't supposed to be here tonight and I'm here.
Is it
So I'm
possible to set up the same conditions that we would ask from the bus company?
Yes.
In terms of liability and indemnification, that we would ask from a community group so that we are facing the same level of exposure in order to provide this infrastructure improvement for our residents.
Yes, we can try to achieve that. I mean, I don't know what the outcome will be, but yes, in theory, yes.
So
I agree with you.
I have an idea and we'll make a motion that we move this item to be included in the current policy creation around sidewalks, to consider the inclusion of a bench permitting process that applies the same or whatever liability and kind of legal constraints that we need to protect the city as much as possible. It's not possible to protect from everything, but it makes it an even playing field for any type of agency or organization to install a bench under specific circumstances in specific places with permission of the city.
Hold that there. You're done with your comments?
That was actually a motion.
Okay, can you hold that for
I'll
1 second
second
before we go to
motion.
motion? That way, I just want to make my comment and then we'll go
Okay.
to second. So I want to follow. So thank you for the presentation. So going to follow a little bit along there with what Councilmember Robinson was saying. So the bench that's installed, sorry, that was not for me. The bench that's installed across from Kennedy High School, do you know who owns it?
No, are you familiar with that? No, I'm
If
not familiar
someone
with.
currently trips and falls and injures themselves,
I don't want to say anything in that specific case, because I'm not familiar with that bench, and I'm not going to say, take any liability for the city or anything.
and here's
In
where
the
I'm going with that there.
hypothetical question, yeah.
The bench that's installed across from Kennedy High School is owned by a group who puts benches up at night. They're Robin Hoods. They happen to be in this room. So the liability, I think, the liability of someone that is putting something up in the middle of the night is not any more or any less than if we allow them to properly do it with daylight. The need is still going to be there, and they're feeling a need in the community. It sounds like the prior lawsuit we had was a person tripping over the sidewalk. So we should get rid of sidewalks, not the bench. They didn't trip over the bench. They tripped over the sidewalk. And then just trying to follow same logic. Someone is going to sue us no matter what. We can't stop that from allowing us to create policy that's going to help people. And along that way, we're not perfect. Something's going to happen. We had a lawsuit where somebody on their bicycle went into the sewer drain. Do we get rid of sewer drains? We can't. Right? So as much as we want to protect ourselves, there's only so much we can do. But understanding the greater need of the community is what needs to drive us. Having a community hide the great work they're doing doesn't take the liability, because now that we know that there's a bench outside of Kennedy High School that may or may not have been put on by someone, we can't go out and say, okay, we didn't do it. Somebody did it. Go find the group that did it, or the random person that did it. That's not how lawsuits work. We have the biggest pocket, so no matter what, they're going to come after us because it's in our sidewalks. So just putting that in perspective there. Maybe what we can try to do here as well is have the group partner with other groups we have, like in the arts corridor. We have a new group that's coming in to do art. I saw in one of your slides a bench that's been painted, I'm assuming by a community group. Maybe the same, maybe a different one. Well, it'd be great to have multiple partners being able to help out. We can do an adopt a spot, which we already have in the city. We currently allow people to adopt spots in the middle of the street. If they put something up, I don't know that the adopt a spot puts the liability on the community member who's planting something, right? They might be putting a tree that falls on somebody. We're not putting that liability on them. The planting the trees, that's another group. Richmond Trees is maybe something that we could look at as a possible way of getting a resolution for a good policy. The Richmond Trees people did adopt a tree. They planted trees near sidewalks. So if the tree was to fall, whose liability is the liability now on the homeowner who planted it? Is it Richmond Trees? Is it Richmond? That might be a way to look and to see what we can have. And if we want to do things that are going to possibly, again, damage us, we just put a bunch of signs, street signs, in the middle of the sidewalks to say that we're having some street cleaning. We already had the debate before, but we didn't ask permission of the property owners to see if we can install them. So same thing here. We don't always go out and confirm that every bench, and I think similar to what Councilman Robinson was saying, we don't confirm that every project has been done to the specifications that they were supposed to have done. We just had a company that we hired that paved around cars. The only reason we went back was because it was brought up to us. So let's not look at a gift, a horse gift in the mouth, gift horse in the mouth. Let's work together with the community to make it better. And that's my time. Thank you. So now I'll go ahead and entertain a
If
motion.
if I may, Vice Mayor, I think the one
Yes.
nuance here that I want to share with the council is that it's becoming increasingly more difficult for all of us individually, right? In our personal lives, as well as for the city, issues regarding insurance, right? And so that is why when we're sometimes contracting with folks, right, when we're talking about additional indemnity insurance, that's because we are part of a pool, right? And there's certain criteria that we have to adhere to be part of the pool. And so maybe things haven't happened historically, right, that are the best practices or promising practices, but as insurance increasingly changes, we as city staff have to adapt rather, and bring you recommendations that adhere to those no criteria from our insurance pool. So that's what you were, part of what I think, from my understanding, is what the concerns were tonight. It's not that we like working with community-based organizations, we look forward to doing so, but that's where there's more nuances now because it's getting increasingly more difficult for us to maintain our insurance.
Thank you.
If I could, I'd like to make a motion, and that motion would be to direct staff to include in the upcoming sidewalk policy update, I'm not sure what the proper name is for that, the consideration and inclusion of benches, bus stop benches specifically. Bus stop benches, and work with the city attorney's office to make sure that the inclusion of bus stop benches has the appropriate legal protections to protect the city. And that in creating and adding and including bus stop benches in the new sidewalk policy, they also create a pathway with clear,
For community-led bus stop.
What's that?
benches. Sorry, the community-led bus stop benches, just because.
Yes.
Okay.
A clear pathway for community-led bus stop benches, which would
Those are the key
include a building standard, an installation standard, and a permitting process.
I second that.
All right, thank you. We have a motion and we have a second.
Council-
Are there any other questions or debate? No. Councilmember Wilson, go ahead.
Does the sidewalk policy come back eventually to council for consideration? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it would be presented. I'm sorry. The sidewalk policy, as I understand it, would be presented to council. And this is just policy. It's a pathway, it's a policy. In my brain, sidewalks include bus stops. So they should be a part of a whole and not separate anyway. It would come back to council. We would hear it all again. We would be able at that time to consider any legal ramifications and give feedback.
Clarifying, is there a time limit that we should implement or, well, I'm not saying that this is gonna happen tomorrow or next week or next month, but I'm seeing, I don't want it to get like lost in the sauce.
No, I hear you. And Mr. Chavarria, and what was the time frame that you were working on in terms of the sidewalk ordinance?
Well, we've been trying to bring it to you for months, but every as I mentioned, it's every day. So we're planning to do it before the break. We're not going to make it, so it's going to be in the fall.
Excellent.
Yeah.
If we said by September?
September, October is our target right now. So we have, and basically the policy is going to be a decision from the city council how much money the city council wants to cover, right? I mean,
Because that policy includes like repairs to sidewalks and
Correct.
and
We
possibly a
will-
grant program for
we'll-
homeowners
exactly,
and whatnot.
exactly.
It's a comprehensive policy. Yeah.
Correct.
Right.
So,
So maybe the time limit is that they bring it back no later than
5 months?
October
2025?
2025. Sorry.
2020.
Thank you.
That's what I was
Thank
looking
you.
for.
You almost had it out there.
2025.
Thank you. Thank you.
Roll call.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any other questions on the motion? None? All right, Madam Clerk, if you can please take.
Okay. Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Yes.
Motion passes with Mayor Martinez absent.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
142.
All right. All right. Madam Clerk.
Our next item,
All right. I want to just, before you call the next item, I just want to check on the time. It is 10:42.
It's going to be a
We
quick
have
item.
2 more items, so
We
we'll
can cover
got to
each
keep
in
them.
less than 10 minutes.
10 what? There's no there's no P8.
P5 and P6, we can wrap him up. We can wrap him up quickly.
Madam
There's no
Clerk, if you
discussion.
can
You
please
either say
call
yes or no.
P5.
item P5 is to direct city staff to initiate a request for proposal to conduct a citywide seismic vulnerability study and to develop an incentive and grant program for retrofitting high-risk buildings.
Thank you. KCRT, could you bring up the slide, the map of buildings in Richmond, please? So basically, Richmond is sitting on top of Hayward Fault, which is the most active and most dangerous fault in the country. It's like a big elephant in the room. Nobody talks about it, but we should. We should start the discussion at some point. What happens if a major earthquake happens? And it's not actually if, it's when. When it happens, the day after, aren't we going to think we should have done this, we should have done that? Well, now is the time. What are we going to do about it? We need to look at the things that can be done, how much budget it takes, what grants are available. Do we want to, some cities have mandates about it, mandatory seismic retrofits. I'm not sure if we can do it in Richmond. Maybe we can have point of sale ordinance, maybe tax incentive, maybe streamline the process with free permits, grant assistance, whatever it is, we need to start the discussion. And this item actually is just to start the discussion, the conversation about what can be done about it. As you see, the majority of the homes and small businesses are more than 75 or more than 50 years old, and the main seismic regulations came into existence in the past 50 years. So these have no safety in terms of an earthquake if it happens. I leave it up to you to vote yes or no. To me, it's one of the most important problems is public safety. That's why people pay taxes. We are obligated to at least look at the problem, see what the dimensions are, what can be done, and start taking steps, even though if baby steps.
All right, thank you for introducing the item. Colleagues, do we have any questions? All right, Councilmember Wilson.
So I guess I'll start with a question and then a comment. Like, I think if we had unlimited staff resources, of course, I would want to do a seismic study. But as we just kind of all acknowledge, we don't, and we're putting a lot of pressure on staff with a whole bunch of different projects. So I kind of want to kick the tires on this a little bit to see. I don't want to send staff down a fact-finding mission and writing reports if it's just going to come back and we're going to say, this is extraordinarily expensive and we're not going to do it. So
I'm sorry, I'm not asking for that. We're asking for RFP.
You're asking for an RFP.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
request for proposal. So direct city staff to initiate the request for proposal. I talked to the city manager and Lino about it, and that's what you just said is exactly what they said, that we need a request for proposal to conduct a citywide seismic vulnerability study and to develop an incentive and grant program for retrofitting high-risk buildings.
So I don't understand. The RFP would go to pay someone to do a study of this?
Yes.
And not to do the work, just to do a study of it?
Exactly.
And what other cities have run residential seismic programs?
They have mandatory programs in San Francisco, Fremont, San Jose, I think. There are cities that have mandatory seismic retrofit programs. I don't think if we can implement it, the majority of people probably cannot afford it. That's why we need to do a study to see what the extent of the problem is, what the solution are, and what are the low-hanging fruits that can be addressed.
Hold on.
I guess what I don't, how to say this, I'm not inclined to even ask the city staff to write an RFP to start this process before I understand more about what the program, the possible programs. Like the agenda item wasn't very robust in terms of telling me like what a city is able to do and what vaguely it would cost to do that. Because what I'm envisioning is like, if we do a study, we're going to say, yes, there's going to be a lot of houses that need seismic retrofitting. And then, as you said, we have a lot of community members who can't afford $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 to do that. And then we're going to say, can the city pay $10,000 or $20,000 or $30,000 times that number of houses? No, we can't. And so that's how I'm envisioning this. And in the absence of any other model, I'm not inclined to tell city staff to start down this path, even if it's an RFP process. But I'll listen, like that'll be my only question and comment. And
My
I'll listen.
approach is, even if that was what I've envisioned, I would have said yes, but that's not how I envision it. I expect the result to say, for example, these are the things that could be done. This is how much this costs, or, bolting foundation, or, I don't know, strengthening, whatever it is. What are the different options? How many there are, how vulnerable there are, which areas are worse. To provide a strategy, how to approach the problem, also raising public awareness about the available grants and, of all the other things. The problem is there. The fact that it's costly does not excuse us from identifying it.
Well, I think people know that there's anyways, I don't want to do crosstalk.
Okay.
I don't think if the
any other
city
questions?
knows the extent of the problem.
Do we have any other questions? Seeing none, then I'll entertain a motion.
We have one online speaker.
Okay, we have Carrie. Okay, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Hi there, Carrie Guerin from Communities for a Better Environment, her Richmond staff attorney there at CBE. Just want to thank Councilmember Bonner for her leadership on this issue. Learning more information about the vulnerability of the city to keep folks safe and here long-term is important to us. And so really grateful for leadership on this issue, as well as preceding items this evening, including asthma awareness and the bus and accessibility of the transport. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And there are no more speakers.
Thank you. Seeing no more speakers, then I'll entertain a motion.
So I make a motion that we approve and direct the city staff to initiate an RFP to conduct a citywide seismic vulnerability study and to develop an incentive and grant program for retrofitting high-risk buildings.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second? I will second it just so that we can take a vote. So I'll second the motion. And then, Madam Clerk, if you can please take the roll.
Councilmember Brown?
No.
Councilmember Bonner?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
No.
Councilmember Wilson?
No.
Councilmember Robinson?
No.
Vice Mayor Cepeda?
I'll say yes.
The motion fails with Councilmember Brown, Jimenez, Wilson, and Robinson voting no. And Councilmembers Bonner and Vice Mayor Cepeda voting yes. And Mayor Martinez is absent.
Well, at least it was quick, so
Next
let's
Vice
item.
Mayor,
move to
can I
the
make a
next item.
comment before we move on to the next one? So I just want to say that I do feel like, kind of earthquake safety is important. I think our cup runneth over. We need to finish all the things that are on the plate before we put another thing on the plate.
Thank you.
I don't think so.
Madam Clerk, if you can please read the next item.
Our next item is item P6, to direct city staff to study federal and state legislation regarding land grab practices by for-profit corporations and investors, and return to the City Council within 180 days with recommendations regarding the viability, of enacting a local ordinance, at which time the city council may decide whether to direct staff to draft an ordinance. We have 3 speakers in person. If there's anyone online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand.
All right, Councilmember Bonner, this is your item. Do you want to go ahead and,
Let's hear the speakers first, Senator.
or you?
Okay, let me
the item?
introduce it. So basically, I'm not against mom and pop landlords who own a few properties. This item is against financial institutions and corporate investment firms who have started buying single-family homes. They often have unlimited amount of cash, make it very difficult for first-time home buyers. There's a projection that by 2030, they will own 40% of all single-family residentials for rent. I would like our city to limit this and ban their land grab because housing is a human right. It's not a hedge fund asset, and we need to protect it for our residents. So we need an ordinance to put a limit on the number of properties that financial institution can purchase in the city of Richmond, like, I don't know, 5, 10. That's why we're asking the legal team to take a look at it.
Thank you. If we can please get the individuals.
Vice Mayor, we have 3 in-person speakers and a total of 6 speakers online. So
Okay, I want to,
and we already at
thank
10.
you. With that there, yep, we're not going to finish. So at this time, because we have more speakers than we have time that we're able to give, I recommend that we table this item.
Continue.
Yeah, yeah. So
Continue it.
city,
Well, do you want to, the people who are here in person, they should, I really think they should speak.
the 3 in person?
Yeah, if you can just limit the, yeah, go to in-person quickly to hear them speak.
So then, for the purpose of trying to finish, because we have 3 people, so we can't give each 2 minutes. We can if they run. Yeah, but they might not be able to, so we might go after. So are we okay with doing 1 minute per each public comment to make sure that each one at least has some time?
Yeah, let's just.
1 minute, 2
So
minutes.
are we able to do just 1 quick minute? Yep, all right.
Okay, the in-person speakers only, right?
Yeah.
Okay, River Allen, Patricia Agra, and Raul Vasquez. River Allen. You'll have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm River Allen. I'm a resident of Richmond. I'm a member of Bay Area Resource Generation, and I'm here to speak in support of the ordinance to end corporate speculation in housing in Richmond. I actually come from generational wealth built through real estate here in the Bay Area. My great-grandfather started a business in the 30s, my grandpa grew it, and my dad's generation is still running it, and I see how my family's story is directly connected to the housing crisis that we see today. I want to speak in favor of this ordinance because my own long-term security, even as a person with class privilege from real estate, depends on housing being decommodified and accessible to every person. None of us are safe when our human rights can be held ransom. And so you may in this process hear from a lot of landlords, a lot of people like
Your
my
time
family
is
members.
expired.
Great, lovely.
Thank you.
Patricia Aguiar.
Good evening, all the council members. I want to make sure that I wish that I can have more time to speak because this item is very important. We were here waiting more than 3 hours, and when I see that you only give me 1 minute, it made me feel bad. But I'm going to tell you that this item is very important because right now in Richmond, and I represent ACE, I'm a member and organizer, and we have in Richmond, the population is half of 2002 to this age, 13,000 people, Black residents, they're gone. Also, we have corporations controlling and buying buildings and housing here, and it's not fair. And the time that you give me is not even enough to tell my information I have here.
Thank
So
you.
I complain. Thank you.
Raul Vasquez.
Hi, good evening. I almost fall asleep, but I'm here. Okay, council members and mayor and vice mayor, we're here to support this ordinance because this policy will help stabilize the housing market in Richmond by implementing the common sense nation that housing shall not exist to line, the pocket of the big investors. We need to have a more affordable housing for people who need it, especially Black folks and Latinos. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say that we are not taking a vote on the actual ordinance. We're just requesting the legal team to spend time on it and within 180 days, draft the ordinance to bring it to the city council. So I urge you to vote yes. And I make a motion.
That's not the direction, sorry. Just to be clear, it's, we haven't even researched the legality of whether we can even do this at a local level.
To bring recommendations, not the ordinance.
Right.
Okay,
And
first
at
is
that point,
Because
yeah.
we're not going to have enough time for debate, then we're going to
Continue it to
continue it until a
June
future
3rd.
meeting.
And we have to do the online
And we still have to do-
comments.
Yep.
The
next
online
time.
comments, the
Right.
the individuals
So
that
we're not
are,
taking a
have their
vote.
hand raised online, they can also send their comments to the clerk's office.
Yes. Right.
And we can forward them to the council.
Yes.
So we cannot take a vote?
No, because we don't have debate.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, we didn't make it.
So with that, then we'll continue this item until June 3rd. Is that the next possible date? Okay, perfect. So then with that, unless anybody has anything for reports in 30 seconds, then we will go ahead and.
Is it at all possible to get this or create more of a study session out of this issue? Because I feel like I'm not ready, there's not enough information in the item for me to be able to make a decision on it. Like I'd prefer to have a study session where we can get a fuller presentation, get some of the data. I'm sure there's people who are working on this. Maybe we can invite them here.
I think
I
at the
asked
next
the
item.
legal team to
So
do
it's 11
that,
o'clock, so the
and-
next item, we can go ahead and try to give that direction, because at this time, we're out of time to give further direction.
The
Because we
legal
are
team
out.
needs this just
So
to do that.
I will go ahead and adjourn the meeting at 11 o'clock per our voted upon rules. Thank you. Have a great evening.